Chapter 589. In a situation where everyone had the same number of matches, they had already lost 1 or 2 matches before the very end. The remaining 4 people of the noble clan had already lost their qualifications to fight for the top 8. Due to the intentional arrangements of the organizers, the 8 giants did not meet each other in advance. As the competition went on, the strong became stronger and the weak became weaker. The situation became more and more obvious. The strong cultivators had golden dragons circling above their heads. For example, Sima Lingxian was already 25 meters long. He was only 1 meter away from reaching the peak and obtaining all the luck of the 4 dragon veins. As for the weak cultivators like Murong Chong, they had very little dragon chi in the first place. Not only could their golden dragons not break out of their jade pendants, but their luck would also be stolen. The little golden dragon in the jade pendant no longer had any luster. It was no different from a real earthworm. All the geniuses under the starry heavens gathered in the 5-nation youth competition. Who was the true dragon and who was the false dragon would be revealed at this moment. No matter what pride one brought, no matter where one came from, this place did not care about one's background or clan. It only cared about the sword in one's hand and the saber in one's hand. Whoever was strong would obtain luck. If one was weak, they would be stolen by other geniuses, weakening their luck. Even the people of the 8 noble clans were no exception. The 49th match, Noble Clans by Qi vs Nangong Ziyue. At this moment, the sun was setting in the west. It looked like it would soon turn dark. After this match, the competition for today would probably end. Nangong Ziyue had only lost 2 matches since the start of the competition. The first was in the elimination round, where she lost to Yu Chenxi. The second was in the ranking matches, where she lost to another noble clan disciple, Li Tianhua. However, the 2 matches were not one-sided. Furthermore, her opponents were not ordinary cultivators. Although she had lost 2 matches, the crowd did not underestimate her strength. They felt that she could still fight for the top 10. The golden dragon above Nangong Ziyue's head was 23 meters long, slightly shorter than the golden dragons of the 8 giants. Xiao. Bai Qi leaped off his spectator stand and landed on the arena. The golden dragon circling in the sky descended and hovered above Bai Qi's head. The 20-meter-long golden dragon bared its fangs and claws as it glared at Nangong Ziyue's clearly smaller golden dragon. Under the pressure of its aura, Nangong Ziyue's golden dragon cowered, not daring to be impudent. When Baijian saw this scene, he smiled gently and said amiably, "Nangong Ziyue, you are not a match for me. You should just admit defeat and preserve your strength for the next matches." Nangong Ziyue frowned slightly and said sullenly, "We will know if it is true or not after we fight. Li Tianhua defeated me only because his stake countered mine. Do you really think that I am someone you can defeat easily?" Bai Qi's expression was neither happy nor angry. He said calmly, "Then make your move. As for Li Tianhua, I have never considered him an opponent." Blah. The sound of flowing water rang out quietly, and the artistic conception of mountains and rivers quietly appeared. Among the overlapping mountains, a river flowed smoothly. Nangong Ziyue stood on the flowing water, drifting with the waves. Her legs did not move, but the mountains moved behind her. Nangong Ziyue's graceful figure gave off a gentle charm. She hid the artistic conception of mountains and rivers in her heart as she moved quickly towards Bai Shueha in a strange manner. Mountain and river hiding the heart. At the start of this round, Nangong Ziyue had not been able to execute it naturally and smoothly. She could only unleash it at the crucial moment. However, after a few rounds, she had become increasingly familiar with this mountain and river hiding the heart. If Nangong Ziyue ran into Yu Chenxi again, the victor would be hard to predict. This was also why Nangong Ziyue dared to challenge Bai Shueha. Bang! When Nangong Ziyue arrived before Baijian, the calm and natural Nangong Ziyue suddenly made a move. When she punched, the power of mountains and rivers that had been brewing in her heart for a long time erupted. The fist wind surged and space trembled. The might of this ordinary punch actually contained half the might of Nangong Ziyue's trump card, the mountain and river breaking fist. Bai Qi was slightly stunned. His expression was somewhat astonished. He had not expected Nangong Ziyue to have improved so much in such a short period of time. If Nangong Ziyue continued to preserve her strength, she would have to put in more effort to defeat her opponent. Never mind, I have already come this far. It is time to use the 4-season saber technique. Nangong Ziyue is now qualified to use it. After Bai Qi made up his mind, he slowly placed his right hand on his saber's hilt and circulated the first move of the 4-season saber technique. What? Something strange happened. The clear sound of flowing water came from behind Bai Qi. When he drew his saber, the power of the cycle of seasons surged out. Suddenly, the distance between him and Nangong Ziyue lengthened. No matter how fast Nangong Ziyue was, she could not catch up to Bai Qi's punch, which could shatter mountains. Nangong Ziyue remained 1 meter away from Bai Qi. The fist wind caused his clothes and hair to flutter continuously. Xiao. When Bai Qi drew his saber completely, the power of the cycle of seasons erupted. The distance between Bai Qi and Nangong Ziyue immediately widened. It was not that Bai Qi retreated. Instead, it was that the power of the cycle of seasons shattered the power of mountains and rivers that Nangong Ziyue had been building up in her heart for a long time. Thus her punch broke on its own. Leisurely spring water, suddenly warm, then cold. A river flowed down from the horizon. The water was clear and ethereal. Bai Qi hacked at Nangong Ziyue with his saber. Taking the state of spring water and containing the power of the cycle of seasons, a river-like saber qi quickly flew at Nangong Ziyue, changing between warm and cold. Amid the mountains and rivers, Nangong Ziyue felt a huge saber qi carrying the power of the cycle of seasons sweeping over, increasing the pressure on her. That saber qi was as warm as jade at one moment and bone-chilling in the next. It was hard to fathom. As Nangong Ziyue hesitated, she did not know how to break this move. No matter what trick he played, it was just a strand of saber qi. Immortal mountains and rivers. Break for me. Nangong Ziyue could not guess whether the saber intent was hot or cold. She directly materialized the power of mountains and rivers. One punch was a mountain, the other a river. The mountains and rivers froze, preparing to use force to break technique. Bang! When the saber qi arrived, it was like the heavenly river flowed in reverse. The power of the world surged over. Nangong Ziyue's expression immediately changed. She wanted to use force to break technique. However, she was horrified to discover that the energy contained in this saber qi was much stronger than her immortal mountains and rivers. She could not clash head-on with it. When the state of her fist shattered, Nangong Ziyue vomited a mouthful of blood. She used the power of mountains and rivers to quickly retreat among the mountains and rivers, resolving the energy contained in the saber qi. Rumble. Rumble. Instantly, waves surged and the mountains trembled. The energy contained in the saber qi was very strong. Just the remnant waves caused the mysterious phenomenon of mountains and rivers that Nangong Ziyue materialized to show signs of instability. Is this the power of the four-season saber technique? How strong! Unexpectedly, it nearly broke Nangong Ziyue's entire state of mountains and rivers in one move. Only Nangong Ziyue can continue. When the other cultivators encountered this saber strike, any state they had would crumble immediately. Earlier he broke Nangong Ziyue's attack in half a move. The moment he drew his saber, Nangong Ziyue's attack crumbled. Based on this Bai Qi is even stronger than Li Tianhua. In this 5-nation youth competition, he is the person most likely to defeat Sima Lingxian. The other noble clan disciples are no match for him. When the many cultivators in the spectator stands saw this startling saber strike, the four-season saber technique that they had been waiting for finally appeared. Everyone's hearts immediately surged. Their faces flushed red and their emotions surged. You are still not willing to admit defeat? Bai Qi frowned slightly, appearing somewhat angry. His saber trembled slightly, and a misty saber intent started accumulating. He said sullenly, 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes. First saber strike, second saber strike, third saber strike, fourth saber strike. Bai Qi stood rooted to the ground, not moving at all. Then he executed another strong martial technique. As the saber light danced, a boundless light spread out. This was because the saber qi was too dense, giving off a faint light. Bai Qi's peak small perfection saber intent shot out together with the saber qi towards the mountains that Nangong Ziyue materialized. Bang, bang, bang. With the support of the saber intent, the might of the 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes reached its peak. Every time Bai Qi sent out a saber strike, a mountain peak would shatter. After the 18th saber strike, the mountains and rivers were all destroyed. The state of mountains and rivers that Nangong Ziyue was so proud of had been completely destroyed by Bai Qi in an extremely cruel manner, leaving nothing behind. The mountains could no longer be seen, and the rivers could no longer be seen. Only the boundless saber light and the misty saber intent remained, resounding in all directions. It was as Bai Qi had said before. As long as he chopped down the mountains and shattered the rivers, no matter how strong a state was, it would just be a decoration before absolute strength. When Nangong Ziyue was defeated, the golden dragon above her head cried out miserably. Bai Qi's golden dragon had devoured 1.5 meters of its length. Its luster dimmed significantly and it looked weak and listless. On the other hand, the golden dragon above Bai Qi bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring ferociously. Its eyes were spirited, and its aura was very ferocious. It was now 25 meters long, catching up to Sima Lingxuan's 25 meters. As Xiao Qin recalled Bai Qi's four-season saber technique, he entered deep thought. This was different from what he had imagined. Originally, when Bai Qi learned the four-season saber technique, he would have comprehended it on his own. Now it looked like he was wrong. Bai Qi's path was the same as the Bai clan's ancestors. It was probably after Bai Shuehe successfully comprehended the four-season saber technique, he passed on his comprehensions and experiences to his descendants. Now that he had a rough idea, Xiao Qin muttered to himself, if I follow the path of my predecessors, naturally, I will be able to take many detours and it will be much easier. However, this four-season saber technique is different from other martial techniques. It does not have a fixed state. Comprehending it on one's own is the most suitable. Simply put, if Bai Qi only followed Bai Shuehe's path, he would lose miserably when he met Xiao Qin. There would not be any surprises. However, Lu Suifeng, who was at the side, was astonished. He was also a person who practiced the saber. He could feel the vast might of that leisurely spring water more clearly than others. He sighed and said, "What a strong saber technique. No wonder others say that the four-season saber technique is the strongest martial technique under heaven ranked. It truly lives up to its reputation." The surrounding elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion all nodded to themselves. Even if it were them, they would not be able to turn the situation around. They would only suffer a crushing defeat. Chapter 590. The first elder, Jiang Qi, asked, "Xiao Qin, how is your practice of the Lightning Tribulation Saber Technique's final move, Divine Lightning Tribulation?" Xiao Qin thought for a while before replying, "I do not dare to compare myself to the ancestor. However, I can still easily bring out 70 to 80% of its might." Jiang Qi smiled and nodded. Then he said with some regret, "The Lightning Tribulation Saber Technique was created by our sect's ancestor. If you could comprehend the state of wind, the state of cloud, and the state of thunder, you might be able to compete with this Bai Qi. Aha! However, it is fine. Being able to enter the top 10 is the best result the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has achieved in the past few thousand years. Xiao Qin, don't be too depressed." Xiao Qin smiled gently and held the lunar shadow saber in his hand. He did not say anything. Match 50, Sima Lingxian vs Gong Yangyu. This was the 92nd round of the five-nation youth competition. This match was the final match of the day. The two participants from the previous five-nation youth competition would fight each other. This made everyone somewhat excited. Gong Yangyu is pretty strong. His golden dragon is 23 meters long. He has only lost 3 matches in the ranking matches. Even if he loses this match, he still has a high chance of getting into the top 10. I wonder how much of Sima Lingxuan's strength he can force out? Sima Lingxian has been winning too easily. Indeed. Just his oppressive self-confidence is enough to make one feel suffocated. How can one have the confidence to fight him? Without a doubt, everyone could predict the result of this match. The only thing they were uncertain of was how much of Sima Lingxuan's strength Gong Yangyu could force out. After all, no matter what, Gong Yangyu's strength was clear for all to see. This was especially so for that tossing heaven and earth. Could even shatter space. Several giants did not dare to receive it head-on. How would Sima Lingxian deal with this move? In the wind cloud platform, Sima Lingxian wore long robes. There was not much expression on his handsome face. The self-confidence in his chest seemed to be one with the world. When one looked at him, there seemed to be a faint glow on his body. It flickered constantly. With one glance, one could tell that he was extraordinary. Under the pressure of Sima Lingxuan's confidence, Gong Yangyu took a deep breath and expelled the negative thoughts in his heart. Without saying anything more, he swung his black staff around and walked towards Sima Lingxian. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 7 steps. With every step Gong Yangyu took, an afterimage would appear on the ground. Each afterimage held the staff in a different posture. By the time Gong Yangyu finished taking 7 steps, his aura had already reached its peak. The pressure that Sima Lingxian gave Xiao Qin earlier was swept away. His gaze turned sharp as he swung his staff around like a dragon or snake dancing in the wind. This was Gong Yangyu's specialty, Everlasting Universe. By combining 7 ultimate attacks, he could suppress his opponent with absolute offensive power. Back then, even Xiao Qin didn't face this move head-on because its power was too great, and it wasn't worth it to face it head-on. Sima Lingxuan's expression remained calm as he looked at the staff strike that could shatter mountains. Then he took a step forward. One step. Just one step, and the situation on the field was immediately turned around. A boundless strong wind blew from Sima Lingxian. The clouds in the sky churned endlessly. As the wind blew and the clouds churned, a vast state of kingship erupted from Sima Lingxuan's body and soared into the sky. Tyrannical, supreme, undefeatable, absolute, all sorts of auras of kingship came from Sima Lingxuan's body. Unexpectedly, the state he comprehended was the state of kingship. As the saying went, everything under the heavens belongs to the king. Unexpectedly, Sima Lingxian made this state of kingship his main state. After Gong Yangyu took 7 steps, the momentum of heaven and earth that he gathered was immediately suppressed by Sima Lingxuan's one gentle step. Kaxie. Sima Lingxian grasped his sword hilt with his right hand and drew it. Riding on this momentum of kingship, he displayed his sharpness wantonly, giving off an undefeatable aura that could sweep through the world. The sword and staff clashed and countless cracks immediately appeared on the wind cloud platform under the two. The two strong forces clashed continuously. Gong Yangyu clenched his teeth and endured. Unexpectedly, he did not retreat immediately. The tip of Sima Lingxuan's sword trembled and a vast sword intent poured out. The might of this sword increased explosively. Gong Yangyu was instantly no match for it. He took 9 steps back and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Sovereign descending. Sima Lingxian shouted and took another step forward. The vast state of kingship was like an ancient mountain pressing down on Shaoqian. When Sima Lingxian swung his sword, it was like a sovereign descending. The surrounding wind-attributed essence quickly surged towards the tip of the sword like it was paying homage to the king. With the boundless strong wind pouring in, this sword was unimaginably fast. Gong Yangyu could only rely on his senses to block with his staff across his chest. Bang! Gong Yangyu had just made his move and had yet to infuse his essence into a defensive stance when the sword struck his staff, splitting it in half. When the sword wind blew, Gong Yangyu flew backward like a broken kite. He crashed into the wind cloud barrier and bounced heavily before landing on the ground. Gong Yangyu knelt on one knee. Under his tattered clothes, horrifying sword wounds spread all over his chest. The sword intent hidden in the wounds had not faded yet. His wounds seemed to be growing more severe. Gong Yangyu knew that he had lost. He had barely managed to block 2 moves. The difference was too great. He smiled bitterly to himself. He did not know if there was anyone who could defeat him in this 5-nation youth competition. My skills are inferior. Gong Yangyu admits defeat. Gong Yangyu stood up and chose to admit defeat. Sima Lingxian sheathed his sword. After the golden dragon above his head swallowed for a while, it grew to 8 and 7 inches long. Now it was less than half an inch long and would be 23 meters long. This is probably Sima Lingxuan's true strength. Unexpectedly, he comprehended the state of kingship from the state of wind and cloud, which is higher than any other attributed state. Compared to 3 years ago, Sima Lingxuan's strength has increased at a horrifying rate. I finally know why he is not afraid of the 4-season saber technique. When he executes a powerful sword technique with the state of kingship, it is sufficient to resist the power of the cycle of seasons. However, we will only know what will happen after they fight. The two of them have not used their full strength yet. The battle between the giants tomorrow will definitely be interesting to watch. However, I still favor Sima Lingxian. He has only revealed the tip of the iceberg. Bai Qi has revealed at least 60% of his strength. In the final match of this round, Sima Lingxian finally revealed the absolute strength of the top-seeded participant. Gong Yangyu, who was ranked in the top 10 of the previous 5-nation youth competition, lost to Sima Lingxian in 2 moves, unable to resist at all. Li Tianhua looked at the golden dragon above Sima Lingxuan's head and shook his head. He smiled bitterly and said, "It is truly a tragedy to be in the same generation as him. It seems like all the stars in the sky are on his head. We are just supporting characters." Xianyuan Zhantian's unruly face revealed a grave expression. After a while, he smiled gently and said, "The state of kingship is really coincidental. The 92 rounds of matches were already over, but the 8 giants had not fought yet. In that case, in the final 8 rounds tomorrow, the 8 of them would have to fight each other. From the start of the ranking matches until now, the 8 giants had not lost a single match. Sima Lingxian, Li Tianhua, Bai Qi, Wang Quan, Chu Chaoyun, Xianyuan Zhantian, Yu Chenxi and Xiao Chen were tied for first place. However, since ancient times, there had been no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. How could there be a situation where 8 people were first? In the battle between the giants tomorrow, there would definitely be a victor and a loser among the 8. The true dragon ranking would also be decided. Who could rank first and obtain the luck of the world, becoming the main character of this era. Before the sun set tomorrow, everything would come to an end. The Age of Geniuses would officially begin at that moment. The long night finally passed amidst the cheers of the crowd. The wind cloud platform was packed with people. Their voices were loud. Before the matches started, the atmosphere had already heated up. Everyone was waiting for the moment when the giants would fight. They were waiting for the moment when the true heroes reached the peak. They wanted to see who was the main character of this era. First match, Lu Xiaoyun vs Lin Fei. The first match of the 93rd round officially started. However, it was not the anticipated match between the giants, which disappointed everyone. However, the two people in the wind cloud platform were experts of their own domains. Their matches would not be boring. When facing the genius bladesman Lin Fei, Lu Xiaoyun did not get careless. He would not make the same mistake as he did against Chu Xiaoyan. He used his full power from the start. A cold wind howled and frost instantly covered the wind cloud platform. As Lu Xiaoyun sent out his sword intent, snowflakes drifted down. The various powerful techniques of the drifting snow sword sect were perfectly executed in Lu Xiaoyun's hands. At this moment, Lin Fei was much more mature than when he first started the Five-Nation Youth Competition. There was no longer any arrogance in Lin Fei's eyes. Instead, there was only seriousness and caution. He was clearly enduring. Dang, dang, dang. Saber lights shot out everywhere and sword images filled the air. Sword chi and saber chi moved about wantonly. The strength that the two displayed was equal. In terms of saber intent and sword intent, they did not give way to each other. However, Lu Xiaoyun's state of ice was stronger than Lin Fei's state of earth. Based on the current situation, Lu Xiaoyun held a slight advantage. However, this was only temporary. Everyone knew that Lin Fei still had not used the Earth Vein Saber technique. If Lu Xiaoyun could block that unpredictable Earth Vein Saber technique, he would be confident of obtaining victory. If he could not block it, the victor would be hard to predict. Xiao. As the saber hummed, Lin Fei, who had been silent for a long time, finally found the most suitable opportunity to execute the Earth Vein Saber technique. A strand of cold saber chi exploded the ice on the ground and quickly headed for Lu Xiaoyun's chest. Lu Xiaoyun smiled gently, not flustered at all. He said, "I have been waiting for you for a long time." Absolute Ice Shadow Sword. The surrounding temperature plummeted. Lu Xiaoyun's upper body trembled. Before everyone's shocked gazes, he split into two. Two strands of sword light flickered. One blocked the attack from Lin Fei's main body while the other blocked the saber chi shooting out from the ground. When the two figures merged back together, Lin Fei's eyes widened. When the two figures merged back together, a cold chill turned into a snow-white sword chi and shot out from the sword, forcing Lin Fei back. With the Earth Vein Saber technique broken, Lin Fei could not gain the upper hand with his saber intent. His state was also slightly weaker. After 100 moves, Lin Fei could only helplessly admit defeat. Lu Xiaoyun sheathed his sword and said softly, "Thank you for letting me win." This battle had proven Lu Xiaoyun's reputation. His miserable defeat at the hands of Chu Xiaoyan was not because he was weak or because the disparity was too great. It was because he had been careless. Chapter 591. Second match, Feng Hua vs Lu Chang. Just like that, another 5 matches passed. None of them were battles between giants, causing the cultivators who were anxiously waiting to watch the battles between giants to feel a sense of irritation. Just as this frustration reached its peak, the referee in the arena finally called out the names of the giants. 12th match, Eastern Sea's Little Dragon King, Xianyuan Zhantian vs the noble clans Li Tianhua. The entire arena immediately erupted into an uproar. It's finally time for the giants to fight. The 8 giants only have 8 matches left. They all have the same number of points. Every match will determine their final ranking, so they will definitely do their best. Indeed, at this moment they cannot hide their strength. Otherwise, if they lose, they might lose the chance to fight for the first rank. Xianyuan Zhantian vs Li Tianhua. Both of their strengths are unfathomable. I wonder who will win. One is a coiling dragon of the continent, and the other is a flood dragon of the Eastern Sea. This can be considered a fight between 2 dragons. Aha! Everyone's gazes focused on the wind cloud platform. All sorts of discussions rang out. When all the voices merged together, it was very noisy. In the crowd, Xiao Chen also looked over. These 2 people were worthy of being called giants, especially Xianyuan Zhantian. Xiao Chen felt that Xianyuan Zhantian's strength was much more horrifying than he showed. Xinyuan Zhantian was one of his strongest opponents. After the two giants ascended the wind cloud platform, the noisy discussions quickly stopped. Everyone stared at the wind cloud platform. The two of them stood in a corner of the arena and looked at each other. Their sharp auras clashed intensely in the air. Before they even made a move, strong winds blew continuously. Li Tianhua smiled gently and said, "I have long heard that there is an absolute genius in the Eastern Boundless Sea, known as the Eastern Sea's Little Dragon King. Now that I see him, he truly lives up to his reputation." Xinyuan Zhantian held his heavenly war halberd and remained silent. He knew that the other party still had something to say. Indeed, Li Tianhua stopped smiling. His gaze became as sharp as a sword. He said sullenly, "Unfortunately, this is the Tianwu continent, not the Boundless Sea. There is no water here. What can you do?" Xinyuan Zhantian's expression did not change. He said indifferently, "If you really think that way, you will probably suffer a miserable defeat." Their words clashed with each other, and their auras refused to give in to each other. Immediately, the two of them were filled with the smell of gunpowder, as if they would explode at any moment. Boom. After a long moment of silence, when the atmosphere had reached its pinnacle, the two of them suddenly moved at the same time. Two blurry silhouettes crossed each other in the air. Their speed was as fast as lightning. Everyone could vaguely see two dragon-shaped gases entangling and tearing at each other in the air. Li Tianhua's spear transformed into a coiling dragon, known as the true dragon of the land. There was also the flood dragon transformed from the heavenly battle halberd, known as the overlord of the sea and the king of the abyss. Bang bang bang. As the spear and halberd clashed, a thunderous boom resounded on the stage. As the flood dragon soared up and down, the sound of seawater rang out as it moved. The coiling dragon stood firmly on the ground. When it was still, it was like a towering mountain not trembling. When it moved, it was like lava erupting, destroying the world. The two of them used the special characteristics of the flood dragon and the coiling dragon to infuse into their martial techniques, bringing them out to their fullest. The state of the battle made everyone sigh in amazement. It was like there were really two dragons fighting on the stage. However, no matter what, the coiling dragon was on land. After more than 100 moves, Xinyuan Zhantian's overwhelming attacks crumbled. On the other hand, Li Tianhua's counterattacks caused Xinyuan Zhantian to suffer a small disadvantage. The situation did not look good for him. Haha. What Eastern Sea's Little Dragon King? You are only SOSO. Receive my double dragon playing with a pearl. Now that Li Tianhua had the upper hand, he laughed loudly. His spear moved left and right, forming two indistinguishable spear images. Each of the spears materialized a ferocious coiling dragon. The instant the spear images merged, the two coiling dragons roared ferociously and charged over. Based on the ferocious look in the coiling dragon's eyes, they clearly treated Xinyuan Zhantian as a toy. Xinyuan Zhantian smiled gently and scattered the dragon images circling his war halberd. He said sullenly, "Two false dragons, do you really think of yourselves as true dragons? Today, even if you are a true dragon, you will still have to coil up." Bang. The tip of the heavenly war halberd struck the wind cloud platform heavily. Cracks immediately appeared on the flat platform. Countless strands of dragon chi leaked out, and dragon roars resounded endlessly. A vast sea appeared behind Xinyuan Zhantian. The blue waves stretched as far as the eye could see. As Xinyuan Zhantian stood on the sea, a state of kingship suddenly burst out from his body. The waves surged into the sky and 18 pillars of water shot up. The state of kingship soared into the sky. The king of the sea. He actually comprehended the state of kingship as well? When Li Tianhua saw this scene, he could not help but reveal a flustered expression. "Ah! Lie down for me." Xinyuan Zhantian laughed maniacally and thrust his hands forward. The two coiling dragons which had been toying with him, suddenly turned around. The two coiling dragons which were originally toying with him, were immediately pressed down on the vast sea, letting out miserable cries. "Just two little worms and you dare to show off before me?" Xinyuan Zhantian shouted ferociously. His thick eyebrows knitted together tightly, and his face filled with rage. He squeezed the dragon heads with both hands. Kasie. There was a faint scarlet light. Xinyuan Zhantian broke the heads of the two coiling dragons made of essence. Xinyuan Zhantian held one dragon head in each hand and casually tossed it aside. Li Tianhua's double dragon playing with pearl was destroyed just like that. Li Tianhua's expression turned sullen. He clenched his teeth and said, "Good. How dare you humiliate me like this? Xinyuan Zhantian, I do not care if you are the Eastern Sea's king. Now that we are in the Tianwu continent, I, Li Tianhua, will beat you up into a worm. Li Tianhua shouted loudly and exerted strength in his abdomen. Strange sounds came from his throat, and the rumbling sound waves spread out from his mouth. They formed storm-like ripples, causing the wind cloud platform to tremble continuously. Unexpectedly, Li Tianhua used his body of flesh and blood to roar like a coiling dragon. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the spectator stands all felt their scalps go numb. That sound wave seemed to penetrate into their minds, making them feel a resolute rage. Li Tianhua looked like a ferocious coiling dragon. As he walked, cracks appeared on the ground. Strands of dragon chi soared up. However, the dragon roar contained in the dragon chi was completely suppressed by his roar. Coiling dragon rage, heaven falls and earth rends. Li Tianhua held his spear and pointed it at the sky. His spear flickered with light, materializing the power of a coiling dragon. It seemed like it wanted to shatter the sky and earth, to crush Shenyuan Zhantian, the ruler of the four seas, into a meat patty. Shenyuan Zhantian's lips curled up in a mocking expression. He snorted coldly and said, "How foolish! An insignificant ordinary dragon dares to compete with me?" Shenyuan Zhantian grabbed the heavenly war halberd that he had stabbed into the wind cloud platform with his right hand. Then he roared loudly, and a vast state of kingship surged out from his chest and throat. Bang, 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 bang. The golden sound wave contained the rage of a king as it clashed with Li Tianhua's coiling dragon rage. Kaxie, Kaxie. Crunching sounds rang out continuously. The sound wave that Li Tianhua sent out was all shattered. Ripples spread out in the air, forming chaotic ripples that caused the entire space to appear blurry and hazy. The roars of the two giants created such a mysterious phenomenon. The cultivators in the spectator stands were all filled with praise when they saw this. Coiling dragon rage, blood splashes the mountains and rivers. Holding the heavenly war halberd, Shenyuan Zhantian clashed with Li Tianhua once again, supported by the state of kingship. When he attacked, he knocked back his opponent by 100 meters. After knocking back Li Tianhua with one move, Shenyuan Zhantian laughed loudly and quickly took a few steps forward. With every step he took, waves surged up and down, materializing the boundless momentum of a vast ocean. Defeat, defeat, defeat. Waves surged into the sky. Shenyuan Zhantian's every move was accompanied by the vast state of kingship, forcing Li Tianhua into a retreat. Damn it! Blood leaked out of a corner of Li Tianhua's lips. He revealed an expression of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He was a true dragon, unrivaled on land. He should have been able to easily defeat Shenyuan Zhantian. However, who could have imagined that Shenyuan Zhantian would comprehend his own state of kingship from the unending state of water? Turning into the ruler of the four seas, he managed to overcome his disadvantage. In the final 8 rounds, if one lost, one would lose the right to fight for the first rank. Li Tianhua roared loudly, "I am not satisfied." 9 dragons swallowing the heavens. 9 majestic ancient coiling dragons appeared together with Li Tianhua's spear light. They bared their fangs and roared maniacally. Ha ha, how laughable. You are just an ordinary dragon and you dare to speak of swallowing the heavens? Li Tianhua, you are not qualified. I am the ruler of the four seas, the son of the yellow sky. Today I will represent the heavens to punish you. Shenyuan Zhantian revealed an expression of disdain. He laughed loudly and the vast ocean behind him soared up. 9 dragon images appeared on the heavenly war halberd as well. However, those dragon images were deeply carved into the halberd. The vast heavenly might turned into the state of kingship. The halberd gave off a bright golden light. Every strand of golden light was formed by the pure state of kingship. It was even stronger than Yu Chenxi's morning sun fist. Shenyuan Zhantian swung his right hand forward, holding the end of the heavenly war halberd with one hand. He swept out with an unparalleled aura, and the 9 ancient coiling dragons shattered. Shenyuan Zhantian took another step forward, moving to a blind spot in Li Tianhua's defense. Then he switched the heavenly war halberd to his left hand and flicked it forward. Li Tianhua was sent flying like a sandbag. Bang, bang, bang. Although it looked like a gentle flick, the force contained in it was startling. Blood leaked out of Li Tianhua's mouth. His clothes tore and eventually turned into dust. The crowd was dumbfounded. As they looked at the godlike Shenyuan Zhantian, they felt a sense of worship in their hearts. This state of kingship was no weaker than Sima Lingxuan's. Victory, Shenyuan Zhantian. You have gained another 2 points. The referee's calm voice rang out, pulling the crowd's attention back to reality. They saw that Li Tianhua's 23-meter-long golden dragon had dimmed significantly. It had shrunk by 3 meters, becoming a second-rate dragon. After defeating a major character like Li Tianhua, Xianyuan Zhantian's golden dragon gave off a bright light. It grew to 23 meters, no weaker than Bai Qi's. Chapter 592. This is the strength of a true giant. How unfortunate for Li Tianhua. In the end, he is not a true dragon of the continent. Finally, there is one more person who can compete with Sima Lingxian. Of the 8 giants, only 7 remain. Let's see how many giants will fall in this round. Basically, as long as one loses a match, they will lose their qualifications to fight for the top. In the last few rounds, the number of people who can reach the top will shrink. Xianyuan Zhantian strode forward with his head held high. He ignored Li Tianhua, who was lying on the ground with an expression of dissatisfaction and rage. Next round, Xiaoqin vs. Wang Quan. The referee on the wind cloud platform announced the names of the 2 sides in the next match. The cultivators in the spectator stands, who were immersed in the earlier match, immediately burst into an uproar. Awesome! Another giant battle. Although Wang Quan is clearly weaker than Bai Qi and the others, his opponent is Xiaoqin. The result of this match is hard to predict. That's right. Earlier, Wang Quan used many moves to defeat Gong Yangyu. However, he was able to defeat Lin Fei in one move. He is stronger than Xiaoqin. Based on the strength that he revealed, Wang Quan should be stronger than Xiaoqin. Although the 8 giants were ranked first, the crowd could still use the strength that they revealed to determine who was stronger. Naturally, Sima Lingxian and Bai Qi were ranked first. Xianyuan Zhantian and Chu Chaoyun were ranked second. Yu Chenxi, Li Tianhua, and Wang Quan were ranked third. Xiaoqin was ranked last. However, no matter what, this was just a guess. Who was stronger and who was weaker could only be determined after a fight. On the wind cloud platform, Wang Quan held the handle of the Dragon Fiend whip in his right hand and held the whip in his left hand. As he looked at the white-robed Xiaoqin, he did not rush to make a move. A deep light flashed in Wang Quan's eyes. After thinking for a while, he said, "White-robed bladesman Xiaoqin, the only cultivator to reach the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower in the past 1,000 years. Actually, I have heard of you long ago. You are very strong. However, your weakness prevents you from reaching the top. Do you know what your weakness is?" Although Wang Quan's voice was not loud, the cultivators in the spectator stand still heard him clearly. Naturally, they had heard of the ancient desolate tower before. When they saw Xiaoqin's calm expression, shock filled their eyes. Unexpectedly, this white-robed bladesman had such a glorious past despite his silent consecutive victories. He was too low-key. Unexpectedly, he had managed to reach the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower. Just based of this, his background was already comparable to that of the heirs of the 8 noble clans. Xiaoqin looked at Wang and said interestedly, "Xiao, Wang of Wang. Xiao Disof of desolate descent Xiao. Of Tianoff, of Xiao, of Desi's of Dao, of Qin Xiao, of." When Xiaoqin heard this, he was slightly stunned. However, his expression did not change. Wang Quan was right. Xiaoqin's cultivation was indeed too low. Even the weakest of the 8 giants was a great perfection half-step martial monarch. The stronger ones were peak consummation half-step martial monarchs. As for Xiaoqin, he was only a small perfection half-step martial monarch. However, this was not a problem. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was a supreme cultivation technique of immortal cultivators. It was comparable to a heaven-ranked cultivation technique of cultivators. Xiaoqin's essence was abundant and dense. He could only be stronger than those people. Unless those people had already opened their sea of consciousness and started to use their mental energy to refine quintessence, it would be somewhat problematic. Of course, that was all there was to it. An expression of understanding flashed on Wang Quan's face. He continued, "You have figured out the problem, right?" "That's right. As far as I know, Bai Qi already opened his sea of consciousness 3 months ago. Now, a fifth of the essence in his body has probably been refined into quintessence. Sima Lingxian is even more incredible. He already opened his sea of consciousness half a year ago." Xiaoqin's expression remained calm. He could tell that the other party was trying to break his mental state. He interrupted, "Let's cut to the chase. About 1/10 of your essence should have been refined into quintessence, right? You can try and see if I can reach the top." After Xiaoqin's words hit the nail on the head, Wang Quan's expression sank. He smiled coldly and said, "The strength of quintessence is not something you can imagine. Originally I wanted you to back off. However, since you want to fight, I can only grant your wish." Xiao Qin released the coiled dragon fiend whip with his left hand and infused his quintessence into it. The soft whip instantly seemed to come to life. It tore a small crack in space as it descended towards Xiao Qin. As the whip slid down, the tiny spatial crack rapidly closed. Clearly, although the whip could break through the void, it was still a little forceful. The speed at which the dragon fiend whip descended was as fast as lightning, as swift as a rabbit. With a schwa sound, it shattered the afterimage that Xiao Qin left behind. Then the whip landed on the ground. A crack immediately appeared on the wind cloud platform. Boundless dragon chi spread out. A casual whip possessed such might, flabbergasting everyone. A strange look flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes. He turned around and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art, moving quickly around the wind cloud platform, dodging the whip's sharpness. There were very few people in the Tianwu continent who could use a whip. This was because the whip technique was too difficult to practice. It was a test of talent. However, once someone reached great perfection, they would be very difficult to deal with, just like Wang Quan before Xiao Qin. Wang Quan brought out the unpredictable characteristics of the whip technique to its limits. Then he used his quintessence to supplement it. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin kept retreating, unable to find a good counterattack. Indeed, essence cannot compare to quintessence. The difference is too great. This Wang Quan actually opened his sea of consciousness. This time Xiao Qin is going to lose for sure. How unfortunate. He did not have enough time to grow. The signs are all 2 or 3 years older than him. Otherwise he would have started refining his quintessence as well. Cultivation is indeed his weakness. No matter how good his techniques are, there is nothing he can do about it. As the spectators watched Xiao Qin dodge left and right, they all felt pity for him, feeling that it was not worth it. White-robed bladesman, didn't you already comprehend saber intent? Your saber techniques have also reached great perfection. Why do you not even dare to draw your saber? As Wang Quan held the dragon fiend whip, he had a faint smile on his face as he brandished it. At one moment, it was as soft as a venomous snake coming out of its hole. At another moment, it was as hard as 1,000 cold mountains. The dragon fiend whip was like an extra arm in Wang Quan's hand. Wang Quan was very adept at switching between hard and soft. He executed all sorts of martial techniques that could only be executed with the whip. They rained down on Xiao Qin like a torrential storm. As the whip moved, it formed an impenetrable light screen, forcing Xiao Qin back step by step. The quintessence infused into the dragon fiend whip raised the might of this light screen to the limit. As the whip images flew around, it seemed like they sliced space apart. Wang Quan glanced at the wind cloud barrier not far behind Xiao Qin. He smiled coldly and said, "Are you still not going to draw your saber?" Netherworld demonic whip. Wang Quan swung his wrist thrice in the air. In that instant, the 2-meter-long dragon fiend whip sent out thousands of whip images. They turned into countless sinister and horrifying evil spirits from other worlds. They danced around chaotically, looking like the 9 layers of purgatory. There was no way back. If he went forward, it would be a purgatory made up of whip images. Wang Quan was forcing Xiao Qin to clash head-on with him. Since there was no way to retreat and no way to advance, then he would fight. Xiao Qin stopped and rooted himself to the ground. He stood firmly on the wind cloud platform like an ancient tree. An intense storm blew from the front, causing his clothes and hair to flutter. However, his body did not move at all. He had a prideful air, not fearing this purgatory. Even more so, he did not fear the quintessence on the whip images. Xiao Qin grasped the saber hilt with his right hand and slowly drew the lunar shadow saber by an inch. As a light flickered, his saber intent rose continuously. 10%, 20%, 30%, peak small perfection. 40%, it continued to rise. When the long, pitch-black lunar shadow saber was completely drawn, Xiao Qin unleashed his peak saber intent uncontrollably. The dazzling saber light dazzled and flabbergasted everyone. 60%. It really is a 60% comprehended saber intent. Although it has not reached perfect control, it really is a 60% comprehended saber intent. It completely surpasses Bai Chi's peak small perfection saber intent. He is only a step away from great perfection. With this, even Sima Lingxuan's sword intent will not be able to suppress his saber intent. The cultivators in the spectator stands discussed this. They had not expected Xiao Qin to have such a trump card. They were not the only ones shocked. The expressions of the 8 giants turned grave as well. This was especially so for Bai Chi. A look of shock flashed in his eyes. All along, Bai Chi had considered himself to be the top bladesman of the Tianwu continent's younger generation. However, the saber intent that Xiao Chen brought out completely shattered this halo. Xiao Chen's saber intent was 20% higher than Bai Qi's. Bai Qi clenched his right fist tightly and consoled himself, "Saber intent is nothing. I have the four-season saber technique. No bladesman will be a match for me. Absolutely not." When Chu Chaoyun saw this scene, he smiled gently and said, 60% comprehended saber intent. Although it is not mature, it is sufficient to stand out from the crowd. The people of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and Bai, who were originally worried for Xiao Chen, all heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao. Xiao Chen had yet to fully grasp the 60% comprehended saber intent. Strands of extremely strong saber wind surged out uncontrollably in all directions. The fiendish demons and malicious spirits formed by quintessence were all chopped into nothingness. The fiendish demons and malicious spirits could not resist at all. The strength of the 60% comprehended saber intent far surpassed everyone's expectations. Wang Quan had only refined a tenth of his quintessence. It was not enough. The situation of the battlefield instantly turned around. The wind blew, the clouds moved, and the clouds gathered with the wind. With the support of the 60% comprehended saber intent, Xiao Chen executed the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. It carried the momentum of the wind and clouds as it chopped down countless fiendish demons and malicious spirits, breaking through hell. When the saber light struck Wang Quan's protective quintessence, there was a dang sound. The quintessence shield trembled, but it did not shatter. Blood leaked out of Wang Quan's mouth. He laughed loudly and said, "I have a quintessence shield. I am naturally undefeatable. Your 60% comprehended saber intent is not dense enough. You will not be able to break my quintessence shield." "Ignorant? Do I need to break it?" Xiao Chen said softly. The crystal chi whirlpool in his body spun rapidly. The surging essence gathered on the saber. With the support of the saber intent, the leaping electric light looked like a resplendent purple sun. Bang. Chapter 593. Xiao Chen brought out all of his essence, supported by his 60% comprehended saber intent and the peak state of thunder. With one saber strike, Wang Quan vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying. That strong quintessence shield fluctuated and rippled, but it did not shatter. However, the pure force that passed through it caused Wang Quan's internal organs to be in a mess. "Stop fighting, I admit defeat." Wang Quan, who landed on the ground, felt incredible pain. When he saw that Xiao Chen still wanted to continue fighting, he quickly admitted defeat. Wang Quan's quintessence was nearly exhausted. If Xiao Chen attacked again, his originally insufficient quintessence would shatter. Xiao Chen's golden dragon immediately swallowed up another 3 meters of the 23-meter-long golden dragon above him. Its light dimmed and it was only 15 meters long. Xiao Chen's golden dragon was dazzling and full of vigor. It was 25 meters long. Sheathing his saber, Xiao Chen prepared to leave the arena. He paused for a while and said to Wang Quan, "My cultivation is indeed not high. However, you cannot stop me. Even without this 60% comprehended saber intent, I can still defeat you easily." 60% comprehended saber intent and the gathering of wind and clouds, Xiao Chen defeated Wang Quan, one of the giants, in one move. Even though Wang Quan had a high cultivation, even opened his sea of consciousness, and refined a tenth of his essence into quintessence, he was still not a match for Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen revealed another trump card, the so-called tenth of his quintessence was no longer sufficient. At this moment, no one thought that Xiao Chen was the weakest of the 8 giants. With such strength he could compete with Bai Qi. If Xiao Chen was more daring, he might be able to fight with Sima Lingxian. However, his chances of victory would be slightly lower. Next match, Nangong Ziyue against Baiming Shang. This was another match between the noble clan disciples. Although the two had lost a few matches earlier and lost the fight for the top 8, their strength was still there. However, his strength was still there and he was a popular contender for the top 10. This battle was still quite eye-catching. Baiming Shang excelled at palm techniques. His lamenting palm perfectly materialized the emotionless Tao. His palm technique was cold and emotionless. Every move contained a strong might. However, Baiming Shang's opponent was Nangong Ziyue. Her state of mountain and water was as calm as rippling water. However, when it moved, it shook the ground. She did not fear his emotionless Tao. The two were evenly matched. After exchanging 400 moves, an opening appeared in Baiming Shang's emotionless Tao. Nangong Ziyue took advantage of this opportunity to obtain victory. With only 8 rounds remaining, Nangong Ziyue obtained victory. She was one step closer to the top 10. With Nangong Ziyue's victory Shao of Shao Dao and Qi Yushang. There were 8 Chen 7. 7 Qin of Qin. Only one had Shao, Qin, 7, and Qin, the 8 Qin of the 7. Of. Wang Qin Shao of Qin of Shang Wood, of brothers, after of the 8 matches, there were only 8 giants. Aside from himself he could only fight 7 matches against the other 7 giants. Naturally, the remaining match would be decided by the other contestants. How to arrange it was up to the referee. However, the remaining match did not put much pressure on the 8 giants. Lu Xiaoyun looked at the confident Sima Lingxian and sighed softly. He smiled bitterly and said, 3 years ago I could last 10 moves against you. Now, after 3 years I probably cannot even block 1 move from you. Sima Lingxian, how about we compete in the sword? We will only compete in the sword and nothing else. Competing in the sword was similar to competing in the saber. Both parties would draw their swords at the same time. Whoever's sword could defeat the other parties would be the winner. Naturally, Lu Xiaoyun's sword was not as strong as Sima Lingxuan's. The reason he said this was because he wanted to compete with Sima Lingxian in the sword. He wanted to comprehend Sima Lingxuan's sword intent and use it to improve himself. Sima Lingxian had a proud and aloof personality. He looked down on all the swordsmen in the world. Lu Xiaoyun had a request for him. At this moment he was extremely humble. His gaze was fiery, hoping that Sima Lingxian would agree. With your status and strength, you are qualified to compete in the sword with me. Prepare to draw your sword. Sima Lingxian muttered to himself for a while and did not reject Lu Xiaoyun's suggestion. An excited expression flashed in Lu Xiaoyun's eyes. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks." After Lu Xiaoyun spoke, he grasped his sword hilt with his right hand. His essence, state of ice, sword intent, and his understanding of the sword Dao all accumulated at this moment. Competing with swords sounded simple. It was just pulling out the sword and throwing it out. However, this simple action contained many aspects of truth. Sword intent, sword move, state, and force of attack. As long as there was a mistake in any one of these aspects, the instant the sword was drawn, it would be full of openings. The atmosphere instantly turned heavy. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. The wind cloud platform fell deathly silent. Both sides remained silent, accumulating their moves. Amidst this endless silence, there was suddenly a resonant sword hum. The sword hum was long, continuous and solemn. As the sword intent trembled, the huge wind cloud arena trembled continuously. The two of them made their moves at the same time. A solitary sword spun quickly in the air, causing snowflakes to dance in the air. The sword intent gave off a silvery white light, making the place even colder. Cold, extreme cold, cold and emotionless. This was Lu Xiaoyun's state. His sword intent also served this purpose. On the other side, Sima Lingxuan's sword flickered with a golden light. Strong winds filled the air and clouds churned. As the winds blew and clouds churned, it contained a vast state of kingship. This was a sword of kingship. With the support of Sima Lingxuan's 60% comprehended sword intent, the state of kingship appeared very tyrannical and mighty. It faintly gave off the boldness of 10,000 swords. It was the king of swords. Dang! The two swords quickly clashed. Lu Xiaoyun's sword was knocked back with a bang. Then it broke into 2 pieces. As for Sima Lingxuan's sword, it gave off a xiu sound and easily stabbed into the wind cloud platform with a brilliant sword intent. Cracks appeared in the sword, and dragon qi immediately soared up. The hazy dragon qi increased the aura of that proud sword significantly. The sharpness of the sword of kingship soared into the clouds, nearly breaking the wind cloud barrier in the sky. Before that sword of kingship, Lu Xiaoyun could not resist at all. The difference between their sword intent and sword intent was too great. The sword was a swordsman's second clone. This sword had followed Lu Xiaoyun for an unknown number of days and nights. It had killed countless enemies. Unknowingly, it had already infused Lu Xiaoyun's qi, blood and soul. Now that the sword broke, blood leaked out of a corner of Lu Xiaoyun's lips. His complexion turned pale and his mind became extremely fatigued. After being defeated in one move, Sima Lingxian immediately swallowed up a significant portion of Lu Xiaoyun's 20-meter-long golden dragon, making it much dimmer. However, Sima Lingxuan's golden dragon did not grow much longer. It was still 27 meters long. With Xiao Chen's current luck, unless he defeated the 8 giants, it would be hard for his golden dragon to grow any longer. Lu Xiaoyun wiped off the blood from the corner of his lips. He was not in a rush to get off the wind cloud platform. Instead, he closed his eyes and carefully comprehended the state of Sima Lingxuan's sword when the two swords clashed. After a long time, Lu Xiaoyan opened his eyes. His pale face revealed a gratified expression as he picked up the 2 broken swords from the wind cloud platform. When competing with swordsmen, I always use my full power. I will not hold anything back. Sima Lingxian said something that others could not understand. Then he gently landed on the wind cloud platform. However, Lu Xiaoyan was slightly stunned. He understood what Sima Lingxian meant. He was advising him not to be dispirited. However, Sima Lingxian had a proud and aloof character. It would be impossible for him to console others directly. Hence, he was beating around the bush. The first round of the competition ended amidst everyone's excitement. Of the 8 giants, Wang Quan and Li Tianhua were defeated, losing their chance to fight for the first rank. The 2 giants' matches did not disappoint the crowd. Xiao Chen fought against Wang Quan and Shenyuan Zhantian fought against Li Tianhua. These 2 people were the new talents of this 5-nation youth competition. They suddenly rose to prominence and advanced rapidly. Their achievements rose steadily. The golden dragon circling above their heads grew crazily, not stopping at all. This was especially so for Xiao Chen. He was even more unfathomable. Since the start of the elimination rounds, he had not been defeated once. Under the circumstances where many cultivators did not think highly of him, Xiao Chen kept on winning, defeating all his opponents. Just when everyone thought that his winning streak was about to end, he would reveal some of his trump cards and defeat his opponent. No one knew how many trump cards Xiao Chen had. This youth from the Great Qin nation wore white robes and held a saber. He defeated all the outstanding talents, noble clans disciples, sect disciples and veteran giants. He was neither arrogant nor rash, neither servile nor overbearing. He always had a clear and indifferent expression on his face. First match, Bai Qi against Yu Chenxi. The 94th round began. The referee unhurriedly announced the lineups of the 2 sides. This is another battle between giants. I wonder who will push who down. On the road to the peak, one has to win everything in order to reach the top. Failure is not tolerated. The competition has been going on for quite some time. Bai Qi has the 4-season saber technique. I wonder what other trump cards Yu Chenxi will have. In the spectator seats, everyone discussed animatedly, and they were extremely excited. In terms of strength, Yu Chenxi was not much weaker than Xiao Chen. On the wind cloud platform, Bai Qi did not have any intention of underestimating Yu Chenxi. It was like a mountain with steep cliffs and steep cliffs. The path was filled with thorns and too many climbers had died on it. The few people who could see the summit already had no path of retreat. If they fell, they would be left behind by the other climbers. 3 years of hard work, day and night, achieving success in one go. His dream was right in front of him. He had waited too long for this moment. Bai Qi had too many things to prove. He could not afford to lose. He could not lose. He absolutely could not lose. Fight. 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes. Without needing to say anything, the moment the referee announced the start of the match, the momentum that Bai Qi had been storing up erupted. His overwhelming fighting spirit turned into a dazzling saber light as he executed the first strike of the 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes, hacking at Yu Chenxi. Yu Chenxi had a grave expression. Caution filled her pretty face. She had no intention of giving up against Bai Qi. Yu Chenxi took a deep breath and infused her essence into her right fist. A golden light exploded and shattered the saber qi, turning it into a rain of light that fell to the ground. Second heaven-breaking saber strike. Right after the saber light shattered, the second heaven-breaking saber strike with an even more ferocious aura descended. Third strike, fourth strike, fifth strike, Bai Qi stood rooted to the ground, not moving at all. He held his saber in his right hand and brandished it continuously. The 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes rained down like a torrential storm. Chapter 594. The saber intent contained a strong saber intent, each strike stronger than the one before. At the start, Yu Chenxi was relaxed. The pressure slowly increased and he started to move back. Without moving, Bai Qi circulated the essence in his body and turned it into the 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes, forcing Yu Chenxi back by more than 10 steps. 18th saber strike. Bai Qi roared ferociously. He had not moved since the start of the competition. Now he finally moved. When he did not move, the saber lights were like a never-ending storm, forcing his opponent back. However, when Bai Qi moved, he was as still as a mountain. There was only a great spirit hidden in his saber. He turned into an ancient divine mountain that could suppress the sun, the moon, the rivers, and the stars. His movements were unpredictable. A grave look flashed in Yu Chenxi's eyes. When facing the final saber strike of the heaven-breaking saber technique, He brought out the might of the morning sun incantation to the 13th layer. A blazing sun slowly rose from behind him, materializing the state of the morning sun. Light illuminates the sky. With a ferocious roar, Wuxia leaped up together with the blazing sun. The golden sun made her look as beautiful as a goddess. Everyone stopped breathing, not daring to breathe loudly lest they ruin this beautiful scene. At this moment, everyone seemed to have forgotten that this beautiful scene hid Wuxia's huge killing move. Bang! A startling explosion rang out, pulling everyone out of the beautiful scenery. Surging shock waves spread out on the wind cloud platform. Beautiful purples and reds filled the air, surging majestically. Cracks appeared in the wind cloud barrier, looking like it would collapse at any moment. What a strong force. It looks like Wuxia only used less than 70% of his strength in his fight with Nangong Ziyue. I can't see clearly. Has the victor been decided? Who exactly is stronger? If Bai Qi loses like this, it would be a pity. He still has the 4-season saber technique that he has not used yet. That should not be the case. Bai Qi will not lose so easily. Who knows? All I can say is that anything is possible. Before he stepped onto the platform, did you expect Wuxia to burst forth with such an intense fist wind? In the spectator stands, everyone stood up and circulated their essence to their eyes. They wanted to find the figures of the two people in the multicolored chi waves. However, the thickness and density of the shock wave far surpassed their expectations. They could not see anything at all, so the group of cultivators could not help feeling anxious. The spring water flowed leisurely, warm at first, then cold at the next. Amid the heavy shock waves, everyone heard a familiar sound. It was Bai Qi executing the 4-season saber technique. It looked like the final move of this heaven-breaking saber technique lost to Wuxia's light illuminating the heavens. Otherwise he would not have used the 4-season saber technique. A delicate shout rang out from the airwaves as well. Wuxia was fearless in the face of this saber that contained the power of reincarnation. It was hard to tell whether it was warm or cold. As the light exploded, a punch that was even more powerful than the light illuminating the heavens burst forth. Since there was no way to know whether it was cold or warm, then he would directly use force to break through. Whatever Nangong Ziyue could not do, she would do it for Wuxia. Morning sun breaks dawn, heaven-shattering punch. Boom, 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 boom. Continuous explosions rang out in the shock waves. The sounds were like mountains collapsing and the ground sinking. A huge storm spread out from the center of the exchange. In an instant, the storm blew away the layers of shock waves that filled the arena. The scene on the wind cloud arena reappeared before everyone's eyes. They saw Wuxia standing on a rainbow bridge. The morning sun flickered behind her, giving off a faint radiance. The wind cloud platform looked peaceful. However, her complexion was extremely red, causing her beautiful face to appear somewhat sickly, causing people to involuntarily feel a sense of worry in their hearts. In front of her, Bai Qi's long robes fluttered as he slowly moved back. Then he slowly floated to the ground like a willow leaf. Bai Qi's complexion looked much better than Wuxia's. However, his expression turned completely sullen. He retreated. Everyone immediately became excited. Bai Qi, who executed the first move of the 4-season saber technique, was actually knocked back by Wuxia. Breaking technique with brute force. This is breaking technique with brute force. Although it is called coincidence, Bai Qi's first saber strike contained the power of the cycle of seasons. Just the power of the cycle of seasons is not something that ordinary people can block. However, not only did Wuxia knock back the power of the cycle of seasons, but he even broke the other party's state of spring water. Strong. He can still break the strongest martial technique under heaven ranked. A woman does not lose to a man. With this move, Wuxia can put us to shame. All the cultivators in the spectator stands became excited at this moment. The first move of the 4-season saber technique was actually knocked back. Everyone was filled with shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Their expressions were very excited. Spring is over and summer is coming. The flowing fire mercilessly illuminates the world. My heart is higher than the blazing sun. When Bai Qi landed on the ground, he did not hesitate. He shouted and executed the second move of the 4-season saber technique. Spring is over and summer is coming. The flowing fire of the 7th month burns mercilessly. However, there was a boundless fighting spirit in Bai Qi's heart. It was even stronger than the blazing sun of the 7th month. His heart was higher than the sky. This was the state that the Saber Emperor, Bai Shueha, had obtained from summer. Bai Qi copied it and executed it. When the boundless carelessness turned into a saber technique, it became a dazzling fiery light. There was a valiance that could swallow mountains and rivers. Pointing at the sky and stepping on the ground, there is only one saber. Bai Qi's voice was not loud. However, the instant he executed the saber technique, his aura suddenly magnified infinitely. It was very tyrannical. The hearts of the crowd in the spectator stands could not help but tighten. They had already taken the place of Yu Chenxi long ago. When they saw Bai Qi's horrifying second saber strike, they could not help but worry for Yu Chenxi. The sun rises from the east, red like fire. How can the blazing sun be defeated so easily? The lofty aspirations in my heart will never extinguish. I dare to go up to the 9 heavens to grab the bright moon. A red sun illuminates the 9 provinces. The light of the rivers for thousands of kilometers will never be extinguished. Yu Chenxi's flushed face glowed with pride. A lofty aspiration burst forth from her chest. A 7-colored pillar of light appeared behind her. Scarlet, orange, red, green, azure, blue and purple formed a miraculous 7-colored light. She turned into the blazing sun and shot out from the multicolored light. A fist several times stronger than the one before clashed with Bai Qi's tyrannical saber strike. Bang! The moment they clashed, the multicolored light behind her shattered, turning into a multicolored light that scattered over the wind cloud platform. She vomited a large mouthful of blood, and her complexion turned even redder. Only the dim morning sun continued to rise proudly behind her. On the other side, Bai Qi was in an even worse state. In an instant he was knocked back 100 meters. His speed did not decrease as he continued crashing into the wind cloud barrier. Once again Yu Chenxi knocked back the second move of the 4-season saber technique. Good. The crowd was very excited. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the spectator stands cheered in unison. Their shouts pierced through the clouds, and the entire wind cloud platform seemed to tremble. They were so excited that they could hardly contain themselves. Bai Qi broke another punch. The Haotian sect's Yu Chenxi might really be able to create a miracle. He might use brute force to break technique and defeat the famous 4-season saber technique, becoming the greatest dark horse of this 5-season saber tournament. The wind is heartless and summer is coming to an end. The people are like leaves, too sentimental. Even at death's door they still cling to the branch. The autumn wind rustles endlessly, sweeping away all the lovers in the world. Just as Bai Qi was about to crash into the wind cloud barrier, he forcefully turned around. He pushed off the wind cloud barrier and executed the third move of the 4-season saber technique. The world is heartless. The great Tao is heartless. This saber strike is cold and filled with love. It sweeps through the world with the might of the autumn wind. Can Yu Chenxi block it? Outside the wind cloud platform, Xiao Chen's eyes flickered with a brilliant light. His mind quickly tried to simulate Bai Qi's 4-season saber technique. From the moment Bai Qi executed long-lasting spring water, Xiao Chen placed all his attention on him. Xiao Chen's already much stronger spiritual sense pierced through the wind cloud barrier and turned into specks of light hidden in the air. He paid close attention to Bai Qi's every move. Bai Shueha truly lives up to being a saber emperor. It looks like he held back against me, a junior, in the ancient desolate tower. Otherwise, with the 4-season saber technique, I would not even be able to block one move from him. Xiao Chen quickly analyzed in his heart. However, when Bai Qi executed it, it lacks some spirituality. It seems more artificial. How unfortunate. Not to mention Xiao Chen, the other giants, Xianyuan Zhantian, Chu Chaoyin, and even Sima Lingxian, all watched Bai Qi's every move without blinking. The 4-season saber technique was too famous. It was rare for Yu Chenxi to help them push Bai Qi to this extent. If they did not properly comprehend the mysteries within, it would be a waste of this opportunity. Looks like I overestimated you. Your saber technique is pretty good, but your talent is still lacking. Sima Lingxian shared the same opinion as Xiao Chen. As he looked at Bai Qi on the wind cloud platform, a calm look flashed in his eyes. The confidence in his chest grew even stronger. Yu Chenxi's pretty face was extremely beautiful. Her bright red face looked like it would bleed at any moment. This was an extremely abnormal state. Clearly she had already reached her limits. She might not be able to block the third saber strike. In the sky, the pitch-black curtain of night was like an overturned cauldron. It directly flipped over and shrouded this part of the world. Just like that, night fell quietly. Bai Qi had not given up yet. Yu Chenxi still wanted to persevere, so she executed the strongest state of the morning sun fist. In the darkness, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He muttered, "This girl is pushing too hard." The deep night was boundless and boundless. It was so dark that one would not be able to see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. Humans had an innate fear and resistance to night. Hence, they called for the morning sun, hoping that the light would never be extinguished. Shio. Amid this boundless anticipation, the blazing sun broke through the night sky. Its boundless light shone on every corner of the wind cloud platform. Under the tempering of the night sky, this blazing sun looked different from the rest. Its light seemed eternal and inextinguishable. A red sun illuminated the 9 provinces. All the darkness could not be seen. When facing Bai Qi's four-season saber technique's third move, Wuxia still chose to use brute force to break technique. She prepared to use the strongest power of the morning sun to break the emotionless autumn wind. Bai Qi's expression was cold. There was no emotion in his eyes. The emotionless autumn wind blew behind him. Then he charged forward with this sweeping saber strike. Boom! A strong saber light flashed in the wind cloud platform. Following that, a dazzling light enveloped the entire wind cloud platform. Bai Qi looked at the crowd in the wind cloud platform. Aside from light, there was nothing else in his eyes. Chapter 595. There was neither silence nor scenery. There was no sound, no scene reflected in his eyes. All that was left was the pure light that drifted about. With a cracking sound, a resonant dragon roar rang out from within the light. The endless autumn wind blew gently, sweeping away the specks of light one by one. The autumn wind rose and fell. In midair, Bai Qi held his saber with one hand, drifting with the undulating autumn wind. Everyone looked up and saw Wuxia lying weakly on the ground, her complexion completely pale. The morning sun behind her had already dimmed to the point where it did not give off any light at all. Only a pale glow remained, like a flickering spark that would be extinguished by the wind at any moment. A long crack appeared on the ground, splitting the wind cloud platform in half. As the electric light flashed, the wind cloud platform slowly healed. Bai Qi sheathed his saber, and the autumn wind in the arena spun around and returned to his saber. Bai Qi landed on the ground, and blood appeared at the corner of his lips. However, he was in a much better state than Wuxia. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker, who was the victor and who was the loser. Bai Qi's golden dragon roared ferociously and swallowed up Wuxia's 23-meter-long golden dragon. After that, the golden dragon grew to 23 meters long, catching up to Sima Lingxian. Wuxia, who was on the ground, tried to stand up weakly. Bai Qi knew his condition, so he sent out a cool breeze and gently helped Wuxia up. Wuxia said softly, "Many thanks." Bai Qi looked deeply at this girl who had caught 3 of his saber strikes. A trace of respect flashed in the depths of his eyes. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "I have to thank you as well. You showed me some of the inadequacies of the four-season saber technique. I hope that we can have a chance to exchange pointers in the future." Gladly. The earth-shattering and intense battle just now had turned into gusts of cool breeze amidst the conversation between the two of them, and the tense atmosphere was gone with the wind. Our generation of martial artists should be like this, winning fair and above board, losing convincingly, being able to pick up and let go, being open-minded. The elders of the Haoyan sect nodded and smiled. With Wuxia's strength, it was certain that he would be in the top 5. This was the best result the Haoyan sect had ever achieved. When the two of them walked off the dueling platform, the experts of their sects, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly received them. They used spirit pills and profound cultivations to heal the two of them, recovering their combat prowess. In this round, Xiao Chen's opponent was a personal disciple of one of the 10 great sects, Dongfang Yubai. The two of them had never fought before. In the face of Xiao Chen, who was extremely popular and had unfathomable strength, Dongfang Yubai held onto a sliver of hope. He believed that he still had some trump cards hidden, so he did not choose to admit defeat immediately. Xiao Chen was not in a rush. He exchanged a few moves with this person. After his opponent used up all his trump cards, there was no longer any martial technique that could pique his interest. So Xiao Chen lost his patience and used his 60% comprehended saber intent. Then he used the lightning tribulation saber technique to defeat his opponent in 3 strikes. The absolute strength caused Dongfang Yubai's heart to turn to ashes. After defeating Dongfang Yubai, Xiao Chen's golden dragon grew significantly. It reached 26 meters, only 1 meter away from 27 meters. However, there was still some distance between him and Bai Qi. This was due to Xiao Chen's insufficient accumulations. After all, he had not participated in the previous 5-nation youth competition and obtained more luck. However, Xiao Chen did not think too much about it. As long as he stood at the peak, his luck would naturally surpass everyone else's. Next match, Sima Lingxian against Wang Quan. After 20 moves, Wang Quan, who had used his cloning technique, could no longer hold on. Sima Lingxian did not even use his quintessence. Wang Quan only used his state of kingship and the Son of Heaven sword technique, together with his 60% comprehended sword intent, to the point where Wang Quan could not retaliate. After losing to Xiao Chen, Wang Quan lost to Sima Lingxian. This time it was difficult for Wang Quan to even get into the top 3. When the 94th round of matches came to an end, another match between giants arrived, Xianyuan Zhantian against Chu Chaoyun. For the sake of preserving their strength in the elimination round, the two had chosen to fight in a tacit manner. After one move they ended in a draw. Draws were not allowed in the ranking matches. A victor had to be decided. Furthermore, at this moment the two had not lost a single match. At this crucial moment, neither could afford to lose. If they lost, they would lose the chance to reach the top. They had to do their best. Xianyuan Zhantian comprehended the higher-ranked state of kingship from the state of the sea. Chu Chaoyun should have some trump cards that he has not revealed yet. The battle between these two should be about the same. It will be much more exciting than the battle between Sima Lingxian and Wang Quan. Their chances of victory are about the same. However, I still favor Xianyuan Zhantian. After all, he was the only one who dared to compete with Sima Lingxian back then. Clearly, the attention this battle received was much greater than that of Sima Lingxian and Wang Quan's battle. Xiao Chen could tell this from the discussions in the surroundings. Xiao Chen paid special attention to this battle as well. He had always feared Chu Chaoyun, finding him unfathomable. From the start of the battle until now, Chu Chaoyun had not revealed many of his trump cards. Now that Chu Chaoyun was facing Xianyuan Zhantian, he could see how strong Xianyuan Zhantian was. When Xianyuan Zhantian faced Chu Chaoyun, he showed a grave expression. He casually swung his heavenly war halberd, and a vast sea spread out from behind him. Xianyuan Zhantian brought out the vast state of water to its limits. Instantly waves surged up and down. As Xianyuan Zhantian stood on that vast sea, he held up his heavenly war halberd and looked around arrogantly. "Rise!" Xianyuan Zhantian shouted, and a huge wave soared up from the sea. He held the heavenly war halberd with both hands and hacked down. Boom! A pillar of light descended from the sky and encased Chu Chaoyun. Within the golden light, Chu Chaoyun's aura was boundlessly holy. Every inch of his clothes and every strand of his hair gave off a faint golden glow. Xiao! A resonant sound rang out as Chu Chaoyun drew his sword. A sword intent spread out as he swung his sword in the wind, giving off a bright light. Before the heavenly war halberd could reach Chu Chaoyun, the golden sword easily blocked Xianyuan Zhantian's vast halberd strike. Berserk Dragon burst. After his first move failed, Xianyuan Zhantian quickly switched to another move. The waves under his feet spun wildly, forming a huge whirlpool. He turned into a flood dragon and hid himself. The waves rolled and the gales didn't stop. The powerful concept of water lingered and pervaded the entire arena, causing everyone to feel as if they were really in a vast ocean, and for no reason, a feeling of insignificance arose in their hearts. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and looked at the incoming berserk dragon burst. Instead of advancing, he retreated. A bright light flickered in his deep eyes as he looked at the whirlpool of the water dragon. It was like everything before his eyes was just an illusion. Heaven-destroying sword. The light that drifted down from the sword suddenly condensed into a line, turning into a dense sword light that shot forward. With the support of the sword will, the golden light even tore thin cracks in the void. And a muffled groan came from the water dragon burst. Xianyuan Zhantian, who was hidden within, brandished his heavenly war halberd and quickly retreated. When the berserk water dragon burst was within 2 centimeters of Chu Chaoyun, it shattered into droplets of rain and fell from the sky. They shattered and turned into droplets of rain falling from the sky. When they landed on the wind cloud platform, the droplets of rain exploded. The energy contained in the droplets of rain blasted out a horrifying shock wave, blowing out a boundless shock wave. Just a drop of rain had such power, it was very shocking. As the golden light spread out, before the strong raindrops could get close to Chu Chaoyun, they turned into hazy steam. Chu Chaoyun focused his gaze and seized the initiative. He did not hesitate to rush forward and launch a sharp counterattack. Dang! 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 The sea churned and the waves roared. Light filled the place. Amid the horrifying waves, the two quickly exchanged moves. In an instant they each exchanged more than 100 moves. Chu Chaoyun was the kind of person who would find it hard to turn the situation around once he grasped hold of an opportunity. The longer the fight dragged on, the more opportunities he would have at the very beginning. Along the way, several of Chu Chaoyun's opponents had been forced into a corner by Chu Chaoyun. Before they could execute their best moves, they had already been defeated. Taking advantage of the opening in Shenyuan Zhantian's berserk dragon burst, Chu Chaoyun launched his counterattack. Since then he had been at the upper hand. He launched a chain of attacks accompanied by flickering golden light, not stopping at a single one. I can't drag this out. Shenyuan Zhantian felt wary. The situation had not reached a point where it could not be salvaged yet. However, if this continued, the rhythm of the battle would fall into Chu Chaoyun's control. At that time, even if Shenyuan Zhantian did not want to lose, he would be defeated. He might end up like the others, not even having the chance to execute his best moves. I am the yellow sky's son, the king of the four seas. The might of a king sweeping through everything before me. Shenyuan Zhantian roared in his heart and finally brought out his state of kingship. In that instant 81 pillars of waves shot up into the sky from the vast sea behind him. The entire sea surged up, and the vast state of kingship surged out. This caused Shenyuan Zhantian's aura to change. The heavenly war halberd swept out like a roaring flood dragon. Shock flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. He immediately sent out a screen of golden swords before retreating. Boom, boom, boom. The rage of a king, splattering the mountains and rivers with blood. The screen of swords that Chu Chaoyun sent out did not have any effect. The heavenly war halberd tore through the screen of swords without any fear and struck the sword in front of Chu Chaoyun's chest. The chi and blood in Chu Chaoyun's body trembled endlessly as he retreated. When he landed, he left 2 3-centimeter deep footprints in the ground. I did not expect his state of kingship to have already reached such a level. He does not even need a moment to change it. Chu Chaoyun adjusted his breathing for a while and thought to himself, if I make a mistake, the situation will be gone. After Shenyuan Zhantian brought out the state of kingship, his strength instantly increased. His aura reached an oppressive level as he looked coldly at Chu Chaoyun. Shenyuan Zhantian roared ferociously, receive my move. Point to the heavens, trample on the earth. The 4 seas surged as Shenyuan Zhantian pointed his heavenly war halberd at the sky. A berserk energy surged out. A formless energy shot out from the tip of the halberd and tore a small hole in the wind cloud barrier. Even inferior-grade martial monarchs could not break the wind cloud barrier. Unexpectedly, Shenyuan Zhantian broke it with one point of his halberd. The expressions of the several martial monarchs in the city lord's residence changed. Chapter 596. Dragon Sealing City Lord Zhong Liang said sullenly, this fellow's strength and sharpness are comparable to some inferior-grade martial monarchs. The more horrifying thing was yet to come. Shenyuan Zhantian pointed his halberd forward and stomped heavily on the ground with his right foot. A long crack appeared on the wind cloud platform and quickly spread out. The huge wind cloud platform instantly split in half. Using the huge rebound force from his foot, Shenyuan Zhantian's speed broke through Mach 4, reaching the level of martial monarch. In a flash he arrived before Chu Chaoyun. Life-extinguishing blood-reversing sword. Chu Chaoyun's reaction was even faster than the eyes of the cultivators in the spectator stands. The instant Shenyuan Zhantian took 7 steps, Chu Chaoyun let go of his sword. Then he quickly drew a golden circle with his right palm. In an instant, 8 beams of light descended from the sky. At this moment, Chu Chaoyun's eyes turned completely golden. He gave off a feeling of nobility, honor, strength, and pride. Go! Shenyuan Zhantian smacked his palm heavily on the sword hilt floating in front of him. The golden pillar of light quickly elongated, just in time to welcome Shenyuan Zhantian, who was charging over with an aura of supremacy. Dang! Shenyuan Zhantian moved so fast that no one could see him in the air. Under the pressure of the golden light, he reappeared with his shield. The sword that followed immediately struck Shenyuan Zhantian. The timing of that sword strike was extremely precise. It was like a spiritual sword strike, magnificent and unmatched. Chu Chaoyun had struck the weak point of Shenyuan Zhantian's move. Chu Chaoyun easily broke the halberd move that pointed at the sky and stomped on the ground in a few moves. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, you can break my point to the heavens, drawing earth like this. What an eye-opener. What an eye-opener. In that case, receive another move from me. Shenyuan Zhantian felt extremely delighted. He did not feel dispirited at having his trump card broken. He laughed loudly and sent out all sorts of strong trump cards with the support of the state of kingship. Amidst the surging waves he attacked Chu Chaoyun. Every move of Shenyuan Zhantian's was not inferior to point to heaven trampling on the earth. Several cracks appeared on the wind cloud platform. The speed at which the wind cloud platform recovered could not keep up with Shenyuan Zhantian's speed of destruction. Chu Chaoyun didn't panic. His eyes were filled with endless golden light. 8 rays of golden light enveloped him. As he brandished his sword, he looked like a god walking in the world. Xiao Qun brought out the might of the state of light to an inconceivable level. He clashed head-on with Xinyuan Zhantian's state of kingship, not giving way at all, breaking all of Xinyuan Zhantian's moves. I have not felt so satisfied in a long time. You managed to break through 18 of my trump cards. Chu Chaoyin, if you can receive my next move, then I, Xinyuan Zhantian, can only concede defeat. Xinyuan Zhantian roared loudly and said, until the end of time, never ending. The surrounding ocean began to change strangely. First, it turned into a river, then into a lake, and finally into a small stream. In the end, the boundless ocean turned into an endless plain, and there were many farmlands on the plain. In that instant, all the cultivators watching saw time flow. The vast ocean slowly turned into mulberry fields. The strange transformation made people truly feel the meaning of the end of the world. The prosperity of the world was like a fleeting cloud. When facing such a long time, everyone felt insignificant for some reason. Even the vast ocean could turn into mulberry fields. What did a person count for? However, there was always an exception to everything. Amidst the vicissitudes of time, there was a person who never stopped. After the tempering of 10,000 years, the state of kingship on his body gained an ancient and heavy air, becoming several times stronger. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years have passed. Until the end of time I am still here. The state of kingship never ending. Using the state of kingship, Xianyuan Zhantian tempered his state of kingship for 10,000 years in one breath. Then he quickly made his move. Just thinking about it made everyone tremble in fear. How was one supposed to block such a horrifying attack? The ancient aura on the halberd made everyone feel incredibly heavy, like a mountain pressing down on them. The heavy state of kingship leaked out of Xianyuan Zhantian's control. This aura immediately tore small spatial tears in space. Sima Lingxian frowned slightly. This was the first time a martial technique that he could not understand appeared in the wind cloud platform. He could not help but sink into deep thought. Suddenly, inspiration flashed in his mind. Sima Lingxian muttered to himself, so, that is how it is. I nearly got frightened by him. He is not a true sage. How can he materialize a 10,000-year mysterious phenomenon? He only copied the state of kingship and simulated it. This mysterious phenomenon can only last for 3 breaths. However, even so, it is already very strong. With the 10,000-year state of kingship, Chu Chaoyun will definitely lose. In contrast to Sima Lingxuan's opinion, Xiao Qun shook his head. He did not think highly of this move, but he did not say anything. When facing this peak halberd strike, Chu Chaoyun's expression finally turned grave. Chu Chaoyun's right hand quickly formed ancient hand seals, and the 8 pillars of light descending from the sky gathered together. Then the light scattered and poured into Chu Chaoyun's body. This gave the golden light on Chu Chaoyun's body a texture. Xiao Qun was slightly stunned. He quickly sent out his spiritual sense and said softly, incredible. Unexpectedly, he managed to condense his essence into a solid state. I thought that I was the only one under martial monarch who could do that. At this moment, Chu Chaoyun was completely golden from head to toe. His holy and proud aura became even denser. As the light gathered, Chu Chaoyun did not move at all. He looked like a golden statue carved by a divine craftsman. Seeing his opponent not moving, Xianyuan Zhantian had a strange feeling in his heart. However, this 10,000-year state of kingship could only last for 1 breath. This was Xianyuan Zhantian's killing move. If his opponent did not lose, he would suffer a strong backlash and lose his combat prowess. He could only continue fighting. There was no other way. Kaxie. When the heavenly war halberd was less than half a meter away from Chu Chaoyun, who had turned into a golden statue that looked like it had been there since ancient times, moved. The light gathered on Chu Chaoyun's body suddenly burst out. All 321 acupoints in his body gave off a bright light. Every acupoint gave off millions of strands of light. The 300-odd acupoints all merged together. The boundless light layered over each other, so many that it was impossible to count. There were millions, billions. On the wind cloud platform, Chu Chaoyun was like a blazing sun, giving off a piercing golden light. Eternal light. Chu Chaoyun chanted softly. When he opened his mouth, golden syllables drifted out. They were like divine sounds, solemn, and inviolable. The sword in Chu Chaoyun's hand moved as fast as lightning. The complicated sword art should not have been able to be seen with the naked eye. However, under the endless layers of golden light, every one of Chu Chaoyun's actions was broken down. Every time Chu Chaoyun swung his sword, time paused. It was like another Chu Chaoyun had appeared in the world. Amid the layers of light, Chu Chaoyun swung his sword a total of 99,900 times. Every time he swung his sword, he used his full power. Unexpectedly, the eternal light and unending to the end of time had similar results. The cultivators and the spectator stands immediately felt the similarities and could not help but feel excited. Originally, they thought that Shenyuan Zhantian had used unending to the end of time, tempering his state of kingship for 10,000 years in the blink of an eye. Who knew? The silent Chu Chaoyun executed eternal light and also swung his sword 9,900 times in that instant. There was no way to tell who would win or lose. The countless figures merged together in the blink of an eye and gave off a bright light. Chu Chaoyun's eternal light, which contained the might of 99,900 sword strikes, clashed with Shenyuan Zhantian's unending to the end of time, which he had tempered for 10,000 years. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The crowd, who had been watching closely, could not react in time. They did not even have time to hear the sound of the explosion. The instant the two of them executed their killing moves, a strong energy burst forth. That energy surpassed the two's control. Shenyuan Zhantian did not have time to react. He shot back like a cannonball with a whoosh. He broke through the strong wind cloud barrier and landed in one of the spectator stands without losing any momentum. A rumbling explosion resounded, and many people were thrown off their feet. Several cultivators were caught up in the shockwaves, suffering from an unexpected calamity. They immediately fainted from their severe injuries. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, just as Chu Chaoyun was about to be knocked back by that energy, a beam of golden light descended from the sky and exploded. Then another beam of golden light descended. A total of 9 beams of golden light soared into the sky. When the beams of light exploded, they managed to negate that unbelievably strong impact. Chu Chaoyun stood on the wind cloud platform with a pale complexion. He panted slightly, and his expression was extremely unsightly. His clothes were tattered. The golden light had already vanished long ago. His holy aura was no longer pure. Although he was in a sorry state, he still stood on the wind cloud platform. Compared to Shenyuan Zhantian, who had been knocked out of the wind cloud platform, his fate unknown, victory was clear. When the hundreds of thousands of spectators saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. They had not expected a duel below martial monarch to cause such a huge commotion. Even the wind cloud barrier could not withstand it. The referee was extremely shocked as well. However, he was very experienced and quickly recovered his wits. He said, "Chu Chaoyun wins. You gained 2 points." Only after a long time did the crowd react. They all sighed. Things have really changed. A duel between half-step martial monarchs actually caused such a commotion. It is no weaker than an inferior grade martial monarch. Bai Qi's 4-season saber technique's 3rd move nearly broke the wind cloud barrier. If he had used the 4th or 5th move, this wind cloud barrier would not have been able to stop him. That Sima Lingxian definitely has the strength to break the wind cloud barrier as well. If these fellows advance to martial monarch, then the martial monarchs of the older generation will not be able to compete with them. I have a feeling that the doors to the Kunlun realm will open in this 5-nation youth competition. The envoys from the previous 5-nation youth competition will come. Amid the clamor, Xiao Chen had already closed his eyes and started resting. Chu Chaoyun's strength had finally bottomed out. In this case, he would no longer fear anyone in this 5-nation youth competition. The path to the peak was within reach. Next match, Xiao Chen vs Bai Qi. In the 95th round, it was finally Xiao Chen's turn. This time, his opponent was the noble clan disciple known as the strongest bladesman of the younger generation, Bai Qi. Chapter 597. The two genius bladesmen finally clashed. Let's see how far Xiao Chen can push Bai Qi. There are still 2 moves of the 4-season saber technique that he has not used yet, the winter saber and the final cycle of seasons. I wonder what other trump cards Xiao Chen has. Without the 4-season saber technique, with Xiao Chen's 60% comprehended saber intent, he would be able to deal with Bai Qi. He would even have a good chance of victory. How unfortunate. They are both bladesmen, but he ran into Bai Qi, who has the 4-season saber technique. Being able to comprehend 60% comprehended saber intent is sufficient to prove that Xiao Chen's talent as a bladesman is stronger than Bai Qi's. However, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's accumulations are weaker. Although Xiao Chen had a winning streak and the strength he displayed was unfathomable, the crowd still did not think highly of him against Bai Qi. This was because Bai Qi had the 4-season saber technique and had practiced it to great perfection. There were many aspects to a cultivator's combat prowess. Cultivation was the foundation. Martial techniques could bring out this foundation to its greatest effect. For example, if a person's foundation was 1000 martial techniques, if they had a strong martial technique, they would be able to bring out 100%, even 200%. Just a little bit more and he would only be able to bring out 70% of the martial technique's power, or even half of it. Strong martial techniques were the dreams of all cultivators. This was also one of the important reasons why the great sects could attract so many genius cultivators. Aside from some hidden places, waiting for people to discover the strong martial techniques in the world, the ones that were publicly known were all in the hands of the great sections. Without a doubt, the Bai clan was a noble clan that could rival a great sect. The four-season saber technique was a martial technique that could bring out 200% of its power, maybe even 3 times. In the crowd's opinion, if Xiaoqin did not have a 60% comprehended saber intent, he would not be a match for Bai Qi with the strength he displayed. He would not even be able to receive one move. 60% comprehended saber intent added some variables to this battle, attracting the crowd's attention. On the wind cloud platform, a strong fighting spirit burned in Bai Qi's heart. The sound of sabers humming appeared in the depths of his eyes. The sharp saber will turned into a ray of unparalleled sharpness, piercing through the obstruction of the void like a sharp knife, shooting towards Xiaoqin. The formless gaze seemed to have substance, bringing with it gusts of wind as it slowly moved towards Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin smiled faintly, and the saber intent gushing from his eyes whistled out. The slowly approaching wind stopped between the two of them, and then suddenly exploded. Clang. In the void, there was the crisp sound of weapons clashing. The berserk saber intent pierced through the wind cloud barrier and scattered in all directions. Several cultivators nearby could not help but tighten their grip on their weapons. They were evenly matched. In terms of aura, no one was able to gain any advantage. However, this was not the result that Xiaoqin wanted. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, and the saber intent that Xiaoqin sent out suddenly condensed into a line like an invisible saber. Chi-chi. The saber intent tore through the air, giving off a piercing screech. It scattered Bai Qi's aura in one go and carried the might of the 60% comprehended saber intent as it flew forward. Surprise appeared in Bai Qi's eyes. Without much time to think, he could only tilt his head slightly. Hu Qi. The saber intent turned into a formless energy that brushed past Bai Qi's face. His fine black hair slowly drifted down. When Bai Qi saw his fine black hair drift down, he was extremely shocked. In a clash of auras, Xiaoqin defeated him without any suspense. Bai Qi looked at Xiaoqin again, becoming more cautious. He said, 60% comprehended saber intent. Your talent in the saber technique is indeed stronger than mine. If you have another 2 years and you become a martial monarch, I will not be a match for you. When one became a martial monarch, all the essence in one's body would be refined into quintessence. That would be sufficient to resist the power of the cycle of seasons. The advantage of the 4-season saber technique would not be that great. Xiaoqin's expression remained calm. He did not deny the other party's words. He said calmly, "Do you want to wait another 2 years? You will know soon enough." When the cultivators in the spectator stands saw Xiaoqin's calm expression, they were surprised. They said doubtfully, "Strange, where does this Xiaoqin get such big words from? It is like he is very confident and does not care about Bai Qi at all." Seeing Xiaoqin's attitude, Bai Qi's face sank. He said coldly, "White-robed bladesman, don't overestimate yourself. I was just flattering you. Don't really think that you are my match." Xiaoqin placed his right hand on his saber hilt and said indifferently, "I have never overestimated myself. You are not my match now. 2 years from now, you will be even less of a match for me. Since you are not going to make a move, I will." Kasie. After Xiaoqin spoke, he drew his lunar shadow saber. Strong winds gathered from all directions. Clouds churned in the sky, heading for Xiaoqin's head. Winds blew everywhere and clouds gathered. This was the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. As Xiaoqin moved, he arrived before Bai Qi in a few flashes. Xiaoqin infused his 60% comprehended saber intent with the momentum of wind and clouds as he charged forward. Bai Qi quickly drew his saber and brought out his peak small perfection saber intent to its limits. He shouted, "Heaven-breaking saber technique, first move." Dang. The sabers clashed and Xiaoqin pressed forward gently. A surging force surged over. Bai Qi felt the might of the 60% comprehended saber intent head-on and was forced back by more than 20 meters. Dang. 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 After gaining the upper hand in one move, Xiaoqin did not hesitate. His entire body turned into a saber, radiating a sharp light as he executed all sorts of attacks. When Xiaoqin brought out his 60% comprehended saber intent, its might was startling. Bai Qi, who was not mentally prepared, was caught off guard. Retreat. Retreat. Retreat again and again. Before Xiao Chen's overwhelming aura, Bai Qi could not gather the momentum of his heaven-breaking 18 saber techniques. In that instant he retreated more than 200 meters. Bai Qi's expression turned cold as he no longer held back. He brought out the quintessence that he had successfully refined. The saber immediately gave off a dazzling blue light. As the saber light danced about, tiny pitch-black cracks appeared in the air. This greatly increased the might of this move, and its aura more than doubled. Essence and quintessence. There was a difference of one word, but there was a world of difference. Just a fifth of quintessence already had such might. It was hard to imagine how horrifying the strength of martial monarchs who had refined all their essence into quintessence would be. Heaven-breaking 18 saber techniques. 16 saber technique, furious chopping the heavens. Back off. Bai Qi roared ferociously. He wanted to use the quintessence to turn the situation around. Xiao Chen did not show any fear. His eyes turned scarlet, and a horrifying state of massacre spread out. It merged with the peak state of thunder, and the lunar shadow saber gave off a strange purple-red light. The one retreating is you. Winds and clouds gather, thunder everywhere, heed my call. Earthly lightning tribulation. The 60% comprehended saber intent, the peak state of massacre, and the peak state of thunder all merged together. The earthly lightning tribulation of the lightning tribulation saber technique burst out at this moment. The strong energy contained in the saber was enough to make one tremble. Its aura was no weaker than Bai Qi's, in fact it was slightly stronger. Boom. A purple bolt of lightning descended from the thundercloud whirlpool above. Xiao Chen's earthly lightning tribulation struck Bai Qi's saber heavily. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks flew from the tip of the saber. Xiao Chen did not stop moving. He pressed his saber against his opponent's saber, forcing Bai Qi to move back frantically. Shock flashed in Bai Qi's eyes. He was very surprised. What cultivation technique does this fellow cultivate? His essence can actually turn solid. Even with the two states, 60% comprehended saber intent, and 1/5 of my quintessence, I still cannot block him. Xiao Chen has not even condensed quintessence and he is already so strong. What will happen when he starts refining quintessence? Xiao Chen forced Bai Qi back again. The power of thunder behind Xiao Chen had already completely formed, reaching its peak. Thunderclouds churned and the sky changed color. A heavy and oppressive atmosphere spread out, making everyone feel like a lightning tribulation was about to descend. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was the emotionless heavenly Tao that executed the lightning tribulation. Heavenly lightning chop. Xiao Chen executed the second move of the lightning tribulation saber technique. The white-robed Xiao Chen's body gave off a bright purple light. When he swung his saber, it turned into heavenly lightning descending from the sky. Bai Qi's eyes flickered. He finally made up his mind to temporarily give up on fighting Xiao Chen. He brandished his saber and took a defensive stance. Bang! Like a celestial being, Xiao Chen swung his saber horizontally. There was a dull sound, and blood leaked out of a corner of Bai Qi's mouth as he was knocked into the air. From the start of the competition until now, Xiao Chen's aura flourished, his sharpness unparalleled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen suppressed Bai Qi all the way, not giving him any opportunities. He forced Bai Qi into a sorry state, forcing him to retreat again and again without any chance to retaliate. Since the start of the elimination round, Bai Qi had never been in such a difficult and wretched state. The cultivators in the spectator stands were all startled. This seemed to be different from what they had expected. This Xiao Chen is extraordinarily strong. If he did not have the four-season saber technique, Bai Qi would have lost for sure. However, it is really unfortunate for Xiao Chen. Indeed, if Xiao Chen had another 2 years, the result of today's battle would definitely be different. Seeing Xiao Chen's strength, several people sighed softly, feeling even more pity for him. The moment the four-season saber technique was executed, the situation immediately turned around. Even someone as strong as Yu Chenxi could not change the result. How could Xiao Chen do it? Right now, Bai Qi was probably waiting for Xiao Chen to finish executing the lightning tribulation saber technique and his momentum to weaken. Then he would execute the four-season saber technique to reverse the situation. As the crowd spoke, Xiao Chen finally executed the final move of the lightning tribulation saber technique, the divine lightning tribulation. Thunderclouds covered the sky, making it dark. It was like the end of the world. The heavy atmosphere made breathing difficult. When Xiao Chen swung his saber, there was only a flash of dazzling purple light in the sky. Countless golden deities in the thundercloud whirlpool above shouted, Mighty heavenly might. All those who defy it will be killed without mercy. The sound waves spread out, adding a trace of divine might to the aura of Xiao Chen's saber strike. If it were the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founding ancestor executing it, this saber strike would be covered in golden electric light, filled with divine might. Bai Qi's expression turned grave. He did not dare to be careless. He drew out all the quintessence in his body and formed a thick quintessence shield in front of him. Bang! Xiao Qin, who was high in the sky earlier, landed before Bai Qi with a flash of electric light. The divine lightning tribulation arrived as planned. Chapter 598. A startling explosion resounded. In that instant, the saber chi tore a long crack in the tough wind cloud platform. The crack continued to extend, and in the blink of an eye, it split the wind cloud platform in half. This saber strike knocked Bai Qi back like a cannonball. Cracks spread across the quintessence shield on his body. It lasted for 3 breaths of time before shattering. However, because of these 3 breaths of time, the might of this divine lightning tribulation decreased significantly. Bai Qi crashed into the wind cloud barrier and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Then he fell to the ground with a pa sound. The electric light vanished and the strong wind stopped blowing. After Xiao Chen executed the divine lightning tribulation, the might of the wind and thunder slowly vanished. The wind cloud platform regained its calm. Only the dragon chi that came out from the crack still showed the horrifying might of the earlier move. Ha ha ha. The lightning tribulation saber technique truly lives up to its reputation. However, in the end it did not kill me, Bai Qi. Bai Qi's hair was disheveled, and his clothes were in tatters. However, he started laughing maniacally, venting all the grievances he had suffered since the start of the competition. Bai Qi's eyes were filled with vigor, and a strong fighting spirit spread out in his heart. He did not feel dispirited at all. Xiao Chen, since I became famous, I have never been in such a sorry state. You have thoroughly infuriated me. Now that your momentum is exhausted, prepare to suffer my Bai Qi's rage. The first spurt of energy was like a tiger's. The second spurt of energy weakened, and the third spurt of energy exhausted. This was the effect that Bai Qi wanted. He was waiting for Xiao Chen's aura to reach its peak. Once Xiao Chen's aura reached its peak, Xiao Chen would not be able to defeat him. The instant Xiao Chen's aura fell, Bai Qi would use the 4-season saber technique to deal a lightning-quick strike. Then everything would be over. Xiao Chen would taste the feeling of falling from heaven to hell in an instant. This was the best way to deal a heavy blow. Not only could he defeat his opponent in the wind cloud platform, but he could also cause his opponent to lose confidence, planting a heart demon in him and preventing him from making any progress in his saber techniques. It's over. Bai Qi is going to execute the 4-season saber technique. Someone in the spectator stands could not help but sigh. The result was obvious. The many elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion all showed extremely anxious expressions. Jiang Qi said helplessly, "Our Heavenly Saber Pavilion has wronged him. If we had a martial technique that could rival the 4-season saber technique, Bai Qi would not be able to be so arrogant." Bai's pure and adorable face was filled with worry. Her bright eyes were glistening with tears, and her brows were filled with worry. Kim Taeho flapped his golden fan and sighed. He covered his eyes with the fan and said, "Sigh, forget it. I'm not going to watch anymore. Little brother Xiao Chen still doesn't understand the essence of being a person. If it was me, I would just disdain to fight and admit defeat. That would piss that guy off." The spring water flowed leisurely, warm at first, then cold at the next. Bai Qi muttered as he silently executed the first move of the 4-season saber technique. The sound of gushing water immediately resounded in the arena. The surging river seemed both warm and cold. Bai Qi's clothes fluttered, and his essence surged without end. Using the surging power of the cycle, Xiao Chen charged at the weakened Xiao Chen, who had a weakened aura. Perhaps it was because Bai Qi had been beaten up by Xiao Chen earlier, to the point where he could not retaliate at all. He felt too sullen. Bai Qi's originally gentle saber strike was filled with resentment. The power of the cycle could not be blocked by a celestial being. When this saber strike was executed, a boundless shockwave surged towards Xiao Chen. The wind and clouds gathered in the wind cloud platform again. Xiao Chen had a calm gaze. He did not feel any joy or sorrow when facing the first move of the 4-season saber technique. His heart remained calm and unperturbed. However, when the saber was 1 meter away from him, Xiao Chen casually took a step forward. One step, just one step. Xiao Chen's aura, which had already fallen to rock bottom, suddenly erupted with a might even more ferocious than the divine lightning tribulation. Boom! Thunder roared. In that instant everything came to life. Birds and beasts cried out. Xiao Qin swung his saber, executing the four-season saber technique's spring thunder chop as well. Pusi-ai, pusi-ai. The sound of a flowing river resounded. When the two sabers clashed, an even stronger power of the cycle containing an even more perfected state of spring blasted Bai Qi back again in one breath. Bai Qi's momentum was ferocious. However, the momentum of his flying back was even faster than his momentum. No one could react in time. Bai Qi's body crashed into the wind cloud barrier. The force was so great that cracks appeared in the wind cloud barrier behind him. What's going on? What just happened? Did I see wrongly? Why is it Bai Qi who flew back again? Shouldn't Xiao Qin be in trouble after he executed the four-season saber technique? However, why is it that the one knocked back is Bai Qi? Everything happened too quickly. The spectators were dumbfounded. They could not understand what happened. They were not the only ones who could not understand. The martial monarch powerhouses in the city lord's residence exchanged glances with each other, not daring to be too sure. However, the expressions of the Bai clan elders changed drastically. The first elder who led the group stared blankly. He muttered to himself, "Four-season saber technique? How can this be?" Bai Qi vomited a mouthful of blood and looked at Xiao Qin. He muttered, "That's impossible. How did you learn my Bai clan's four-season saber technique? Furthermore, you are stronger than me. I don't believe it." Spring is over, summer is coming. The merciless flowing fire illuminates the world. My heart is higher than the blazing sun. Bai Qi roared ferociously and executed the second move of the four-season saber technique. He was like the blazing sun, his aura swallowing up everything. His heart was higher than the sky as he charged forward with a boundless aura. Spring is over, summer is coming. A blazing sun stands high in the sky, burning through the world. Xiao Qin shouted and took another step forward. He turned into the blazing sun, burning through everything. The light he gave off was several times brighter than Bai Qi's. Bang! The two blazing suns clashed with the power of the cycle of seasons. Two strands of saber chi flew to the side, and a crack immediately appeared on the wind cloud platform. Together with the earlier crack, the wind cloud platform split into four pieces. The blazing sun that belonged to Bai Qi lasted for a while before it scattered. Xiao Qin's burning to desolation knocked Bai Qi back with a loud bang. The wind cloud barrier cracked, looking like it would shatter at any moment. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it." Wounds covered Bai Qi's body from head to toe. His eyes filled with disbelief. Originally, Bai Qi thought that after he executed the four-season saber technique, he would be able to turn the situation around. Unexpectedly, he ended up in an even more miserable state than before. Such a huge drop was like falling from heaven to hell. How could Bai Qi be willing to accept this? The merciless wind, summer is coming. The world is like a leaf, too sentimental. Even at death's door they still cling to the branch. The autumn wind rustles endlessly, sweeping away all the lovers in the world. The autumn wind rustles. The heavenly Tao is merciless. Despite his severely injured body, Bai Qi executed the third move of the four-season saber technique. The wind rustles, the rain falls incessantly. The cool wind blows and the autumn waters ripple. The fated person smiles faintly. "I'll give you a gentle saber strike. Do you dare to receive it?" Xiao Qin executed his third move at nearly the same time as Bai Qi. Two soft hums rose and fell on the wind cloud platform, layered over each other, giving everyone a vague poetic feeling. Boom! Before Bai Qi could get close to Xiao Qin, a strand of white saber chi from the lunar shadow saber knocked him back. That seemingly soft saber chi had a boundless toughness. When it faced the unyielding, merciless autumn wind, it broke the hardness with gentleness. It shattered Bai Qi's saber technique and struck Bai Qi's body. The force from the gentle wind knocked Bai Qi back with a shio sound. Bai Qi crashed through the wind cloud barrier and turned into a beam of light. Then he landed in the spectator stands with a huge force. Before the cultivators could react, they were all severely injured. When the hundreds of thousands of cultivators saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Bai Qi was a genius bladesman. He was ranked second in the previous five-nation youth competition. He had a powerful saber technique, the four-season saber technique, and could compete with Sima Lingxian. However, at this moment someone knocked him off the wind cloud platform. His fate was unknown. He was utterly defeated. As for the white-robed bladesman in the arena, his clothes fluttered in the wind. He had a calm expression, not showing any excitement at all. It was like he did not care about Bai Qi from the start. It is as he said. He did not overestimate himself. Bai Qi is indeed not a match for him. The difference is too great. Indeed. From the start to the end he did not gain any advantage at all. He did not even get a chance to execute the final 2 moves of the 4-season saber technique. With such strength he is qualified to challenge Sima Lingxian. Aside from Chu Chaoyun, there is now another person who can fight against Sima Lingxian. We did not come to this 5-nation youth competition for nothing. The crowd thought back to what Xiao Qin said before the fight started. He did not overestimate himself. When the crowd thought back they discovered that he was not boasting. He had just been indifferent. No one had expected such a scene to occur. In the spectator stands, Sima Lingxian, who had maintained a relaxed expression, could not help but stand up. As he looked at Xiao Qin he felt that he was unfathomable. His confidence, which had never wavered at this moment, stirring up a boundless storm around him. Amid the surging wind, the Sima clan's first elder's face sank. He waved his long sleeves and collected the wild storm back into his sleeves. Then he said indifferently, "Lingxian, your heart is in a mess." Sima Lingxian recovered his wits and calmed his emotions. He said, "Many thanks to First Elder for making a move. However, it is good that my heart is in a mess. If I am always like an unmoving ancient well, I will not be able to strengthen my mental state. This Xiao Qin is indeed a good whetstone." The First Elder smiled faintly and said, "It is good that you think that way." As Chu Chaoyun looked at Xiao Qin, a golden flame flashed in his eyes. He revealed a grave expression. It was unknown what he was planning. Xiao Qin wins. You gain another 2 points. The referee announced the results of the match unhurriedly. At this moment, Xiao Qin's golden dragon had finished swallowing up Bai Qi's 25-meter-long golden dragon. His golden dragon flickered with light. Now it was 27 meters long, equal to Sima Lingxuan's. When the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people saw this scene, they revealed dreamy expressions. Jiang Qi muttered, "I can't see through it. I really can't see through it at all." Bai's eyes were filled with tears of excitement. His innocent face showed both crying and smiling. He hugged Mu Xinya, who was beside him, and said, "Elder sister Xinya, elder brother Xiao Qin won." He won. Mu Xinya shook her head slightly and revealed a bitter smile. She felt very complicated. Unexpectedly, the youth from many years ago had grown to such a level. Chapter 599. The Bai clan elders looked at Xiao Qin with hostile gazes. They wanted to capture him on the spot and force him to tell them how he learned the 4-season saber technique. However, even though they were upset, they did not dare to act rashly. For the past 10,000 years, the sects that caused trouble during the 5-season competition all did not have a good ending. In the 95th round, after this battle, all the other battles were inferior, giving people a dull and uninteresting feeling. Even the remaining matches of the giants were not worth watching. Occasionally they would cast their gazes at Xiao Qin, who was resting with his eyes closed. As they discussed in low voices, they were filled with anticipation for Xiao Qin's next appearance. Would he give them another pleasant surprise? After this round of matches ended, only 3 of the 8 giants remained with consecutive victories. They were Xiao Qin, Sima Lingxian, and Chu Chaoyun. The number of people who could climb to the summit had shrunk once again. The champion of this 5-nation youth competition would definitely be one of these 3. As for Bai Qi, whom everyone had placed their hopes on, he had completely lost his qualifications to compete. There were still 5 rounds left. The 3 of them would meet sooner or later. It was just that no one knew who would fight first. Next match, Xiao Qin vs Xianyuan Zhantian. Xiao Qin's match started once again. The previously silent atmosphere of the crowd immediately turned lively. All sorts of discussions broke out. Although Xianyuan Zhantian had lost to Chu Chaoyun and lost his qualifications to compete for the first rank, his strength was clear for all to see. No one dared to doubt him. Be it his strong state of kingship or that wondrous martial technique that lasted until the end of time, Xianyuan Zhantian was definitely within the top 3 of the younger generation. If Xianyuan Zhantian's opponent was not Chu Chaoyun, even if he fought against Bai Qi, everyone believed that he had a high chance of victory. If Xianyuan Zhantian fought against Xiao Qin, he might be able to force out some of Xiao Qin's strength, allowing everyone to see through Xiao Qin. Bang! Xianyuan Zhantian did not hold back at all. The instant the match started, he struck the ground heavily with his heavenly war halberd. A vast state of kingship spread out like the sea. Point to the heavens, trample the earth. The surface of the sea surged and 81 waves appeared. Xianyuan Zhantian pointed his finger at the sky and stomped the ground. He charged over with a berserk aura. Xiao Qin instantly merged the 2 states together with his 60% comprehended saber intent and executed Wukuei breaks the heavens. The saber created a long beam of light as it intercepted Xianyuan Zhantian in midair. Using technique to break force, Xiao Qin used the characteristics of Wuxia breaks the heavens to break the ferocious point to heaven and trample on the earth before its might reached its peak. Xiao Qin had never been a cultivator who only knew how to fight head-on. In terms of technique and eyesight, he did not lose to anyone. Taking the initiative, Xiao Qin continuously executed the lightning tribulation saber technique he had been storing up power for. Xiao Qin started an intense battle with Xianyuan Zhantian on the undulating sea. One side had the state of kingship, which ruled over the four seas. The other had a 60% comprehended saber intent and the state of thunder massacre. On the wind cloud platform, the two were locked in a stalemate. Waves surged and exploded wildly. Thunder rumbled endlessly as scarlet killing chi spread everywhere. Bang! The divine lightning tribulation knocked Xianyuan Zhantian back. Xiao Qin stood in midair, holding his saber with one hand as he faced the wind. Xianyuan Zhantian spun around and stabilized himself. Then he wiped the blood off his lips and smiled. It looks like other martial techniques do not pose any threat to you. Be careful, I'm going to use my killing move. In terms of pure offensive power, unending time is stronger than the first three moves of the four-season saber technique. I really want to see how you will deal with it. Right after Xianyuan Zhantian spoke, the vast sea behind him started to turn into the state of changing the sea into mulberry fields. Time was merciless. 10,000 years passed in a blink of an eye. Unending time. Only the eternal state of kingship remained, unending for 10,000 years, everlasting. The strong mysterious phenomenon was completed in just one breath. The state of kingship wrapped around the heavenly war halberd, giving off an ancient and solemn aura. Xiao Qin shook his head to himself. This move was indeed strong. However, to him its flaws were too obvious. 10,000 years passed in a blink of an eye. In that case, if Xiao Qin could attack in half a blink of an eye, the other party's mysterious phenomenon would break by itself. A fierce purple flame burned in Xiao Qin's right eye, forming a purple arrow that quickly elongated. This move was called the Purple Thunder Arrow. It was Xiao Qin's fastest martial technique. After his Purple Thunder divine incantation advanced to the 6th layer, his speed broke through the barrier of martial kings. There was no strong explosive force or offensive power. There was only a horrifying penetrative power and an even more horrifying speed. Shio. Just as the time in the blink of an eye was about to pass, the Purple Thunder Arrow shot out and a finger-sized bloody hole appeared in Xianyuan Zhantian's chest. The state of unending time also started to become unstable. Xiao Qin took advantage of this opportunity to rush forward. He executed the first move of the four-season saber technique, the Spring Thunder Chop. Thunder rumbled, and the power of the cycle of seasons knocked Xianyuan Zhantian back, causing him to vomit blood. The so-called state of kingship that required 10,000 years to be tempered until the end of time easily broke before everyone's astonished gazes. 10,000 years is too long. I can only seize the moment. After defeating Xianyuan Zhantian, Xiao Qin's 27-meter-long golden dragon swallowed some of his energy. However, it did not seem to have changed much. Xiao Qin's golden dragon was already too big. Furthermore, Xianyuan Zhantian's golden dragon was weaker than Xiao Qin's. If there was any change, it would only be that it was brighter. The pair of golden dragon eyes sparkled with life. The golden dragon was very intelligent, giving off the feeling that it was alive. In this round, Sima Lingxuan's opponent was Wang Quan. Chu Chaoyun's opponent was Li Tianhua. Without any surprises, the two of them easily obtained victory. The 97th round began. While the cultivators in the spectator stands were admiring the exciting martial techniques, the people from the city lord's residence were anxiously discussing the order of their appearance. There were 3 cards on the main table. The names of 3 people were written in black: Sima Lingxian, Chu Chaoyun, and Xiao Qin. If there were no surprises, the champion of this 5-nation youth competition would be one of these 3 people. After this round of competition, there were only 3 rounds left in the competition. Which 2 of them would fight first was a matter that these people were discussing. The Dragon Sealing City's city lord, Zhong Liang, moved his right hand over the 3 cards. Clearly, this was not an easy decision to make. No matter which 2 of them fought first, the remaining one would inevitably gain some benefits. Zhong Liang withdrew his hand and said to the people beside him, "Did you all come to a conclusion? Let's hear it." A gray-robed old man said, replying to the city lord, "We all agree that Sima Lingxian needs to fight one of them first. From the start of the competition until now, he is the one who has revealed the least trump cards." Someone continued, "Xiao Qin revealed his 60% comprehended saber intent, the four-season saber technique, the lightning tribulation saber technique, the state of massacre, and the state of thunder. Chu Chaoyun revealed his 50% comprehended sword intent, the peak state of light, the life-extinguishing blood-reversing sword technique, and the killing move, eternal light. As for Sima Lingxian, he has only revealed the Son of Heaven sword technique, 60% comprehended sword intent, and the state of kingship. These are all powerful martial techniques that he learned 3 years ago. How could he have improved so little in 3 years? Zhong Liang muttered to himself for a while. Then he took out the card that represented Sima Lingxian. He asked, "Is the remaining person Xiao Qin or Chu Chaoyun?" "I feel that it is Xiao Qin. He defeated Bai Qi too easily." "I feel that it is Chu Chaoyun. He even dared to clash head-on with Shenyuan Zhantian's spear strike. Even Xiao Qin had to resort to trickery to break this move. Should it be Chu Chaoyun or Xiao Qin?" With this, the people in front of the platform immediately split into 2 groups and started arguing non-stop. Zhong Liang frowned and said unhappily, "Stop arguing. Those in favor of letting Xiao Qin go first, raise your hand and decide." The 8 old men each made their decision. Then 4 of them raised their hands to express their agreement. It was still a draw. When Zhong Liang saw the situation, he said, "In that case, count me in. Let Xiao Qin fight Sima Lingxian first." After Sima Lingxian spoke, he stacked Xiao Qin's card on top of Sima Lingxuan's. A grave expression flashed in his deep eyes. Zhong Liang said indifferently, "Consider it as wronging you. However, there is no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. A true expert will not bother with such rules and regulations. They will just keep winning." At this moment, Xiao Qin, who had just ascended the wind cloud platform, did not know that the city lord's residence had just made a decision that was disadvantageous to him. However, even if he knew, he would not care too much. It was as Zhong Liang said, he would just keep winning. Looking at the opponent, Xiao Qin revealed a relaxed expression on his delicate face. This was because his opponent was another old friend. Yu Chenxi wore a long pink dress as she stood on the wind cloud platform. Her spirited eyes looked at Xiao Qin. She could not help but feel somewhat rueful in her heart. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. There were always some things that one could not predict. There were also some people that one could not figure out. 2 years ago, when Yu Chenxi faced Xiao Qin, she did not even need to use her state to fight him to a draw. Now, even if she used her full power and performed exceptionally well, she would not be a match for him. Yu Chenxi recovered her wits. She smiled and said, "I'm afraid I can't use my full power against you now. Let's stop here." Even if she used her full power, she would lose. Even if she did not use it, she would still lose. Since that was the case, there was naturally no need to use her full power. Xiao Qin smiled gently and said, "Up to you. You make the first move." Yu Chenxi leaped up gently and punched with a cool breeze. However, she did not use her state of light and cloud, relying only on her movement technique and the morning sun fist. Bang! Holding the lunar shadow saber, Xiao Qin casually touched the ground. The hard wind cloud platform was like tofu, the scabbard sinking deep into it. Yu Chenxi did not use her state. She did not intend to use her saber either. Her figure flashed as she used the dragon claw fist to clash with her opponent. Berserk Dragon. Vital chi flowed through Xiao Qin's bones. He clenched his right fist, and an azure dragon head roared ferociously. Then he clashed with Yu Chenxi. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 fists clashed. The berserk dragon roared ferociously and light exploded. Soon the 2 exchanged dozens of moves. Yu Chenxi was somewhat astonished to discover that she would not be able to take down Xiao Qin within a short time if she did not use her state. After another 100 moves, she still could not do anything to Xiao Qin. So Yu Chenxi had no choice but to activate her state of light and cloud. A morning sun rose from the clouds. When she punched out, she knocked Xiao Qin back 100 meters. Chapter 600. Yu Chenxi looked at the lunar shadow saber stuck in the middle of the dueling ground and sighed, "I lost. Hee. However, in terms of fighting techniques, you are still inferior to me." After Xiao Qin finished speaking, he did not give Xiao Qin a chance to speak. After admitting defeat, he drifted off the wind cloud arena. Xiao Qin shook his head and smiled helplessly. After the golden dragon finished swallowing, he gently raised the lunar shadow saber and returned to his seat. He then closed his eyes and rested. Countless noises resounded in his ears, and the martial stage was filled with apprehension. Along with the end of round after round of matches, everyone's emotions were unprecedentedly high. After another 3 rounds of matches, the victor of this 5-nation youth competition would be decided. Who was the true dragon? Who would ascend to the peak? Who would become the bearer of luck? Who would lead the changes of this era? All of this would be revealed. The stage had already been set up, and the curtains were slowly pulled open. All that was left was for the main character to appear, and the show had just begun. The cultivators in the audience all felt extremely excited. They could not wait for the three giants to start fighting immediately. However, Xiaoqun remained calm, quietly waiting for the final three battles. After that, he would defeat all his opponents and stand at the peak of this Sky Dome realm. Next match, Bai Qi vs Chu Chaoyun. In the 98th round, the referee's rough and heavy voice slowly announced the results of the match between the two. Xiaoqun opened his eyes and looked at the two people in the arena. His eyes revealed a contemplative look. Of the 100 participants, there were still 3 whom Xiaoqun had not fought yet. They were Chu Chaoyun, the noble clan's Li Tianhua, and the top seed, Sima Lingxian. In the 98th round, Li Tianhua had entered the arena very early, and now Chu Chaoyun had also entered the arena. That was to say, Xiaoqun's opponent in this round was Sima Lingxian. Suddenly Xiaoqun felt a strong gaze on him. He turned his head and saw that it was Sima Lingxian, who exuded a strong self-confidence. A pair of sharp eyes with the intent of a king pierced through the void and stared at him oppressively. I will defeat you within 10 moves. One more move means I lose. The other party condensed his voice into a line and left behind words of confidence in Xiaoqun's ears. Then he retracted his gaze. Xiaoqun didn't mind. He said softly, if you were really that confident, you wouldn't have left behind these words. If your heart is higher than the sky, why bother looking at us mortals? Yun Kursin, who was at the side, felt that something was wrong. She said, Xiaoqun, what's wrong? Did someone test you earlier? Xiaoqun smiled and said calmly, it's nothing. It's just that someone is trying to hide the fear in their heart. Let's watch the competition. The more confident a person was, the more they were afraid of failure. It was an unchanging principle since time immemorial. Now that Bai Qi had lost to Xiaoqun, there was basically no hope for him to fight for first place again. However, as long as he could defeat Chu Chaoyun, there was still hope for him to snatch the second place. Before Xiaoqun came, he had already expected that he would lose to Sima Lingxian. He had been prepared to only get second place. Although he had miscalculated and lost to Xiaoqun early, he still had to fight for the second place. Furthermore, he actually lost to an outsider in a competition of the 4-season saber technique. No matter what, he could not lose this match. He had to prove himself with his full power. Begin. Right after the referee spoke, Bai Qi immediately made his move. He executed the first move of the 4-season saber technique, unhurried spring water, suddenly warm then cold. Infused with the power of the cycle of seasons, Bai Qi turned into a surging river and surged towards Chu Chaoyun. Oh, oh. A strong wind blew on the wind cloud platform. A boundless aura suddenly soared, allowing everyone to feel the strength of the 4-season saber technique once again. In the previous moment, everything was calm. In the next moment, when Bai Qi drew his saber, the winds and clouds changed. The sky changed color and a boundless aura surged. Life-extinguishing, blood-reversing sword. Chu Chaoyun's gaze remained calm. He did not dare to be careless when facing this famous 4-season saber technique. His sword left his hand and floated quietly in front of him. Chu Chaoyun opened his right palm and quickly drew a circle with his sword in the air. When the circle of swords closed, 8 beams of golden light descended from the sky above and encased him. Within the golden light, every piece of Chu Chaoyun's clothes and hair glowed with a boundless radiance. Xiaoqun gently patted the sword in the circle of light, and a dazzling beam of light immediately shot out. In that instant, the golden beam of light shone on Bai Qi, who was in midair. Bang! One could clearly see that the space behind Bai Qi had paused for an instant. The might of the samsara power had been forcefully resisted by the power contained in the golden light. Chu Chaoyun's face turned holy and pure. He let out a soft chant that sounded like a divine sound, and the 8 beams of light merged together. His eyes, the only pitch-black color in his body, also turned completely golden. The Yuan Qi in his body had completely materialized at this moment. The sword that belonged to him in the circle of swords turned into a beam of light and shot out. Everywhere it passed, space shattered and a pitch-black crack appeared. From a distance, it looked like someone had used a pencil to draw a black line on a piece of white paper. It was exceptionally eye-catching. When the crowd saw this scene, they were horrified. The essence in his body solidified. Unexpectedly, its might is equal to that of an inferior-grade martial monarch's quintessence. What cultivation technique does this Chu Chaoyun cultivate? Xiaoqun did not show much shock in his eyes. He had guessed long ago that the cultivation technique Chu Chaoyun cultivated was a heaven-ranked cultivation technique passed down in the Tianwu dynasty. Furthermore, it was of an extremely high rank. Many large sects would have some heaven-ranked martial techniques. However, since the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, there had never been any heaven-ranked cultivation techniques circulating in the world. Dang! When the horrifying energy in the sword clashed with Bai Qi's saber, it immediately gave off a loud sound that resounded through the 9 heavens. The sound was so loud that it was deafening, shaking everyone's eardrums and temporarily deafening them. Blood leaked out of the corner of Bai Qi's mouth as he retreated 100 meters in the air. The momentum of the river and the power of the cycle of seasons vanished before this startling sword strike. Eternal light. Chu Chaoyun was the kind of person who would not let his opponent overtake him once he seized the opportunity. He leaped into the air, leaving behind a golden afterimage. Then he grabbed the sword in the air and instantly executed eternal light. The 321 acupoints in Chu Chaoyun's body suddenly opened and gave off a bright light. Every acupoint gave off thousands of beams of light. The light from the 300-odd acupoints overlapped. The boundless beams of light layered over each other, forming millions upon millions of them. Chu Chaoyun turned into a blazing golden sun. When one looked at it, they felt pain in their eyes. They did not dare to look at it directly. With the boundless beams of light overlapping, Chu Chaoyun sent out 99,900 sword strikes in one breath. The countless figures quickly overlapped. This was the eternal light that could defeat Shenyuan Zhantian's unending world to the end of time. The instant Bai Qi landed, it charged towards him with a dazzling light. Flowing fire illuminating the world. Bai Qi felt helpless. He could only reduce the might of the four-season saber technique's second move by half and quickly clash. The time that Chu Chaoyun gave him was too short. He could not bring out the full might of the four-season saber technique. Boom! The golden light exploded, and Bai Qi vomited a mouthful of blood. Once again Chu Chaoyun knocked him back. He crashed into the wind cloud barrier. His clothes were tattered and he was in a sorry state. Damn it! All of Bai Qi's internal organs were severely damaged and the skin on his body had been scorched by the light. Bai Qi felt extremely depressed and furious. Chu Chaoyun's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. He was almost at the same level as Xiaoqin. No, it was just the strength that Xiaoqin had shown. The current Chu Chaoyun was even stronger than Xiaoqin. The autumn wind rustled endlessly, sweeping away the lovers of the world. Bai Qi roared ferociously and drained all the remaining essence in his body. He seemed to have gone crazy, staking everything on this four-season saber technique's third move. The world was heartless, the great Tao was heartless, the autumn wind was endless, engulfing the world. Chu Chaoyun's expression did not change. As he floated in the air, he quickly formed ancient hand seals. Instantly, the thick, dark clouds above Dragon Sealing City, which had not moved for 10,000 years, churned continuously, and a hole appeared. Inextinguishable divine light. After Chu Chaoyun finished forming the hand seals, he shouted. Immediately, 8 golden pillars of light descended from the hole, encasing him firmly. Divine might flowed on the pillars of light, forming an impenetrable defense. This was the move that had helped Chu Chaoyun stay on the wind cloud platform when he fought with Shenyuan Zhantian. Even the shockwave from the combined explosion of the unending to the end of time and the eternal light could not do anything to Chu Chaoyun. Keng Chong. Bai Qi's saber struck the pillars of light and gave off a metallic clang. That pillar of light containing divine might actually turned solid. What defensive move is this? Unexpectedly, it is so horrifying. With such a defensive move, aside from a martial monarch, who can defeat Chu Chaoyun? Perhaps there is some hope for the four-season saber technique's final move. However, in Bai Qi's current state, even the third move would be difficult. This does not feel like something a martial king can do. The divine might contained in the formless light is already strong enough. Unexpectedly, it turned solid. Startled cries came from the spectator stands, all of them filled with expressions of disbelief. The group of martial monarchs in the city lord's residence were all dumbfounded. They had not expected that the unremarkable move from back then would have such a strong defense. Zhong Liang looked at the cards on the table on which Xiao Chen and Sima Lingxian were stacked. He revealed a helpless expression and sighed, "Unexpectedly, even I made an error in judgment. Sima Lingxian probably chose the wrong person for this match. It is too late. The next match between Xiao Chen and Sima Lingxian is about to begin. There is no more time to change it. Based on Chu Chaoyun's appearance, he definitely still has trump cards that he has not used yet. The move he is using now is exactly the same as when he fought Shenyuan Zhantian. The other old men sighed as well. No matter what the result of the match between Xiao Chen and Sima Lingxian was, the two of them would have to reveal their greatest trump cards. With all their trump cards exposed, they would definitely be at a disadvantage when facing Chu Chaoyun in the final match. Zhong Liang glanced at Chu Chaoyun, who did not suffer any damage from Bai Qi's third saber strike. He said softly, "Perhaps this is luck. However, in the end it is still strength that speaks. He has the initiative but he might not have the last laugh." Chapter 601. Bang! When the light scattered, Chu Chaoyun faced the weakened Bai Qi, who had exhausted his mind. Chu Chaoyun sheathed his sword and kicked Bai Qi away like he was a sandbag. Suppressing the shock in his heart, the referee announced the victor of this match. Then he said softly, "Next match, Xiao Chen vs Sima Lingxian." Xiao Chen was the greatest dark horse of the five-nation youth competition. Since the start of the elimination rounds, he had been victorious. Be it the inheritors of the 10 great sects, the absolute geniuses of the 8 noble clans, or even the newcomers, no one could defeat him. 60% comprehended saber intent, the 4-season saber technique, the state of massacre, and the state of thunder. No one knew how many trump cards he had or how deep his accumulations were. This was a disciple from a small sect in the Great Qin nation. No one knew how many secrets he had. Sima Lingxian was the champion of the previous 5-nation youth competition. He was the undisputed first seed of this 5-nation youth competition. Sima Lingxian's state of kingship and Son of Heaven sword technique had not been revealed since the start of the ranking competition. No one could see through him. Only the strong self-confidence in Sima Lingxian's heart never wavered. He seemed to have a withdrawn glow. When the crowd looked at him, he stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. Everyone could not help but lean closer to him. The accumulations of the Sima clan, Sima Lingxian's exceptional talent, the reputation of the top swordsman of the Great Qin nation, and all sorts of glory made Sima Lingxian's self-confidence grow. Instead, he gave off a feeling of arrogance and conceit. There were only 3 rounds left in the 5-nation youth competition. Now these two finally fought. After this match, one of them would not be able to become the champion. Neither of them could afford to lose. As long as they lost one match, they would immediately fall behind the other in points. They would not be able to catch up even if they wanted to. The moment the two of them appeared on the Wind Cloud platform, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. A super newcomer against a veteran giant. Who would emerge victorious? If this were before Xiao Chen defeated Bai Qi, no one would be optimistic about the outcome of this match. However, now that he executed the 4-season saber technique, which was even stronger than Bai Qi's, no one dared to come to a conclusion about this match. Even if they felt that Sima Lingxian had a higher chance of victory, they would not say it out loud. After more than 100 battles, Xiao Chen had created too many miracles. Every time when everyone thought that his winning streak would come to an end, he would reverse the situation in one fell swoop. This caused those cultivators who had predicted that Xiao Chen would lose to be slapped in the face and rendered speechless. At this moment, how could they still dare to jump to conclusions? The scene was dead silent. No one made a sound, only countless gazes. He stared at the two people in the field with a fiery gaze, not daring to relax for even a moment. He was afraid that he would miss some wonderful scenes and regret it for the rest of his life. Xiao. Sima Lingxian waved his hand, and a simple and heavy black scabbard sheathed his sword. With a kasi sound, it embedded itself deep into the wind cloud platform between the two of them. Cracks spread out in all directions. Strands of dragon chi soared up from the wind cloud platform, accompanied by dragon roars, making the plain sword look extraordinary. The moment Sima Lingxian entered the wind cloud platform, he showed off his skills. The hard wind cloud platform was like mud to him, unable to withstand a single blow. "You are very strong. Unfortunately, you ran into me, Sima Lingxian. No matter how strong you are, you can only fight for second place. It was like this for Bai Qi 3 years ago. It will be the same for you and Chu Chaoyun 3 years later. Nothing will change." Xiao Chen's delicate and handsome face did not change at all. He said indifferently, "I'm afraid that I will have to disappoint you this time." Sima Lingxian laughed loudly and said, "I have not made a move for a long time already. It seems like anyone dares to speak arrogantly to you. As I said earlier, if I cannot defeat you in 10 moves, I, Sima Lingxian, will lose this match." Oh, oh. A strong wind blew and the clouds churned. Sima Lingxian reared his head back and laughed, appearing wild and unruly. As the winds blew and clouds churned, the vast state of kingship, together with the confidence in his heart that was even higher than the sky, formed a strong aura surging towards Xiao Chen. The heavy aura could make mountains bend and rivers flow in reverse. The mountains and rivers for thousands of kilometers were all under his control. Everything under the sky belonged to the king. If one dared to disobey, heaven and earth would not tolerate it. A clear ripple could be seen on the wind cloud platform. It compressed the space behind Sima Lingxian as it rushed towards Xiao Chen. If it were an ordinary person, just this aura would suppress them to the ground, unable to move at all. Just one gaze would be enough to make his opponent tremble in fear and defeat him. The power of wind and clouds, the state of kingship. Is Sima Lingxian going to use his full strength? He wants to defeat Xiao Chen in 10 moves. Only Sima Lingxian would not find it a joke if he said that. Let's wait and see if it is as he says. The moment the aura appeared, the cultivators outside the wind cloud platform immediately felt the power contained in it. They were all shocked. When they heard Sima Lingxuan's words, they immediately felt excited, their blood surging. Who was Xiao Chen? He was someone who could easily defeat Bai Qi. Yet, Sima Lingxian said that he would defeat him in 10 moves, mocking him for being arrogant and not worth mentioning. A strong wind blew. Before the aura, everything would vanish like smoke. It was like even heaven and earth could not tolerate Xiao Chen standing alone. Xiao Chen's long hair fluttered in the wind, revealing the blue strip of cloth tied around his forehead. Xiao Chen gently tugged on it, and the blue strip of cloth immediately flew with the wind, floating high in the sky. The scarlet throne mark on Xiao Chen's forehead flickered with a red light. The state of massacre in the throne was no longer suppressed. It was unleashed without restraint. As the red light spread out, a powerful aura gathered behind Xiao Chen as well, the aura of massacre. The endless murderous intent was like a torrential flood, overflowing in all directions. With just one glance, it made one's heart palpitate. All sorts of negative emotions, massacre, death, berserk, exploded in one's mind. How painful. What kind of state of massacre is this? How can one cultivate killing qi to such a level? I don't even dare to look at it, the cultivators on the wind cloud platform exclaimed. Bang! With the obstruction of the viscous red light, Sima Lingxuan's aura stopped 100 meters in front of Xiao Chen with a bang, unable to advance any further. A loud sound rang out like two mountains crashing into each other. The sky shook and the entire wind cloud platform trembled. This is not enough, far from enough. Xiao Chen's gaze sank and he suddenly took a step forward. Then he unleashed his state of thunder. Thunder clouds covered the sky above, and an eternal and immortal will spread out. This was the immortal state of thunder that Xiao Chen comprehended from Thunder Emperor Valley. The state of massacre from the ancient throne that slaughtered 100,000 demons and the immortal state that Thunder King Sang Mu inherited. These two states that surpassed the limits merged in that instant. How could they fear the state of kingship of the mundane world? Xiao Chen's aura soared several times over. As he took a step forward, he instantly forced back Sima Lingxuan's aura of kingship. The sound of mountains crumbling resounded endlessly. Long, sinister cracks spread out on the wind cloud platform. Before the fight even started, the vast wind cloud platform had already shattered into pieces, leaving it in a sorry state. Sima Lingxian dared to say that he could defeat me in 10 moves, insulting me. However, I, Xiao Chen, have never lost to someone of the same generation since I became famous in the Sky Dome realm. Heaven was unfair, preventing Xiao Chen from condensing a martial spirit at the age of 16. If he had another 16 years, he would not even care about this Sima Lingxian. Even so, the current Xiao Chen was not someone that Sima Lingxian could humiliate. A strong wind blew, and a scarlet light spread out. Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he said in a cold voice, "Make your move. Let me see how you are going to defeat me in 10 moves. I really want to know who is the arrogant one here." At this moment, Xiao Chen's aura shattered Sima Lingxuan's aura. He no longer had the insufferably arrogant attitude he had earlier. When Xiao Chen's cold voice reached Sima Lingxuan's ears, it made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Right now, Xiao Chen's attitude was slightly higher than Sima Lingxuan's. When he spoke, he gave Sima Lingxian a feeling of looking down on him. "Since you want to be defeated that badly, I will grant your wish." Sima Lingxian snorted coldly and gently waved his right hand. The plain sword stuck in the wind cloud platform immediately came out of its scabbard. Sima Lingxian leaped into the air and grabbed the sword. Then he shouted, "First sword strike, sovereign descending to the 9 heavens, wind and clouds arise." With the support of the sword intent, the 1-meter-long sword hummed endlessly. When Sima Lingxian swung his sword, it was like he was the son of heaven descending from heaven. Wind and clouds gathered under his feet. In that instant he rode the wind and clouds. Mountains, rivers, cities and villages for thousands of kilometers around, all the living things in the world, materialized the state of a sovereign descending to the 9 heavens. One sword raised wind and clouds, materializing the state of a sovereign. Riding the wind and clouds, he stood on mountains and rivers. Sword momentum, state, and sword intent are all perfect and flawless. This sword strike is completed in one breath with no flaws at all. When Lu Xiaoyun, who was in the spectator stands, saw this sword strike, he revealed an expression of admiration. He praised it from the bottom of his heart. Break! Xiao Chen's figure flickered and he drew his saber. Purple and red lights intersected on the saber as he swung his saber at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Chen struck the place where the wind and clouds gathered. A saber light flashed and the wind and clouds split in half. The wind was wind and the clouds were clouds. The state of a sovereign for thousands of kilometers around vanished into thin air. All this happened in an instant. Right after Lu Xiaoyun spoke, Xiao Chen cleanly broke this move. Lu Xiaoyun opened his mouth but could not say anything. His eyes sparkled as he said in astonishment, "The sword raises wind and clouds, materializing mountains and rivers for thousands of kilometers around. Then there is the state of a sovereign descending to the world. As long as one breaks the wind and clouds, the state of a sovereign descending to the world will cease to exist. Why did I not think of that?" The drifting snow sword sect's first elder shook his head and said, "That won't do. Even if you thought of it, you would not be able to do it so quickly or be so decisive. However, Sima Lingxuan's wind and clouds are already very close together. How did he find the point of fusion and then separate the wind and clouds? This is really strange." With his sword move broken, Sima Lingxian circled around and retreated 100 meters. Then he looked cautiously at Xiao Chen, who knew Xiao Chen did not chase after him. He held his saber with one hand and looked calmly at Sima Lingxian. He said, "Just make your move. I will break every move you make. I will not chase after you. I want to see how you will defeat me in 10 moves. What a fellow. Sima Lingxian is already arrogant enough. Unexpectedly, this Xiao Chen is even more confident than him. Breaking every move he makes. Even after breaking, he does not follow up with another attack. It looks like Sima Lingxuan's attitude has really angered Xiao Chen. Aha. It has probably been many years since someone spoke to Sima Lingxian like this. Interesting, very interesting." Chapter 602. The moment Xiao Chen spoke, a huge commotion broke out in the crowd. This was even more shocking than Sima Lingxuan's declaration of defeating his opponent in 10 moves. Everyone had their own pride. Xiao Chen looked calm and indifferent. However, deep in his heart was a pride that no one knew about. He would not allow anyone to profane it. Good, good, good. Sima Lingxian said good 3 times in a row. With each word, his expression turned more sullen. A murderous intent even appeared in his eyes. Heart of a king, sword illuminating the world. Sima Lingxian did not say anything else. He immediately sent out a second sword strike. The sword flickered with a bright light, immediately filling the arena with light. It was like this sword illuminated the world. Sima Lingxian, who was floating in the air, seemed to have a heart burning in his chest. Even through his clothes and flesh, a fiery red light could be seen leaping about. When Shenyuan Zhantian saw this sword strike, he immediately revealed an expression of extreme shock. He said, "He is burning the heart of a king." This is a technique that can only be grasped after reaching great perfection in the state of kingship. The might of this sword strike has increased by at least 3 times. "Let's see how you break it." Sima Lingxian shouted ferociously. His figure flashed and he instantly arrived before Xiao Chen. There was nothing strange about this sword strike. It simply used the world as its faith and burned the heart of a king to attack the enemy. Aside from receiving it head-on, there was no way to break it. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense found the weakest spot in his opponent's sword strike. Then he immediately executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. His body trembled and split into 9. The 9 figures merged 2 states and each sent out a saber strike. Every saber strike landed on the weakest spot of the sword strike. Although it was said to be weak, that was only relative. The force at the weakest spot could easily shatter a small mountain. Bang, bang, bang. The sword might was too strong. Every one of Xiao Chen's clones could not block it for even a moment before they shattered into pieces. However, when Sima Lingxian broke the 8th clone, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He discovered that the might of this sword had decreased by half without him realizing it. "You discovered it as well, right? However, it is too late. Break." Xiao Chen's main body shouted. The crystalline purple essence in his body turned into a sharp saber light. Infused with his 60% comprehended saber intent, he chopped at the weakest spot. Boom. When the energy shot out, it created an intense shock wave. Everyone saw Sima Lingxuan's body quickly hit the shock wave. He spun a few times in the air before he stabilized himself. However, Xiaoqin did not move at all. Only the terrifying red glow around him and the immortal state of thunder above him intertwined with each other, making his handsome face look extremely demonic. Sima Lingxian did not believe it. He executed the later moves of the Son of Heaven's sword technique to their limits. The king's heart in his chest burned even more ferociously. Xiaoqin's spiritual sense circulated, breaking the other party's sword techniques one by one. He really could not find any flaws. Xiaoqin directly used the four-season saber technique to clash with his opponent, using force to break his opponent's saber technique. The sixth move has been broken. There are only 4 moves left. The seventh move has also been broken. There are only 3 moves left. The 8th move has also been broken. There are only 2 moves left. The 9th move has been broken. There's only 1 more move left. The cultivators in the spectator stands watched excitedly. If Xiaoqin really did as he said and let Sima Lingxian attack, Xiaoqin would not chase after him or take the initiative to attack. He only cared about breaking the sword. They wanted to see what gave Sima Lingxian the confidence to say that he could defeat Xiaoqin in 10 moves. 10th sword technique, crossing 1,000 peaks. Sima Lingxuan's expression turned terrifyingly sullen. He burned all the remaining quintessence in his body and executed the 9th move of the Son of Heaven's sword technique. Thousands of mountains appeared in the air. Sima Lingxian infused them into his sword technique, making the might of this sword technique incredibly heavy. Everywhere the sword passed, pitch-black cracks appeared in space. When the sword moved diagonally, a sword light exploded before it. In an instant, it seemed like thousands of towering mountains pressed down on Xiaoqin, covering the sky and covering the sun. Moonlight like frost, flowing water hurts, beauty grows old, where can one find one's home? In the face of danger, Xiaoqin did not panic. He calmly executed the four-season saber technique's 4th move, Grieving Frost. Strands of frost silently seeped into the towering mountains. The faint saber intent made it almost impossible to detect anything strange. When Sima Lingxian saw the situation, the sullen expression on his face disappeared. He laughed loudly and said, "The mountains press down on you. Let's see where you can hide." Xiaoqin withdrew his saber and stood upright. He said indifferently, "Why the need to hide? Kaxie, Kaxie." Suddenly, crunching sounds came from all the mountains in the sky. The mysterious phenomenon that Sima Lingxian materialized broke from the inside out. It turned into sand and pebbles flying everywhere, scattering with the wind and returning to nothing. How can it be like this? Sima Lingxuan's expression changed slightly in disbelief. The white-robed Xiaoqin held the lunar shadow saber in his hand as he pointed it at his opponent. Under the illumination of the light, he said calmly, "The 10 moves are over. I am standing here. How are you going to defeat me? I only ask you who was the one speaking such arrogant words. One can be arrogant but one must never be conceited. Since you spoke rudely and considered everyone beneath you, I do not mind ruthlessly slapping your face in front of everyone. Who cares if you are a noble clan disciple or the top genius of the great Jin nation?" The many cultivators in the spectator stands all had incredulous expressions on their faces. They had not expected Xiaoqin to break his opponent's 10 moves. This time, Sima Lingxian was truly embarrassed. The vast wind cloud platform was riddled with thousands of holes. At this moment it was a complete mess. Originally, the wind cloud platform had an automatic repair function. Otherwise, it would not be in such a dilapidated state. However, when the two fought, they were simply too strong. The saber intent and sword intent contained in their martial techniques lingered for a long time. There was no way for the wind cloud platform to repair itself properly. However, Sima Lingxuan's heart was even more disordered than this dilapidated wind cloud platform. He had not expected Xiaoqin to be so strong. Xiaoqin's strength, martial techniques, states and techniques did not lose to him at all. Damn it! I did not lose. The one who lost is you. After 10 moves, Sima Lingxian did not admit defeat like he said he would. He had a crazed expression as he circulated his essence. Then he charged over with a ferocious aura. Scram! This time Xiaoqin took the initiative to attack. The solidified essence in his body covered every acupoint, bone marrow and blood in his body. In that instant, Xiaoqin's entire body gave off a dazzling purple light. Even his pitch-black eyes turned a deep purple, flickering with electricity. Bang! Sima Lingxian no longer had any technique. His attack was full of openings. Xiaoqin grasped his saber with both hands and swept it across. Amid the dazzling purple light, he used absolute force to knock his opponent off the wind cloud platform. Bang! Xiao Chen's saber strike knocked back the insufferably strong Sima Lingxian. He crashed through the wind cloud barrier and flew out. A Sima clan superior grade martial monarch's figure flashed over in an instant. He caught Sima Lingxian just before he crashed into the ground, preventing him from ending up in a sorry state like Bai Qi and saving his last bit of face. One should not boast. Even Sima Lingxian is no exception. If he was careless, he would have been slapped in the face in front of everyone. The newcomers these days are too horrifying. Even Sima Lingxian fell. The last contestant of the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans is gone. All the geniuses of the great Jin nation have fallen. Currently only Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun are left. I wonder where these two people came from. I have never heard of them before. The moment they appeared, they caused such a huge commotion. This is unbelievable. What is even more unbelievable is yet to come. These two people are actually contestants from the great Qin nation. Their sects are probably laughing even in their dreams. This 5-nation youth competition had brought too many surprises to the crowd. Even someone as strong as Sima Lingxian was defeated before he could even make it to the final round. The impact of this was indescribable. Every generation had its own geniuses. Each wave was taller than the one before. In this great age of cultivators, anything could happen. This made everyone sigh and sigh endlessly. On the dilapidated wind cloud platform, Xiao Chen, whose entire body flickered with a purple light, sheathed his saber. The light vanished and his strong aura vanished. His entire being returned to ordinary. The scarlet throne mark on Xiao Chen's forehead gave his delicate face a sinister and tyrannical aura after he removed the blue strip of cloth. This was very different from how he usually looked. When the other half-step martial monarchs, Jiang Qi, saw Xiao Chen after Xiao Chen walked off the wind cloud platform, his heart trembled. Her heart trembled and the radiant smile on her face vanished. Unexpectedly, she could not speak to Xiao Chen calmly. When Xiao Chen saw the expressions of the surrounding people, he startled to his senses. He took out another blue strip of cloth from the universe ring and tied it around his forehead, covering up the scarlet throne mark. Xiao Chen's demonic and tyrannical aura immediately vanished. He turned back into the calm and indifferent white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen. Jiang Qi did not know what to say for a while. After thinking for a while, he said, "Xiao Chen, you should rest first." When Murong Chong Yun Kursen and the others looked at Xiao Chen, they were all shocked. Although they had guessed that Xiao Chen was strong, they had not expected him to be this strong. Sima Lingxian, whom they did not even dare to look at directly, lost to Xiao Chen in such a manner. He had been ruthlessly slapped in the face before everyone. When Xiao Chen saw everyone's expressions, he sighed silently to himself. No matter what, it is fine as long as I remain the same. Even if I step onto the great Tao in the future and look down on everyone, I will still walk the world with reverence in my heart. On the platform, Dragon Sealing City's city lord, Zhong Liang, picked up Sima Lingxuan's card and waved it casually. A faint flame flared up on the card, and it quickly turned into ashes, vanishing into the air. Only 2 cards remained on the table. One had Xiao Chen's name on it and the other had Chu Chaoyun's name on it. Zhong Liang said softly, "There are really many surprises. What do you all think?" When the old man on Zhong Liang's right heard this, he smiled and said, "Xiao Chen versus Chu Chaoyun. This is the final match. The suspense will last until the end." Indeed. Who could have imagined that this Xiao Chen state of massacre is only a fine line away from the will of massacre? Furthermore, his state of thunder contains the immortal attribute. The most horrifying thing is that his essence has completely solidified. He has not even reached peak half-step martial monarch, and his essence can already solidify. I wonder what fortuitous encounter this little fellow had. If he advanced to martial monarch, the quintessence that he refined would make several of the older generation pale in comparison. Chapter 603. Chu Chaoyun is not simple either. His peak state of light contains divine might. His essence can also be condensed into a solid form. The martial technique he practices is also very strong. The two of them are about the same age and come from the same nation. Their strengths are similar. Having them fight the final battle is definitely the best result. Zhong Liang smiled and nodded, "That is for the best. As I said earlier, there is no need to care about the rules. If you have the strength, just keep winning." Both of them are proud sons of heaven, a pair of absolute geniuses. This old man is very curious as to who will have the last laugh. After the match between Sima Lingxian and Xiao Chen ended, an hour passed before the next match resumed. This was because the wind cloud platform was severely damaged. There was no way for a normal match to take place. They could only wait for it to recover on its own. After the 98 matches were over, the 99 matches began. The first match was between Gong Yongyu and Lu Xiaoyun. This match was very crucial to both of them. As long as one of them lost, they would immediately fall out of the top 10. The matches were very intense and very exciting, attracting a lot of attention. In the end, Gong Yongyu relied on his killing move, tossing heaven and earth, to obtain a spot in the top 10 after much difficulty. After 10-odd matches, it was Xiao Chen's turn. His opponent was Li Tianhua. He did not give his opponent much of a chance, ending the match within 20 moves. Xiao Chen easily obtained victory. Next match, Chu Chaoyun against Sima Lingxian. Sima Lingxian, who had just been defeated, had already recovered from most of his injuries. However, his confidence had vanished completely. He looked very dispirited, giving off a feeling of being in low spirits. He was like a different person from the previous Sima Lingxian. His aura was completely different. Sima Lingxian had fallen from the clouds to the bottom of the valley, defeated by Xiao Chen in 10 moves. Furthermore, it was an extremely humiliating defeat. Sima Lingxian could not do anything about it. He could not digest the difference in his heart. The strong confidence that he had accumulated over the past 20-odd years had been shattered by Xiao Chen in an instant. A huge flaw appeared in his mental state. Now, when facing the strong Chu Chaoyun, Sima Lingxian could not retaliate at all. He no longer had his previous glory. How hateful. After losing to Xiao Chen, it will be difficult for Lingxian to get into the top 3, the Sima clan's first elder said angrily. Sima Lingxuan's ranking in the ranking matches directly affected the Sima clan's luck for the next 100 years. His dream of winning 3 championships in a row had been shattered, and now he couldn't even get into the top 3. He couldn't help but feel depressed. As he looked at Xiao Chen, a heavy murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He said sullenly, "The Sima clan will make things difficult for whoever makes things difficult for my Sima clan." The elders of the Bai clan, one of the 8 noble clans, were currently discussing Xiao Chen's matter. Their words were filled with murderous intent. The 4 clans Xiao Chen's saber Bai Qi. The Ling clan's Chen Xiao Wu clan's spirit. The 4-season saber technique is the foundation of our Bai clan. We absolutely cannot reveal it. No matter how this person obtained it, we have to figure it out after the 5-nation youth competition. Furthermore, this person's 4-season saber technique is clearly stronger than our Bai clan's. We have to find out how he cultivated it. The second brother of the Bai clan's clan head, Bai Qinghe, said sinisterly as he sized up Xiao Chen with a malicious gaze. When Bai Qinghe, the second brother of the Bai clan's clan head, heard these words, he frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong. If a person's luck was extremely strong, it would be very difficult to catch them. Heaven would be watching over them and they would not be fated to die. Not only would Bai Qinghe's second uncle's ideas not achieve the desired effect, but they might even attract an enemy who might become a martial emperor in the future. Chu Chaoyun wins. You gain another 2 points. The referee announced the results unhurriedly. After a round of swallowing, Chu Chaoyun's golden dragon grew to 29 meters long, equal to Xiao Chen's. As for Sima Lingxuan's golden dragon, it was no longer as dazzling as before. After 2 consecutive defeats, his golden dragon shrunk to 27 meters long, only slightly longer than Bai Qi and the others. Just as Chu Chaoyun was about to get off the stage, the golden dragon above his head suddenly roared ferociously. It charged at the golden dragon circling above Xiao Chen, bearing its fangs and claws. A ferocious light radiated from it, looking extremely sinister and horrifying. The golden dragon above Xiao Chen's head also fought back, not giving way at all. The 2 golden dragons flew out of Xiao Chen's control. Suddenly they flew together and started fighting each other, shocking the onlookers. The final battle has not started yet, and the 2 golden dragons are already fighting. How interesting. Only one true dragon can exist in this world. It will not allow 2 true dragons to exist together. Now that only the final battle remains, the 2 golden dragons probably feel a sense of danger. No matter how many geniuses there are, no matter how outstanding they are, there can only be one main character in each age. To the other geniuses, this glorious age is a tragic age. People like Bai Qi, Yu Chenxi, Lu Xiaoyin, and Shenyuan Zhantian would definitely be the main characters of any age. However, in the age of geniuses they could only play a supporting role. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun were also terrifyingly strong. They were clearly stronger than the other geniuses. They were rarely seen, and it would not be an exaggeration to call them the absolute proud pair. However, such proud sons of heaven might not be able to become the main character of this great age. This was because there could only be one true dragon. An 89-meter-long golden dragon was just short of 30 meters. 9 was the limit of numbers. As long as it reached 30 meters, it would immediately become a true dragon. The luck that a true dragon obtained was not something that the other false dragons could compare to. The luck of this age of the Sky Dome realm would be added to it. Countless fortuitous encounters, spiritual fortuitous encounters, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena that were not meant to happen would happen to the true dragon. Who was the true dragon? At this moment only one step remained. Only one final battle remained. Ferocious roars rang out in the sky as the two golden dragons fought. A ferocious aura spread out, scaring the other golden dragons into trembling and hurriedly dodging. Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chen were both somewhat surprised. They had not expected such a thing to happen. Chu Chaoyun narrowed his eyes and revealed a faint smile on his calm face. He said softly, "Come back." Chu Chaoyun's golden dragon roared in dissatisfaction. Then it slowly returned to Chu Chaoyun's head, circling left and right, dancing up and down. Xiao Chen gently waved his hand, and his golden dragon returned with a xiao sound. Everywhere it passed, the golden dragons of the other participants dodged, not daring to block its sharpness. After the 99th round of matches ended, the organizers let all the participants rest for 2 hours to prepare for the final round of matches. Time slowly went by. At some point, dusk had already arrived, leaving a dim yellow setting sun in the western sky, scattering a mottled glow. The organizers had purposely arranged for the match between Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun to be the last match. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The entire place fell silent. Only the sounds of the matches on the wind cloud platform could be heard far away. This was very strange. Normally, even in the worst matches, there would be cultivators who would comment on them, giving their own opinions and insights. However, at this moment the place fell completely silent. No one said anything, they just watched the matches quietly. The matches that had been bustling for the past few days had calmed down just like that. There would always be a peaceful night before a storm. The sky, the dark clouds, the sound of the wind, the sound of breathing, and even the fights on the wind cloud platform all gave off a sense of tranquility. The matches of the final round slowly came to an end. By the time the 49th match was over, the sky had already turned dark. Since the start of the 5-nation youth competition, there had never been a night match. However, the final match had already piqued the interest of countless people. Clearly they could not wait another night. Zhong Liang, who was on the platform, waved his right hand. Bang, bang, bang. The other 9 wind cloud platforms around the largest wind cloud platform lit up with flames. Oh, oh. The flames made that tall and vast wind cloud platform look mysterious. The 4 referees flew out from the various platforms. However, they did not ascend the wind cloud platform like they usually did. Instead, they floated in the air as though they were afraid of the 2 people who would fight later. The final match begins now. Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Xiao Chen and Misty Sword Sect's Chu Chaoyun quickly enter the arena. The 4 referees shouted in unison in the silent night. Their voices were like thunder, resounding in all directions. Everyone could hear them clearly. The emotions that had been calm for a long time immediately surged. After 3 years of waiting, more than half a month of competition and 180 matches, the final match was finally about to begin. Xiao, xiao. 2 figures soared into the air in the darkness. Their clothes were very ordinary. However, the darkness of the night did not seem to be able to hide the glow of their bodies. Among the millions of people, they shone brightly, allowing everyone to see them clearly at a glance. Their gazes unwittingly started to follow the trajectory of the 2 in the air. Keng Chang. The 2 drew their sabers and swords and brandished the weapons in their hands. Dense saber chi and sword chi tore through the night sky and tore 2 holes in the wind cloud barrier with a kasi sound. The tough wind cloud barrier was as thin as a cicada's wings in the 2's hands. It did not have any resistance at all, easily breaking apart with a casual strike. The 2 gently drifted down and put away their weapons. Without making any sound, they landed on the ground at the same time. Chu Chaoyun always had a calm expression on his face. There was a faint smile in his eyes, but it was indistinct. No one could see through it. The 2 did not say anything. They just stared at each other, building up their auras. Under the pressure of their auras, the air in the air turned viscous, almost solidifying. Suddenly Chu Chaoyun said, "Don't you feel that this is very strange? 4 years ago you could not even receive half an attack from me. Now you can stand here and compete with me for the luck of the Sky Dome realm." Xiao Chen said calmly, "What is so strange about that? There will definitely be a fight between us. It is just a matter of time." No one in this world can understand the loneliness and solitude that I have endured. The people who defeated me 4 years ago have already lost to me. You will not be an exception." Holding his scabbard with his right hand, Chu Chaoyun casually leaned against the ground. Then he combed his hair back and smiled faintly. After some thought he said, "In that case, draw your saber. Let me see how much you have grown for you to be so confident." Chu Chaoyun's tone was calm and serene. However, it hid an overwhelming fighting spirit. Right after he spoke, the aura that he had been storing up turned into a strong wind that roared at Xiao Chen. Chapter 604. Xiao Chen's clothes and accessories instantly gave off a resplendent golden light. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, and his pitch-black eyes turned golden as well. Tens of thousands of rays of light burst forth from his body, causing the colorless and odorless wind to shine with a golden light, radiating sharpness in all directions. Faintly, the sound of countless swords humming in the wind was singing a tune that no one could understand. As the strong wind howled, the light was piercing. This heavy night was like a thick piece of cloth being torn apart by this golden light, turning into countless shards. Xiao Chen's delicate face did not change at all. Even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, he would face it calmly. There was no fear in Xiao Chen's heart because he had a saber in his hand. Xiao Chen said softly, "As you wish." Cassia. Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber by 1 centimeter. Instantly, boundless electric light turned into a leaping purple light. Then it burst out together with the aura that Xiao Chen had been storing up. The white clear breeze robe and the accessories on it all turned into pieces of sparkling and translucent purple. His deep eyes turned into endless lightning, and in the deepest part of his eyes, there were countless blades trembling and cheering. The strong wind behind Xiao Chen, compressed by his aura, howled. Countless electric lights leaped about in the wind, crackling endlessly. Bang! The golden and purple gales collided with each other, causing a deafening explosion in the silent night. It was deafening and indescribable. The two of them raised their auras, and the strong wind formed a semicircle of light. One golden and one purple, they clashed with each other, not giving way at all. The golden semicircle of light had millions of strands of light reflecting off each other, giving off a dreamlike radiance. Countless berserk electric lights leaped about on the purple semicircle of light. When the electric lights exploded, vague ripples appeared in space. The golden light and the purple electric lights clashed, giving off an extremely strong energy that caused countless tiny cracks to appear in the wind cloud platform. In the blink of an eye, the huge wind cloud platform looked like a spider web. Cracks spread everywhere. Boom. The two auras were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. The two of them lost the patience to continue waiting. They drew their sabers and swords again. The golden and purple semicircular balls of light exploded in an instant, emitting a deafening explosion. The instant the two drew their weapons, the 1,000-meter-wide wind cloud platform shattered. Countless hard rocks floated in the air. Before they had even made their move, half of the wind cloud platform had already been destroyed. The spectating martial artists were dumbfounded. Such a scene was completely unimaginable. Even the other giants, Bai Qi, Lu Xiaoyan, Wang Quan, and the others were filled with shock. They felt like something was stuck in their throats, making it hard for them to speak. Fight! The two of them let out a long roar. They held their treasured swords and brandished their long sabers. With boundless battle intent, he charged towards the other party with lightning speed. Clang, clang, clang. When the saber and sword clashed, countless sparks flew. The two in midair moved as fast as the wind and the sun. Ordinary cultivators could only see two blurry beams of light, one gold and one purple, crisscrossing in the air, flying up and down, leaving behind countless afterimages as they flickered. As the condensed saber chi and sword chi moved about, tiny cracks appeared in the void. The two's materialized saber chi and sword chi had actually reached a level that some inferior-grade martial monarchs could not achieve. They even tore space apart. The surrounding wind cloud barrier immediately shredded into countless pieces like it was made of thin paper. Wind and thunder roared and the lights scattered. After several dozen moves, the wind cloud barrier was completely destroyed. The 10 dragon pillars around the wind cloud platform could no longer spit out energy. Flowing light passing shadows. Suddenly Chu Chaoyun, who was in an intense battle, shouted. His body turned into a beam of light, leaving 81 afterimages at Xiao Chen's side. Each afterimage sent a sword strike at Xiao Chen. Each sword strike used a different move. Some chopped, and some stabbed. Golden light flashed on the swords. The 81 flickering golden lights merged into one, dazzling everyone's eyes. Before this sword strike, Xiao Chen's five senses became mere decorations. He could not see clearly at all. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Transform. 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 Xiao Chen shouted, and his body split into 9. The crystalline essence in his body spun continuously as he executed the Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. 81 clones appeared in the air as well. Each of the clones also sent out a saber strike, blocking the sword techniques of Chu Chaoyun's afterimages. In that instant, countless sabers and swords clashed together, forming a horrifying sonic boom. They turned into surging shock waves that surged into the surroundings like a raging river. The expressions of the 4 referees floating 500 meters away from the wind cloud platform turned grave. They quickly made their move, each sending out a quintessence shield to block the shock waves. The 4 old men were shocked. They exchanged glances and projected their voices. What a strong shock wave! Even a newly advanced martial monarch would not be a match for these 2. If this shock wave had spread out, the spectators in the first 5 rows would have been significantly injured. Fortunately, the city lord had foresight and told us to take precautions outside. Otherwise, many cultivators would have died in this 5-nation youth competition. Merge. Merge. However, the 2 people in the air above the wind cloud platform were not in the mood to care about the gazes of others. They shouted at the same time. 81 figures merged back together in that instant, giving off a bright light. In the pitch-dark night, the 2's light burst forth. At this moment, the darkness was completely suppressed by their light. The dueling ring became as bright as day. The saber and sword chopped at each other at the same time, fast, accurate, ruthless, and callous. The golden sword light and the purple saber light clashed. Boundless energy spread out and tore the space around the 2 into pieces. A huge force rebounded. The 2 who had just merged back together, separated in an instant. They both spun around and vented out the energy flowing in their bodies. Xiao Chen stabilized himself and gently floated up. He stood on the dragon head of a dragon pillar and held his saber with one hand. His white clear wind robes fluttered in the strong wind. On the other side, Chu Chaoyun stood on a dragon pillar as well. The light on his body was withdrawn. Only his sword occasionally emitted golden sword chi. The 2 were separated by a kilometer. The wind cloud platform in the middle was in a sorry state. It was riddled with holes and was in a sorry state. There was not even a place to stand. The dragon chi that leaked out was also turbid. The shock waves from the 2's exchange sliced it into millions of pieces. It did not even have a chance to let out a dragon roar. Chu Chaoyun tightened his grip on his sword. He revealed a rarely seen wildness on his face. He smiled and said, "I have not fought to my heart's content in a long time. Xiao Chen, you are indeed qualified to say such words. However, the show is just beginning. Did you know? Boundless light, vast and mighty divine might." Chu Chaoyun shouted, and the thick clouds in the sky suddenly parted. A blazing pillar of light descended and tore through the night sky, encasing Chu Chaoyun. This was not the first time the crowd saw Chu Chaoyun execute the state of light that contained divine might. However, when they saw it again in the dark night, they had a different feeling. In contrast to the night sky, the blazing golden pillar of light looked even more piercing and dazzling. Divine might spread out and a dignified aura spread out. Everyone could not help but feel a desire to worship Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen tore off the strip of cloth covering his forehead. A peak state of massacre surged out from the immortal state of thunder. The 2 merged and formed a strange purple-red light, blocking the other party's divine might. Clouds move in all directions, wind and lightning gather. With the 2 states merged, Xiao Chen executed the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique, taking the initiative to attack. The wind blew from all directions and the thunderclouds above his head churned. Compared to usual, the thunderclouds above his head had an additional sharp killing intent. When Chu Chaoyun saw this, he thought to himself, using the peak state of massacre to make up for the lack of my state of wind and cloud, he will be much more difficult to deal with. As Xiao Chen thought, he quickly sent out his first saber strike. Chu Chaoyun stood on the dragon pillar, not intending to move. He sent out many golden sword images. The flashes of the sword images were very unusual. It was like there were many Chu Chaoyun sending out hundreds of moves at the same time. Unexpectedly, this sword strike contained the shadow of the eternal light. It was similar to the eternal light sword technique, but it was much less mighty. However, it was faster and easier to execute. Chu Chaoyun did not move from his original position. When he swung his sword, he knocked back Xiao Chen. Its might actually surpassed that of Xiao Chen's, who carried the momentum of the lightning tribulation. When Xiao Chen saw this, he was not surprised. He pushed off the air and did a somersault, sending out a second saber strike. Chop, chop, chop. Xiao Qin sent out 5 saber strikes, each one stronger than the one before. Although Chu Chaoyun still did not move, cracks appeared on the dragon pillar under his feet. The lightning infused with the state of massacre gave off a desolate state of massacre. It was very similar to the cold and emotionless aura of the heavenly Tao. Earthly lightning tribulation. The momentum of the lightning tribulation finally reached its peak. The lightning attributed spiritual energy on the ground resonated with the lightning whirlpool in the sky. Xiao Qin roared ferociously and turned into the heavenly Tao, sending down the first lightning tribulation. Extreme Light Realm. Knowing the might of this saber strike, Chu Chaoyun did not dare to use saber intent. He sent out thousands of light screens in front of him, layering over each other and forming a thick mirror of light. Bang! There was a loud explosion, but the mirror of light did not shatter. However, the dragon pillar under Chu Chaoyun's feet completely shattered. Unexpectedly, the power of the saber could penetrate the light mirror and still be so mighty. Chu Chaoyun's complexion paled slightly as he scattered the extreme light realm. Then, he turned into a beam of light and headed for another dragon pillar. What a strong lightning tribulation saber technique. It infused the state of massacre, raising its might to another level. The lightning tribulation destroys all life. Actually, it is killing. This state of massacre is completely compatible with the lightning tribulation saber technique. Unexpectedly, when Xiao Qin fought Bai Qi earlier, he did not use it. Just by relying on this lightning tribulation saber technique, Xiao Qin can probably defeat Bai Qi. He really hit it well. Chu Chaoyun is at a disadvantage. If he does not use eternal light and inextinguishable divine light, he will not be able to block it. After witnessing the horrifying might of the lightning tribulation saber technique, several cultivators started discussing it. The previously evenly matched situation finally showed some signs of change. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Xiao Qin roared ferociously again as he descended from the sky, bringing with him heavenly might. His expression was emotionless, as though Chu Chaoyun was a sinner who violated heavenly might. Chapter 605. I have to break his momentum. The lightning tribulation saber technique is somewhat out of my expectations, Chu Chaoyun thought to himself as he watched Xiao Qin grow stronger the more he fought. Xiao. The golden long sword in his hand suddenly turned in a circle, and the radiance that filled the sky condensed into a heavenly sword that shot toward the blood-colored lightning vortex above Xiao Qian's head. There is righteousness in heaven and earth, and it is called awe-inspiring. Above are the stars and below are the mountains and rivers. With the bright heaven and earth, how can we be afraid of demons? Under the vast curtain of night, a loud and clear song suddenly rang out. The song was resounding and impassioned, as if there were tens of thousands of voices rising and falling between heaven and earth. In the pillar of light, Chu Chaoyun's lips moved as he led the chanting of tens of thousands of people. Abundant awe-inspiring sword chi gathered on the light sword along with the song, causing the brilliance of the heavenly sword to be dazzling. Chu Chaoyun's expression was solemn, and he condensed a vast amount of divine might to emit a divine voice that resounded in the surroundings. The heavens and the earth are unfair. They can't differentiate between good and evil, and they distort black and white. Since it's like this, then what's the use of the heavens? With an awe-inspiring righteousness in his chest, his heart is as magnanimous as a gentleman's, fearless of evil and fearless of the heavens. Chu Chaoyun stopped chanting and shouted. He waved his hand and the dazzling heavenly sword drew a space crack that was darker than the night sky and disappeared in a flash. Xiao. The spatial crack drawn by the heavenly sword did not disperse for a long time. With a whoosh, it split the terrifying thundercloud vortex in the sky into two. As Chu Chaoyun played and sang, he waved his hand to destroy the heavens, instantly destroying the foundation of the lightning tribulation saber technique, the power of the heavenly Tao. Under the pillar of light, Chu Chaoyun's movements seemed to be frozen in time. He was like a god walking in the world, holy and dazzling, righteous and eternal. His words were justice. If he said to destroy the heavens, then it was definitely the heavens that were unfair. It wasn't that he was being rebellious and offending the heavens. Seeing this shocking scene, everyone was speechless for a long time. They could not think of any words to describe their current feelings. The final battle was simply too shocking. First, the two of them fought evenly for 100 moves. Then, they easily reduced the wind cloud platform to rubble. A regular inferior-grade martial monarch would not be able to break the wind cloud barrier. Yet, the two of them casually broke it without any difficulty. Xiao Qin had just gained the upper hand, using the might of the heavenly Tao to suppress Chu Chaoyun, making everyone think that victory was tilting towards him. Chu Chaoyun immediately made a move and destroyed the heavenly might in an instant, turning the situation around in one fell swoop. The spectators didn't even have time to adjust their emotions. Up in the air, Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed. The aura of the saber vanished, not even a trace remained. With his foundation destroyed, his aura was affected as well. His internal organs churned and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Retreat. 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 Xiao Chen paused and held his saber horizontally in front of him. Then he pushed off with his feet and flew backward. The friction between his body and the air gave off sonic booms. Chu Chaoyun's somewhat pale face smiled gently and said, "You think you can retreat? Sword, come." Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the sword floating in the air immediately flew over. He pushed off the dragon's head and leaped into the air. Then he grasped his sword tightly with his right hand. Divine might, eternal light. After Chu Chaoyun grasped his sword again, he narrowed his eyes. In that instant he drained half of the remaining substantial essence in his body. Seizing the initiative that the opponent lost, he firmly grasped the advantage and slowly expanded it. This was how Chu Chaoyun had always done things. Now that Xiao Chen seized the initiative, he immediately executed the enlarged version of eternal light. Boom, boom, boom. 9 beams of golden light shot down from the sky. When each beam landed, it illuminated Chu Chaoyun's figure in the night sky. It was like he teleported in the air. Chu Chaoyun covered 100 meters with each step. He took 9 steps in a row. With each step, he executed a beam of eternal light, sending out 99,900 sword strikes. He held them in and waited for the 9 steps to be completed. Chu Chaoyun caught up to Xiao Chen. The light from his body was as dazzling as the sun. At this moment, night turned into day. When the sword was drawn, the light was eternal. Space shattered, there was no way to dodge. With the support of the divine might, the 9 beams of eternal light miraculously merged together. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Just one beam of eternal light could severely injure an ordinary inferior-grade martial monarch. When 9 beams merged together, they could even destroy one. You are too much. Do you really think that I, Xiao Chen, cannot retaliate? You want to severely injure me in one move. If you want to clash head-on, then so be it. Xiao Chen's face sank. He quickly executed the final move of the 4-season saber technique, Cycle of Seasons. In spring, thunder roars, birds and beasts cry. In summer, the blazing sun blazes in the sky, burning the surroundings. In autumn, it drizzles, people smile faintly. In winter, the frost is like the moon, the flowing water hurts. In that instant, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the 4 seasons that belonged to Xiao Chen alone quickly materialized. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared and disappeared at a speed that the naked eye could not capture. 100 cycles manifested, materializing the boundless power of the cycle of seasons. The world ages, the blue sea turns into mulberry fields. After 10,000 years, only the cycle of seasons does not change. The heavenly Tao does not stop, cycle of seasons. The force of the saber caused space to distort. The shattered space that Chu Chaoyun's sword strike actually retreated strangely. When the Bai clan elders saw this scene, they could not help but stand up. They muttered, "How can this be? How can the might of the cycle of seasons be so strong?" In the Bai clan, only the core disciples and inner sect elders could practice the 4-season saber technique. Although they could not be like Bai Qi, who grasped it at the age of 23, they could not help but stand up. However, there were many people who had studied the 4-season saber technique for decades. They could execute the cycle of seasons as well. However, compared to Xiao Chen, the might of this cycle of seasons was worlds apart. Although they were several cultivation realms higher than Xiao Chen, if they really competed with this cycle of seasons, they would undoubtedly lose. This was because that state was too compatible with Xiao Chen. They even had the misconception that the 4-season saber technique was a martial technique created solely for Xiao Chen. Bai Qi's expression was unsightly. He had never felt such a great sense of defeat before, not even when he lost to Sima Lingxian. In the hands of an outsider, the inherited saber technique of the Bai clan was actually 10 times stronger than the Bai clan's. Boom! The divine might's eternal light clashed head-on with Xiao Chen's cycle of seasons. There was a loud sound and a 3-kilometer-tall shock wave soared into the clouds. Amid the shock wave, thousands of lights exploded, water flowed, thunder roared, a blazing sun appeared, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Under the clash of the two, the entire wind cloud arena crumbled. The fragments contained a huge force. The shockwaves tore space apart and shot towards the spectator stands like a torrential storm. The 4 referees would not be able to block such a large-scale shockwave. Zhong Liang's expression changed drastically. He said sullenly, "Wind, cloud, thunder, lightning, autumn, wind, frost and moon heed my command. Quickly make your move. Make sure not a single fragment lands on the spectator stands." Roger. The 8 old men on the platform released their peak martial monarch auras. They did not hold back at all. Their figures flashed and they vanished. Bang, 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 bang. The appearance of the 8 elders immediately allowed the 4 referees to heave a sigh of relief. They quickly increased their strength and punched the fragments flying out. Unexpectedly, the 8 elders under the Dragon Sealing City Lord all moved out. What kind of monsters are those 2? This is too horrifying. The quality of the final battle of this 5-nation youth competition is probably the strongest in the past 3,000 years. No one will surpass it even in the next 1,000 years. Sima Lingxian and Bai Qi's defeat at the hands of these 2 is not undeserved. They have already gone too far. Looking at the 8 people fighting in the air above the arena, the hearts of the spectators were in a mess, and they could not help but sigh in amazement. How strong must they be for the 8 peak martial monarchs to attack together to ensure that the shockwaves would not reach them? After a long time, the chaotic shockwaves dissipated completely. The light on Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chen's bodies had vanished. Their clothes were also tattered. Blood leaked out of the corners of their mouths, and their complexions were incredibly pale. The wind cloud platform under their feet had vanished long ago, leaving only a bottomless hole. Who knew what was hidden there? Although the 2 were in a sorry state and covered in wounds, their eyes shone with a bright light. However, their eyes shone brightly. Their fighting spirit burned like a raging fire. Their thirst for victory did not stop at all. Suddenly Xiao Chen laughed loudly, laughing heartily to his heart's content. Chu Chaoyun casually sent out a flower with his sword. He revealed a suspicious expression as he asked, "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Chen smiled and replied, "I'm laughing at how the heavens are so kind to me. I have experienced all the loneliness and worries of the world. What I seek is not to be unrivaled but to reach the peak of the martial way, to become a hero like the Thunder King. No one in the same generation is a match for me. Those who defeat me are all my defeats. Only you, Chu Chaoyun, have not been defeated by me. If not for you, how would I be lonely in this vast Sky Dome realm? 2 years ago, at the foot of Desolate City, you invited me to decide victory in one move. 2 years later, I will return these words to you. I only ask you this: do you dare to decide victory in one move again?" Chu Chaoyun laughed loudly, and his sword gave off a sharp light. He said, "Why not? Uchi, Uchi." Outside the wind cloud platform, the other 9 small wind cloud platforms blazed with flames. The leaping fire reflected on Xiao Chen's and Chu Chaoyun's faces, flickering. When the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the spectator stands heard that the 2 wanted to decide victory in one move, they did not dare to blink. They did not even dare to blink as they circulated their essence in their eyes and stared fixedly at the 2 people above the hole. This is too intense. Even that wind cloud platform was destroyed by the 2 of them. To think that the victor has not been decided yet. Chu Chaoyun has not used the inextinguishable divine light yet. I wonder what other trump cards he has not used. Could he have an even more horrifying martial technique than the cycle of seasons? He probably does. Otherwise he would not say that. However, it is hard to imagine what martial technique that is. However, that inextinguishable divine light condensed the divine might into something solid. Even a full-powered strike from a peak inferior grade martial monarch would not be able to break it. I still do not dare to believe that someone below martial monarch can break Chu Chaoyun's inextinguishable divine light. Chapter 606. There was still one more move before the champion of this 5-nation youth competition would be revealed. Everyone was very excited as they discussed this. The 4 referees and the 8 great elders of the City Lord's mansion who were floating outside the martial arts competition stage had heavy expressions on their faces. They were ready for battle, afraid that the 2 of them would cause some big commotion and harm the innocent. It has been a long time since such an outstanding talent appeared. The quality of this 5-nation youth competition is probably second only to the battle between the Thunder King and the Saber Demon 5,000 years ago. That year was also a golden age for cultivators. The Saber Demon and the Thunder King also fought with sabers and swords. The Wind Cloud platform was also destroyed by the attacks of the 2. The 10-odd old men floating outside used their voices to form lines. As they stared at the 2, they sighed and chatted idly. Rumble. Just at this moment something strange happened. The entire dueling ring suddenly shook violently. The The cultivators and the spectator stands were caught off guard, and many of them fell to the ground. Less than half of the people reacted quickly and jumped to the ground in an instant. The ground within 10 kilometers of the dueling ring was like a small boat in a huge wave. It tossed and turned without any pattern. Without being a martial king, one could not hover in the air. 80% of the cultivators who came to spectate were not martial kings. When they fell to the ground, they could not get up again. What's going on? What happened? The scene immediately turned chaotic in the dark night. Anxious cries mixed together, making the situation even more chaotic. The seal on the dragon vein has loosened? The expression of the dragon sealing city lord, Zhong Liang, changed slightly. He immediately stood up and a surging energy spread out from under his feet. This caused the ground within a kilometer to calm down, a stark contrast to the surroundings. A dragon roar came from the hole under Xiao Qian and Chu Chaoyun's feet. The dragon's roar was even louder than heavenly thunder. In an instant it drowned out all the noise. When the weaker martial kings in the air heard this roar, their aura became unstable. Blood leaked out of the corner of their mouths as they fell from the sky. There were another 3 dragon roars. Dragons might spread everywhere. Only a few martial kings remained standing in the air. The ground shook even more intensely. It was like the end of the world, terrifying everyone. Zhong Liang waved his right hand, and a golden medallion appeared in his hand. The medallion was rhombus-shaped and had ancient and complicated patterns carved on it. The golden medallion gave off a faint light in the dark night, giving off a mysterious and ancient energy. Zhong Liang, don't be in a hurry to use the dragon sealing token. The seal on the dragon veins hasn't loosened. It's just that all 4 dragon veins have awakened. Just as Zhong Liang was about to use the dragon sealing token, an aged voice rang out in his mind. Zhong Liang paused slightly. Clearly he was very surprised by the voice in his head. He replied respectfully, "Great-grandfather, the ley line has awakened." "Do you mean?" Zhong was stunned. "Dragon, Zhong dragon. Dragon king. Dragon Zhong Zhe dragon lord, Zabel Zhong." He put away the dragon sealing medallion and said, "So that's how it is. Looks like I was overthinking." At the same time, a loud dragon roar came from the seals used to suppress the dragon veins in the 5 great empires 5,000 kilometers away. The 9 dragon veins roared in unison, resonating with each other. The sound pierced through space and time and gathered in Dragon Sealing City, causing the ground to shake even more intensely. Above the hole, Xiao Qian had already moved to the side. He looked down at the deep hole and revealed a doubtful expression. After a long time, the roar containing boundless dragon might slowly faded into the air. The entire dueling ground regained its calm. That was definitely dragon might earlier. The dragon veins have awakened. This is too shocking. There were a total of 4 dragon roars. All 4 dragon veins have awakened. One of these 2 must be a monarch-grade true dragon. You heard wrong. There were 9 dragon roars, not 4. Only a king-grade true dragon can cause such a huge commotion. Controlling the 9 dragon veins, a king-tier true dragon. Isn't that as famous as the Thunder Emperor back then? Could it be that one of them will be the future Thunder Emperor? After the crowd calmed down and understood what had happened, the fear in their hearts naturally disappeared. They looked at Xiao Qian and Zhong Zhe with a fervent gaze. What kind of person was the Thunder King? He was the strongest Emperor Wu after the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty. He was unrivaled in his era. Even in the Kunlun realm, where there were many emperors, he ranked highly. Ever since the 9 dragons escaped and the spirit veins fell into chaos, he was the only true expert in the Tianwu continent who could stand firm in the Kunlun realm. In the Tianwu continent, Zhong Zhe was a legend. His story was a legend. Now, these 2 people before Xiao Qian might one day be as famous as the Thunder King. Holding his sword with one hand, Chu Chaoyun smiled gently and said, "I forgot to tell you. There is no earth-ranked martial technique that can break the defense of the inextinguishable divine light, not even the cycle of seasons." Xiao Qian smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Since I am confident of defeating you, naturally, I will not speak carelessly. Just make your move." Without saying anything more, a golden light reappeared on Chu Chaoyun's body. Then he pointed his sword at the sky. A divine voice came from the sky. That was the voice of a deity. It contained the might of an ancient deity. As it spread out, everyone felt a boundless pressure. Xiao. A circular golden pillar of light descended from the sky and encased Chu Chaoyun. The light instantly turned solid. Divine might flowed out, making that pillar of light look like an eternal pillar supporting the heavens. However, Chu Chaoyun, who was in the pillar of light, did not passively defend. He shouted ferociously and held his sword above his head with both hands. Then he used the might of an ancient deity and hacked at Xiaoqin. The solid pillar of divine might connected the sky and earth. Unexpectedly, it turned into a huge, unparalleled sword light chopping down the world. I never said that the inextinguishable divine light can only be used for defense. Fall for me. Chu Chaoyun looked coldly at Xiaoqin. No matter what, he had to obtain the king-grade true dragon's luck. Such a strong martial technique can be used for offense. This is too heaven-defying. Such a startling sword strike tore space into countless pieces like it was a piece of cloth. Everyone was horrified, not daring to imagine it. When the sword light arrived, Xiaoqin was as insignificant as an ant. It felt like he could be squashed to death. Xiaoqin, who had been holding his saber with one hand, placed his left hand on his saber's hilt. His expression was calm as he said, "An earth-ranked martial technique cannot break it. Unfortunately, I am not using an earth-ranked martial technique. The heaven-ranked martial technique exclusive to the Blue Dragon martial spirit, the dragon subduing slash's first move, the return of the Blue Dragon, circulated quickly in Xiaoqin's body. A boundless sea materialized behind Xiaoqin. This sea was even vaster than Xinyuan Zhantian's state of water. All Xiaoqin saw was the vast sea. The water was boundless and boundless, giving off a spirit of swallowing up the world. What is he doing? Why is he not executing the cycle of seasons and resisting the inextinguishable divine light? What is the mysterious phenomenon of the sea? Indeed, the inextinguishable divine light is such a strong martial technique. If he uses the cycle of seasons, he might still have a chance of survival. If he does not use it, isn't he just seeking death? The many cultivators in the spectator stands could not understand what Xiaoqin was doing. The hearts of the elders and brothers of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion leaped to their throats. At such a crucial moment, how could Xiaoqin be so rash? Shen Manjun, who had been silent all this while, frowned heavily. Suddenly she said to Jiang Qi and the others, "Later Xiaoqin might be severely injured or killed in one move. I am preparing to catch Xiaoqin in advance." Jiang Qi's expression changed drastically as he said, "Is it that serious?" Shen Manjun sighed softly and said, "That Chu Chaoyun used a secret technique to raise his state of light to the will of light in a short time. Whether I can catch Xiaoqin or not is a question mark." While the two of them were conversing rapidly, the sky-raising sword had already swept over with a sword light that reached the heavens. The void shattered and cracks spread out. The dark night was chopped into pieces by this sword, and space became chaotic. Xiaoqin's expression remained calm. At this critical moment he did not panic at all. He only spread out the crystal-like essence in his body, maintaining the vast and boundless sea. Blue Dragon goes to sea. When the startling sword light was within 100 meters of Xiaoqin, the aura that Xiaoqin had been storing up erupted with a loud roar. Bang, bang, bang. A chain of explosions resounded in the vast sea behind Xiaoqin. 3,000 pillars of water soared into the sky. Each pillar of water contained boundless energy, tearing 3,000 black holes in space. All the sounds merged together and the sky paused. At this moment, the world suddenly fell silent. The whistling of the sword light, the howling of the strong wind, and the discussions of the crowd all fell strangely silent. Suddenly, a clear dragon roar resounded in this silent world. A blue dragon leaped out of the sea under Xiaoqin. A horrifying dragon might spread out. It was no weaker than the might of the dragon vein. Dragons lurked in the deep abyss, kings of the four seas. They soared into the 9 heavens, lords of the sky, omnipotent. Chapter 607. Do not bully a blue dragon when it is trapped in a shallow pool. Do not bully a ferocious tiger when it is on the plain. One day the water of the dragon will cause the rivers to flow in reverse. When the winds and clouds gathered again, the blue dragon leaped out of the sea. Heaven-ranked martial technique. This is a heaven-ranked martial technique. The hundreds of thousands of people present all cried out and stood up at the same time. Shock filled their eyes. They had not expected Xiaoqin to be able to execute a heaven-ranked martial technique as a half-step martial monarch. This completely surpassed everyone's expectations. Shen Manjun, who had been preparing to make a move at any moment, was stunned as well. She muttered, "What fortuitous encounter did this child have?" The pitch-black lunar shadow saber burst forth with a 3-kilometer-long light. The light turned solid, containing a boundless dragon might. Standing on the blue dragon, the silent Xiaoqin soared into the air. As the dragon roared, he sent out a 3-kilometer-long saber light before everyone's eyes. Bang, bang, bang. The blue dragon clashed with the inextinguishable divine light. The saber light clashed with the sword light. The dragon might clashed with the divine might. An inconceivably strong force burst forth in an instant. The surrounding shattered space immediately turned into a mess like fallen leaves. Spatial tears littered the place. The two pillars of light clashed intensely. The dragon roar and the divine sound turned into azure and golden rings of light. They spread out for 500 kilometers, spreading out like ripples on water. The clash of the dragon gods resounded in the sky and ground, tormenting the cultivators with lower cultivations below. They all circulated their energies to shut off their sense of hearing or work together to resist the two auras. Kasie. The saber light and the sword light, which were 3,000 meters long, shattered and scattered into thousands of splendor. The expressions of the 12 martial monarchs below changed drastically. They all executed their best moves and flickered in the air, shattering the beams of light in advance. The light exploded, and in that instant the night sky gave off a bright purple light. It was as beautiful as fireworks. However, the cultivators below were pale. They covered their entire bodies with essence to protect themselves. Everyone knew that this beautiful thing could easily take the life of a martial saint if it landed on their body. In the gorgeous night sky, Xiaoqin and Chu Chaoyun, who were at the center of the storm, were pale. Their weapons clashed with each other, neither giving way to the other. Blood trickled down the corner of Chu Chaoyun's mouth. He gripped his sword with both hands and blocked Xiaoqin's blade. Then he pushed forward, forcing Xiaoqin to step back in the void. Chu Chaoyun's lips curled up slightly. He smiled gently and said, "Forcefully executing a heaven-ranked martial technique must be very painful, right? If you give up now, you might still be able to keep your life. My light has already transformed into my will, and you will definitely collapse before me. Even if you struggle to hold on, you will only taste the bitter fruit of failure." The aftereffects of executing the blue dragon returns to the sea had already started to show. Xiaoqin's bones, flesh and blood felt like they were being drilled by knives. His skin burst open, revealing thin wounds. Chu Chaoyun's strength surpassed Xiaoqin's expectations. Unexpectedly, the blue dragon returns to the sea did not defeat him instantly. Chu Chaoyun's words seemed to have a magical power. "I might as well admit defeat and forget the pain of being pierced by thousands of arrows." "Never." The other party forcefully raised the state of light to a will. "How can the pain he has to endure be any less than mine? As long as I have a saber in my hand, I will never admit defeat." Xiaoqin clenched his teeth and endured silently. The blue dragon returns to the sea felt Xiaoqin's will and let out a long roar. Its slightly weakened aura rose again, preventing Xiaoqin from retreating. Unexpectedly, another force came from the saber. Never admit defeat. Even if you are trapped in a shallow pool without water, being mocked by the world, being humiliated by the weak, do not give up the pride in your heart, because you are a dragon among men. However, a worm is a worm. No matter how cocky it is, it will never become a dragon. When the tide rises and falls, a dragon will eventually soar into the world. Xiaoqin rejoiced in his heart. Never admit defeat. So, this is the true meaning of the blue dragon returns to the sea. Only by comprehending the true meaning could one bring out the greatest might of the blue dragon returns to the sea. Otherwise it would just be for show. The 3-kilometer-long light on the saber condensed again. There was a move within a move, a saber within a saber. Xiaoqin smiled softly and said, "Chu Chaoyun, you are the one who will lose." Once he comprehended it, the winds and clouds rose again. The saber light that condensed again was twice as powerful as the initial one. Its aura flourished, vast and boundless. Chu Chaoyun's calm expression suddenly changed. Bang! Xiaoqin grasped his saber with both hands and pressed it forward. The blue dragon roared and the golden light on Chu Chaoyun's sword broke. The scattered golden light fell like rain. The area where the golden light fell was too wide. The 12 martial monarch old men were not strong enough. Some of the golden light fell towards the spectator stands. The cultivators below immediately soared into the air and fled in all directions. Rumble. The golden light landed and blasted deep holes in the spectator stands outside the dueling ring. It was a ghastly sight. Defeat. Xiaoqin shouted and the saber light hacked at Chu Chaoyun who was flying back. Bang! Chu Chaoyun could not dodge in time. He vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground like a willow catkin. The light on his body turned into thousands of tiny golden lines and quickly left his body. This final ray of light reflected a magnificent sea of light in the night sky. Chu Chaoyun looked like a deity that had fallen to the mundane world. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his handsome face was filled with a loneliness that was hard to understand. The moment Chu Chaoyun was defeated, he lost his divine might. When the light completely vanished from his body, the deity-like Chu Chaoyun finally became an ordinary person. As Xiao Qin gazed at Xiao Qin, a golden flame burned in the depths of Chu Chaoyun's eyes. However, after a while Chu Chaoyun gave up on resisting. The golden flame in his eyes vanished, and his body drifted downwards. Once Chu Chaoyun executed the heavenly flame, his identity would be exposed. Furthermore, with only a tenth of the heavenly flame, he might not be able to defeat the imposing Xiao Qin. This is just the beginning of the story. The ending is already decided. However, the process is somewhat unexpected. The 12 martial monarchs attacked together and shattered the remaining golden light, creating countless fireworks. Chu Chaoyun closed his eyes amid the fireworks filling the sky. Then he slowly disappeared into the night. Xiao Qin quickly swallowed up the golden dragon formed by Chu Chaoyun's luck. After he finished swallowing, Xiao Qin's golden dragon finally reached 23 meters. The 30-meter-long golden dragon gave off a bright light. Layers of golden scales quickly grew on its body, and 2 horns grew on its head. It seemed like it had turned into a living creature. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. The 4 dragon veins under the wind cloud platform each shot out a strand of golden dragon chi at the 30-meter-long golden dragon. At the same time, the seal that the 5 great empires' royal courts used to suppress the dragon veins loosened. A strand of golden dragon chi seeped out and transcended time and space, heading for the golden dragon above Xiao Qin's head. When the 9 strands of golden dragon chi poured into the golden dragon's light immediately became extremely resplendent, as dazzling as the blazing sun in the night sky. A dragon roar resounded, and the king-grade dragons might spread out. Some of the weaker cultivators below suddenly felt fear in their hearts. Their bodies moved out uncontrollably. With Jin Lin's body and 2 horns on his head, he controls 9 dragons. He even forcefully snatched a portion of the luck of the various royal courts. This is indeed a king-grade true dragon. Seeing that the golden dragon's might did not scatter, the crowd exclaimed. In the night sky, everyone watched the white-robed bladesman standing in the air. A king-grade true dragon, an outstanding talent that could rival the Thunder King. The main character of this age of the Sky Dome realm was finally born. The other genius cultivators, Bai Qi, Sima Lingxian, Yu Chenxi, Shenyuan Zhantian, Lu Xiaoyan and Gong Yangyu, all revealed sad expressions. If not for this age of geniuses, they would all be the main characters of their age. Unfortunately, in this age of geniuses, when facing an outstanding talent like Xiao Qin, no matter how strong a genius was, they could only feel sad. There were as many geniuses as the carps in the river, endless. The heroes were like the stars in the night sky, innumerable. This was the best age and also the worst age. This was because there could only be one main character in an age. In the air, the aftereffects of the blue dragon's return to the sea had already erupted. His entire body was in incredible pain. His bones gave off cracking sounds and his skin cracked. His complexion was very frightening. Endure a little longer. With the true dragon's body, all your injuries will recover immediately. Inside the lunar shadow saber, Ao Jiao clenched her fist tightly. Anxiety filled her pretty face, but she still spoke up to encourage Xiao Qin. Back then, on the lone peak outside Dragon Sealing City, Xiao Qin had asked Xiao Qin if he could execute the blue dragon's return to the sea one more time before he advanced to martial monarch. Ao Jiao's answer was yes. However, the prerequisite was that Xiao Qin obtain the final victory. With the 30-meter-long true dragon's body, no matter how severe his injuries were, he would be able to recover instantly. This was the case for the Thunder King back then. However, if Xiao Qin failed, not only would he suffer damage from his opponent's killing move, but he would also have to forcefully execute the blue dragon's return to the sea 3 times in a row. No matter how strong his body was, it would still crumble. Others could only see Xiao Qin's splendor at this moment. They could not see the price and effort he had put in. When Xiao Qin was young he was mocked and mocked. The noble clans of the Great Qin nation ordered him to be killed outside Whitewater City. He cultivated day and night on Qingyun Peak. He went through many tests in the ancient desolate tower. He went through endless massacres in the deep-sea battlefield. In the final battle he gambled his life on the killing move. Xiao Qin was the white-robed bladesman who would never admit defeat. He hid his pride in his heart and walked step by step. He tasted the bitterness of the world and endured the loneliness. After falling behind others by 16 years, Xiao Qin finally reached the peak of the Sky Dome realm. The 30-meter-long king-grade true dragon with 2 horns on its head roared and turned into a beam of light. Then it entered Xiao Qin's sea of consciousness through his forehead. Whoosh! Instantly, countless warm, golden energy flowed through Xiao Chen's body, quickly healing his injuries. With the help of the warm, golden energy, Xiao Chen's external and internal injuries, as well as many hidden injuries that were hard to detect, instantly healed. All sorts of comfortable feelings were indescribable. They made Xiao Chen look brand new. The wounds on his skin vanished, and his face regained its luster. He did not look fatigued at all. The most important thing was that with the healing of this warm, golden energy, Xiao Chen felt his physical body grow stronger. He directly reached the peak of the firmament body tempering art's 5th layer. Vaguely, Xiao Chen gained a new understanding of his various martial techniques. Finally, all the warm energy gathered in the Qi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's dantian. His cultivation soared, going from small perfection half-step martial monarch to peak great perfection half-step martial monarch. He was now only a step away from peak consummation. The benefits brought to him by the true dragon in an instant were equivalent to more than 2 years of bitter cultivation. Chapter 608. Everything happened in the space of a single breath. Even Xiao Chen was astonished by the sudden change. The nervous Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, heaved a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, "Hee, don't be so shocked. This is the benefit of a king-grade true dragon. As the previous champion, Sima Lingxian did not even have 20% of your effect. You and the Thunder King are second only to the Tianwu Emperor." When Xiao Chen heard this, he smiled faintly and sheathed his saber. His figure flickered in the air, and he landed in front of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people in high spirits. When Shen Manjun saw the uninjured Xiao Chen, she said in astonishment, "Strange, why are you not injured at all? Even if that inextinguishable divine light did not injure you, your final move should have injured you significantly." Xiao Chen did not hide anything. He told Shen Manjun about the various benefits of a king-grade true dragon. Only then did she reveal an expression of relief. When Xiao Chen looked around, he discovered that everyone else had an expression of reverence for him. They did not dare to meet his gaze. Even Jiang Qi and the other half-step martial monarchs did not dare to. Only Shen Manjun was not affected, able to speak to him freely. At this moment, the scarlet mark on Xiao Chen's forehead had been baptized by the king-grade true dragon. The original demonic aura had vanished, leaving behind an even stronger aura of a king. Now Xiao Chen's aura was completely different from the original Xiao Chen. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen understood. With a thought, he withdrew the aura of a king. With the king-grade true dragon, Xiao Chen could control his aura as he pleased. He no longer needed to wear the blue strip of cloth. However, out of habit, he still wore another strip of cloth, making it look no different from usual. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute to the elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and said, "Fortunately, I did not fail." Xiao Chen obtained the first rank for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Only now did everyone reveal a sincere smile. In the end, Xiao Chen had not changed. Even though he obtained the first rank, he did not show any arrogance to his friends and seniors. Even though he maintained some distance, he was polite and didn't put on any airs. Jiang Qi laughed loudly and said, "Let's not talk about this first. Let's go celebrate after we return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The True Dragon ranking will be released in 3 days. You will be very busy for the next few days. Go back and rest first." From sunrise until midnight, everyone was a little tired. After congratulating Xiao Chen, they prepared to return home. The other spectating cultivators all said that this trip was not in vain. Their surging emotions could not calm down for a long time. But the banquet would eventually come to an end. Since the competition was over, it was time to go back. Wuxia. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, the thick, never-dissipating clouds 10 kilometers above Dragon Ceiling City suddenly split in half. A gentle white light shone down from the sky, turning the entire Dragon Ceiling City into day. The night completely disappeared. Amidst the sounds of celestial music, a ship that was as white as jade and glowing with extraordinary splendor appeared before everyone's eyes. As the jade ship descended, a myriad of rainbow-colored lights drifted down like snowflakes. The cultivators preparing to leave all stopped. After being stunned for a while, someone cheered excitedly, "It's an auspicious sign." Auspicious signs fill the sky. The person on the jade ship must be an envoy from the Kunlun realm. Wuxia. In that instant, countless figures soared into the air. Their faces filled with excitement as they flew towards the auspicious signs descending from the sky. The auspicious signs contained abundant spiritual energy. Furthermore, these were auspicious signs from the Kunlun realm. Just obtaining a few of them would allow one to increase their cultivation significantly. A handsome man in embroidered clothes stood on the bow of the ship. He was no more than 24 years old and looked very handsome. He gave off an elegant air and a dignified air. Coupled with his innate elegance, he exuded a boundless charm just by standing there quietly. When the man in embroidered clothes saw everyone fighting for the auspicious signs below, he revealed a mocking smile. He said indifferently, "Just a grain of light and they are fighting so hard. No wonder the Sky Dome realm is ranked last among the 3,000 great realms." Shoo! A figure moved at lightning speed. Just a moment ago he was a kilometer away. In an instant he stood on the bow of the ship. It was Dragon Sealing City's city lord, Zhong Liang. Zhong Liang glanced at the man in embroidered clothes on the bow and felt that he was too young. He asked uncertainly, "Are you the envoy that Bushan Palace sent to receive us?" Not just anyone could become an envoy. Coming and going would result in a relatively high reward. If one could receive a super genius, the benefits would be even more unimaginable. The man in embroidered clothes nodded slightly. He was only an inferior grade martial monarch but did not show any respect to a peak martial monarch, Zhong Liang. He said softly, "I don't seem to sense the presence of a martial monarch. It looks like the Sky Dome realm is still the same as before. I will give you 3 months. I will not wait for you if you are late." Zhong Liang was not in a rush to refute the other party's words. He frowned slightly and said, "According to the previous rules, don't we have to wait for half a year? When the participants obtained luck, it would not show its effects immediately. Hence, before going to the upper realm, there would be at least half a year to bring out the effects of luck to its fullest." The Bushan Palace controlled more than 600 great realms. There would be many geniuses in each realm. With so many geniuses and the geniuses of the Kunlun realm itself, the intensity of the competition was easy to imagine. Only by raising one's strength to the peak would one be able to obtain more resources and have more initiative in making their own choices. 3 months was not enough time for Zhong Liang to bring out the full effect of luck, which was why he asked this question. The man in embroidered clothes said impatiently, "Is the insignificant Sky Dome realm worthy of me waiting for half a year?" "Ah, Wan Feng, you made a mistake this time. The Sky Dome realm has completely turned things around. They have produced a king-grade true dragon genius." Vigorous laughter came from the warship's hold as a white-haired old man slowly walked out. The expression of the man in embroidered clothes changed slightly. He said in astonishment, "Master, the Bushan Palace controls 600 great realms. In this once-in-5,000-year great age, less than 10 king-grade true dragons appeared. How can the Sky Dome realm have a king-grade true dragon?" The white-haired old man smiled and said, "Ha ha! This Sky Dome realm is not simple in the first place. In the previous great age, a person like the Thunder King appeared. Furthermore, if you think about it carefully, your roots are in this Sky Dome realm. Don't underestimate this Sky Dome realm. Who knows?" Naturally, Wan Feng did not believe that he would be defeated in this insignificant Sky Dome realm. However, this old man was his master. Wan Feng's strength was unfathomable. This old man was considered a top character in the Kunlun realm. He had obtained the position of welcoming envoy only because of this old man's help. Hence, Wan Feng did not dare to show any disrespect on the surface. The white-haired old man went over and patted Zhong Liang's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Let's go. Bring me to meet your great-grandfather. I have not seen this old fellow for several hundred years." After saying that, the white-haired old man waved his hand, and a pitch-black spatial tunnel appeared in space. Then he leaped into it with Zhong Liang. When the spatial tunnel slowly closed, the two of them were already 500 kilometers away. Wan Feng casually looked down and saw several cultivators fighting over the auspicious signs. He revealed an expression of disdain as he waved his hand and returned to the warship's hold. At this moment, Xiao Chen, who was on the ground, withdrew his gaze from the Jade warship. There was a barrier around the Jade warship, preventing Xiao Chen's spiritual sense from listening in on their conversation. However, he could clearly see the expression of the man in embroidered clothes. A sense of disgust appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. He said to Jiang Qi, "First Elder, this auspicious sign is useless to me. I'll go back first." Jiang Qi nodded and smiled. "In that case you go first. For now, you will not be able to meet with the envoys of the upper realm. If there is any news, I will let you know." 3 days later, Xiao Chen practiced his saber techniques alone in an elegant courtyard, digesting the insights he gained from the consecutive intense battles. In these close to 200 battles, Xiao Chen had met with all sorts of opponents. No matter how strong or weak they were, as long as they had something special, Xiao Chen would remember them. For example, the Divine Saber Gate's Blood Shadow Saber technique, Gong Yangyu's Everlasting Heaven and Earth, Lin Fei's Earth Vein Saber technique, and Xinyuan Zhantian's Unending to the End of Time. These people's martial techniques all had their own strengths. When Xiao Qin compared their martial techniques with his, he would discover some areas where he was lacking. Now that he calmed down and thought about it, it was of great help to him. Xiao Qin had never treated the five-nation youth competition as the end. His goal had always been clear: to follow in the Thunder King's footsteps and climb to the peak of the martial way. There was still a long way to go. There were still countless experts in the Kunlun realm waiting for him to challenge. Who defeated the Thunder King, Sang Mu, in the Kunlun realm back then? What kind of existence did the three holy masters' holy land have in the Kunlun realm? Was the ancestor of the Shao clan one of the holy lands? These were all questions waiting for Xiao Qin to find out. However, if Xiao Qin wanted to solve these mysteries, he would not be able to do so with his current strength. He needed to continue working hard and could not relax for even a moment. Thunder Shadow Chop. Xiao Qin shouted and took 7 steps in the spacious courtyard. With each step, an afterimage appeared on the ground. Each afterimage sent out a saber strike. Their expressions were all different: rage, sorrow, agitation, or excitement. A scarlet electric light leaped on the saber's edge. It contained a cold killing intent amidst the berserk. When one looked at it, it seemed to have many similarities to Gong Yangyu's Everlasting Universe Staff technique, but there were also some differences. Gong Yangyu's Everlasting Heaven and Earth Staff technique did not merge his state into it. However, not only did Xiao Qin merge his 2 states into it, he even added his own understanding. This was mental state. Xiao Qin's mental state was different with every saber strike. 7 steps, 7 saber strikes. Every saber strike gave off a completely different feeling. If Gong Yangyu were here, he would be so shocked that his jaw would fall off. Being able to send out 7 sabers in 7 steps already required extremely high comprehension ability. Furthermore, Xiao Qin could merge 2 states into each saber strike. Furthermore, his mental state was different. This talent could only be described as demonic. Pusi. The 7 afterimages merged together. Xiao Qin swung his saber at the air. The formless space was like an invisible wall. With a chila sound, the saber light split it in half. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and sheathed his saber. He was very satisfied with the might of this saber strike. This was the Thunder Shadow Chop that Xiao Qin comprehended from Gong Yangyu. He did not materialize his essence. Instead, he only used half of it. To be able to achieve such might, splitting space in half, was something that Xiao Qin could not do before he came here. Chapter 609. Jiang Qi, who rushed over from outside the courtyard, happened to see this scene. He was startled and thought to himself, this Xiao Qin is becoming more and more unfathomable. Xiao Qin had noticed Jiang Qi long ago. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and walked over. First Elder, are you looking for me? Jiang Qi recovered his wits and smiled. Yes, let me tell you about the Kunlun realm first. This time, the top 20 of the True Dragon ranking are all qualified to enter the upper realm. After cultivating for half a year, they can follow the envoy to the Kunlun realm. A contemplative look appeared in Xiao Qian's eyes as he muttered to himself, there is only half a year. I wonder if I can break through to Martial Monarch? Although Xiao Qian's cultivation was only a step away from peak consummation half-step Martial Monarch, he felt that it was still very far away. His essence did not feel like it was reaching a bottleneck. Jiang Qi took out a few more things and said, this is the True Dragon ranking list. You can take a look. The remaining ones are the invitations of the 10 great sections. Aside from the Evil Moon Pavilion, the other 9 great sects have been requesting to meet you. In the past 3 days, there had been an endless stream of people seeking to meet Xiao Qin. Aside from the invitations of the 10 great sects, Jiang Qi rejected all the others. If Jiang Qi wanted to meet everyone, Xiao Qin would not be able to rest in peace. As for the Evil Moon Pavilion, there was too much enmity between them and Xiao Qin. Even though Xiao Qin was a king-grade True Dragon genius, he could not lower himself to meet the Evil Moon Pavilion. However, Xiao Qin did not care about this. He first held the True Dragon ranking list in his hand and looked at the invitations of the other great sections. Xiao Qin was not in a rush to receive them. After thinking for a while, he accepted the invitation of the Haotian sect. He had no desire to look at the invitations of the other great sections. Seeing that Xiao Qin had made his choice, Jiang Qi did not linger any longer. He took his leave after saying goodbye. The True Dragon ranking list had golden borders. The main body was scarlet, and the words True Dragon ranking were written on the front. Xiao Qin opened it and took a look. There were not many words on the first page, only a drawing. The background of the drawing was the deep night sky. A white-robed person stood in the air. This was Xiao Qin himself. A 30-meter-long golden dragon hovered above his head. The painter's skill was very high. He managed to vividly portray Xiao Chen's king's aura at that time. The atmosphere was rendered to perfection. It was obvious that the entire painting was meticulously crafted. The artist was very skilled. He managed to bring out Xiao Chen's king very well. The atmosphere was very perfect. Xiao Chen, the champion of this 5-nation youth competition, a disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyun Peak. He became famous in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion with one battle, defeating the disciples of the Holy Lands and the noble clans of the Great Qin nation by himself. Xiao Chen had not lost to anyone of Xiao Chen's Qi, had not lost. Since the start of the elimination rounds of this 5-nation youth competition, Xiao Chen had won all the way, never tasting defeat. Be it sect geniuses or noble clan scions, he defeated them all. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and continued reading. Needless to say, the second rank was Chu Chaoyan. So he skipped to the third rank. The third rank was somewhat strange. It was held by Xianyuan Zhantian and Sima Lingxian. The two of them had only lost 3 matches in the ranking matches. Hence, they had the same number of points. However, this was not too surprising. There had been similar cases in the past 5-nation youth competitions. Aside from the champion, the other rankings were all the same. As for the previous runner-up by Qi, he only obtained the 5th rank. Close behind him were the Haotian sects Yu Chenxi 7th and 8th, Wang Quan and Li Tianhua. Gong Yangyu and Lu Xiaoyun were the most interesting. Their rankings were the same as the previous 5-nation youth competition, 9th and 10th respectively. Xiao Chen carefully looked at the top 10 rankings. The 8 noble clans' monopoly on the top 8 had been broken this time. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun were the biggest dark horses. The two of them were from small sects in the Great Qin nation. However, they had been in the limelight in the competition, taking 1st and 2nd place. After the top 10, the name list only had 4 people on it. It did not have the same treatment as the top 10. Even so, when the cultivators from the various corners of the Qianwu continent spread the name list, the cultivators with their names on it would gain some fame. In the future, they would most likely become the first elder of a sect or a hero. This small name list recorded all the people who could do anything in the Qianwu continent in the future. For example, Murong Chong. His name was ranked 87th. If he was willing, the position of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Jiang Qi would definitely be his. After memorizing the names of Bai, Kim Taeho and the others, Xiao Chen put away the name list. Then he focused his gaze on the Haotian sect's name list. Xiao Chen could roughly guess why the 10 great sects of the Great Qin nation came to look for him. The 10 great sects of the Great Qin nation were called super sections. One of the main reasons was that these sects still had their main sect in the Kunlun realm. The Qianwu continent was just a branch of their main sect, used to gather geniuses and expand the strength of their main sect. Back when Xiao Chen was on the island in the western shallow sea, the supreme elder of the Haotian sect had already extended an invitation to Xiao Chen, giving him a small Haotian medallion. However, Xiao Chen had not been in a rush to pick a side back then. Hence, he did not immediately agree. Now, Xiao Chen's strength had been thoroughly verified. He was a king-grade true dragon genius. If they could send Xiao Chen to the main sect of the Haotian sect in the Kunlun realm, it would undoubtedly strengthen the Haotian sect. The branch of the Haotian sect in the Qianwu continent would also gain many benefits. The sect master and elders would also receive many benefits. Xiao Chen, if you go, just agree to the other party. If Sang Mu had a strong backer back then, he would not have ended up like that, Ao Jiao said softly from the lunar shadow saber. Her tone was filled with helplessness. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was slightly stunned. He asked, "Who exactly did the Thunder King offend in the past?" Ao Jiao shook her head slightly and said, "You don't have to care about this. You are not strong enough. Knowing will not do you any good. In the Kunlun realm, no matter how talented you are or how extraordinary your luck is, it is best not to be a lone ranger. I don't know about the other sects, but the Haotian sect has already become one of the 9 ranks of the great families, second only to the 3 holy masters 3,000 years ago. It is definitely not an ordinary small sect." After carefully considering Ao Jiao's words, Xiao Chen made a decision. He grasped the name card in his hand and said, "In that case, let's go and take a look first." After the True Dragon ranking list was released, Dragon Sealing City would close its gates the next day. The next time it would open for guests would be 3 years later. On the last night of Xiao Chen's stay in Dragon Sealing City, it was even livelier than usual. The streets and alleys were filled with people in groups of 3 to 5, touring the countless historical sites in the city. After putting on a black cloak, Xiao Chen slowly walked through the crowd. Occasionally, he heard discussions about the True Dragon ranking list. His name was mentioned time and time again in an admiring tone. All sorts of praises rang out. Under the hood, the shadow of Xiao Chen's face was hidden. He withdrew his aura. No one knew that the person they were talking about had just passed by them. When Xiao Chen arrived at Ignorant About Tea, he stopped for 9 steps. The interior of the tea house was brightly lit. There was an endless stream of people going in and out. The hall on the first floor did not have many rules. The people who came here were not true tea drinkers. As they drank, they did not stop talking at all. Participants from 2 small nations obtained first and second place at the same time. TSK, this is probably the first time in the history of the 5-nation youth competition. It is indeed the first time. The Great Chu Nation is indeed a nation with an expert like the Thunder King. After 5,000 years, a king-grade true dragon has appeared in the Great Qin Nation again. Haha, the elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will probably be grinning from ear to ear. The rise of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is already predictable. That's right. Just based on Xiao Chen's name, who knows how many bladesmen will be attracted to join. The bladesmen of the other nations will probably fight to join as well, to see if they can catch up to Xiao Chen's luck. The most discussed topic in the hall was the same as the one on the street. It was still the True Dragon ranking list. Furthermore, it was much more lively here. Sir, are you here to drink some tea? Unfortunately, we are already full. How about you go over there and wait for a while? The moment Xiao Chen appeared at the entrance, an enthusiastic waiter walked over with a smile on his face. After handing over the Haotian sect's name card, Xiao Chen said calmly, "I already have an appointment. Lead the way." The waiter received the name card. When he saw the inscription and the contents of the name card, he immediately knew who Xiao Chen was. He revealed an extremely shocked expression. He could not recover his wits for a long time. Xiao Chen frowned and said, "The name card says that we will meet tonight. Could it be that the Haotian sect's people have already left?" The waiter reacted and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He quickly said, No, please follow me." Under the waiter's lead, Xiao Chen arrived at a booth on the top floor. Then he casually pushed the door open and entered. A fragrance wafted in the elegant booth. Yu Chenxi and an old man in his 70s sat at the table, quietly drinking tea. That old man wore simple linen clothes. His long hair draped over his shoulders and his eyebrows were white. However, his eyes sparkled with a divine light. He did not look old at all. Xiao Chen used his spiritual sense to check the other party's cultivation. He could not help but feel slightly shocked. Unexpectedly, the other party was just an ordinary person who did not practice martial arts. Returning to one's natural state, this was a peak martial sage expert. Ordinary martial sages could not compare to him. "You are here. Have a seat." The old man had noticed Xiao Chen's arrival long ago. However, he took a leisurely sip of tea before turning his head to greet Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen removed his cloak and sat across from the old man. Yu Chenxi leaned over and whispered, "Xiao Chen, this is the sect master of our Haotian sect. For the sake of meeting you, he ended his closed-door cultivation early." A strange look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. A peak martial sage was willing to give up his closed-door cultivation to meet him. The Haotian sect was very sincere. "Many thanks, senior, for taking the time out of your busy schedule." The other party was very strong and could easily crush Xiao Chen to death with one finger. He spent a lot of time comprehending the Great Tao. Given his limited lifespan, he had to cultivate bitterly at all times, hoping to reach the peak of cultivation. To them, time was extremely precious. They were definitely worthy of Xiao Chen's words. The hemp-robed old man's deep eyes flickered with an intelligent light. He smiled gently and said, "Little friend, don't overthink. Since you already rejected the invitations of the other sects, my Haotian sect naturally has to give you the highest reception." Chapter 610. Furthermore, I will probably never be able to enter Emperor Wu's gate in this lifetime. So, I'm not busy or not. Who knows, I might need your help in the future. If you do not mind my old bones, you can just call me Old Feng. We are of the same generation. Xiao Chen felt embarrassed in his heart. The other party was much older than him, and his cultivation was many times higher. How could he dare to be so unbridled? Senior Feng must be joking. No one knows what will happen in the future. How can I compare my future accomplishments with Senior? Old Feng saw that Xiao Chen's attitude was sincere, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. He did not have the arrogance of a king-grade true dragon genius or the fawning attitude of a senior expert. Xiao Chen controlled his attitude very well. That aura was definitely not something he faked. Normally, without a strong mental state, he would not be able to achieve such an effect. Old man Feng nodded in his heart. Only with such a state of mind could one go further. He had said those words on purpose. In his long life, Old Man Feng had not been able to go far. In his long life he had seen many geniuses, even emperor-grade true dragon geniuses who were stronger than Xiao Qin. There were many proud people who set their sights high but were not capable. They died prematurely no matter how good their talent was. Old Feng put down the teacup in his hand and smiled faintly. As long as the king-grade true dragon geniuses did not die prematurely, they would definitely reach peak martial sage. Actually, I'm not exaggerating. The conversation with the old man was not as formal as Xiao Qin imagined. Old Feng did not put on any airs. He even answered several of Xiao Qin's questions about martial cultivation. Xiao Qin, do you know why the Bushin Palace wants to bring you people to the Kunlun realm? Old Feng started to bring up the main topic of the day. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin answered, the Bushin Palace might have competitors in the Kunlun realm, so they need to replenish their youth generation genius cultivators to strengthen themselves. Old Feng smiled faintly and said, it is pretty good that you can think of this. However, aside from this, there is another reason. This Sky Dome realm cannot afford to raise geniuses like you. Xiao Qin looked at the old man and asked doubtfully, you can't remember? That's right, we can't afford it. Old Feng pointed at Yu Chenxi and said, take Chenxi as an example. Once her talent reaches the martial monarch realm, she still wants to maintain a fast cultivation speed. She probably consumes at least 10,000 superior grade spirit stones a year. In less than 50 years she will use up all the superior grade spirit stones that the Haoyin sect accumulated. Xiao Qin was quick-witted as he thought about it. If it were not the age of geniuses, it would be fine to nurture a genius cultivator like this. This was because if the other sects did not have a worthy opponent, Yu Chenxi would definitely be able to fight for more benefits for the Haoyin sect after he grew stronger, and he would be able to plunder many other sects' spiritual veins and resources. However, in the golden age of martial artists, there were countless geniuses like her. If she didn't grow up to be an invincible existence, it would be impossible for the sect to recover the resources that they had spent on cultivating her. When Old Feng saw Xiao Qin's expression, he knew that Xiao Qin understood. He nodded and said, hence she has to enter the Kunlun realm. Only the resources of the Kunlun realm can nurture geniuses like you. Furthermore, the resources of the Kunlun realm are not in the hands of the Bushin Palace. They are still in the hands of the strong sections. Xiao Qin said, in that case what does the Bushin Palace do? Old Feng explained, the Kunlun realm is boundless. It is not just filled with cultivators. The Bushin Palace represents all the cultivators. It fights for all sorts of resources in the Kunlun realm and fights against the other strong factions. I cannot explain it to you in a few words. If you really want to compare it, it is like the Heavenly Extermination Union in the ancient desolate land. However, it is much larger. You will understand when you go to the Kunlun realm. Xiao Qin remained calm and collected. He knew that the other party was about to get to the main topic, so he waited quietly for him to continue. Indeed, Old Feng smiled and said, when the 20 of you go to the Bushin Palace, your bone age will be tested and your talent will be redetermined. After that, there will be countless sects waiting for you to choose. The stronger you are, the more choices you will have. However, with your talent there is no need to worry. There will definitely be many large sects fighting to pull you in. These are the conditions that the Haoyin sect can offer you. You can take a look first. There is no rush to reply to me. The other party handed over a stack of envelopes. Xiao Qin was not in a rush to open them. Instead he carefully put them away. Old Feng smiled faintly and said, I will take my leave first. No matter what choice you make, the Haoyin sect will never make things difficult for you. The little Haoyin medallion that you once obtained will always be effective. Regardless of the strength of the Haoyin sect, just Old Feng's bearing and the way he spoke were already very admirable to Xiao Qin. Xiao. Right after Old Feng spoke, a spatial whirlpool appeared behind him. With a schwa sound it sucked him in. When the whirlpool vanished, it was like the old man had never been there. Xiao Qin, what do you think? Yu Chenxi, who was at the side, asked with some anticipation. Xiao Qin smiled and said, perhaps after we go to the Kunlun realm, you will have to address me as senior brother. Xiao Qin did not know anyone from the 9 great sections. At the very least, there was Yu Chenxi in the Haoyin sect. Although the two had only known each other for a short time, they understood each other's characters. Furthermore, Ao Jiao also approved of Xiao Qin going to the Haoyin sect. Choosing the Haoyin sect might not be the best outcome for Xiao Qin, but it was definitely not the worst choice. At the same time as Xiao Qin was chatting with the Haoyin sect master, Kim Taeho was also meeting with a major character. That major character was none other than the welcoming envoy Wan Feng. Wan Feng fiddled with a spirit core brimming with light and spiritual energy in his hand. An azure flaming bird could be vaguely seen in the spirit core, flapping its wings and crying out loud like it was alive. After Wan Feng put away the spirit core, he said, "Not bad. The spirit core of a rank 10 spirit beast, Azure One. Even in the Kunlun realm, it is still somewhat valuable." Kim Tae-ho cursed in his heart. What do you mean by somewhat valuable? This thing would be a priceless treasure even in the Kunlun realm. Do you think this fat lord does not know anything? Furthermore, Wan Feng cultivated a fire-attributed cultivation technique. The value of this Azure Wan spirit core could no longer be measured in terms of value. However, Kim Tae-ho could not lose his temper since he had a favor to ask of the other party. He smiled and said, "In that case, can you leave the business in Dragon Sealing City to our Golden Rock Merchant Association to manage in the future?" Fatso did not lie to Xiao Chen. He was indeed here to discuss business. Furthermore, he was very ambitious. He wanted to swallow up all the business in Dragon Sealing City in one go. Although Dragon Sealing City had only been open for a month, the people who came this month were all peak cultivators of the continent. The income from spending 1 million peak cultivators was equivalent to a year's worth of business for the Golden Rock Merchant Association. It was definitely worth fighting for. Right now, all the business in Dragon Sealing City was in the hands of the top merchant association, the Wan clan. However, with just a word from Wan Feng, the owner could be changed to him, Kim Tae-ho. When Wan Feng heard this, his expression suddenly turned cold. He said in a frosty voice, "Scram. Don't mention this topic. Who do you think this young master is?" Kim Tae-ho was somewhat stunned. He could not understand why the other party suddenly turned hostile. It was clearly the other party who released the news first. That was why he brought the Azure Luan Spirit Core over. "Cousin, are you receiving a guest?" Just at this moment, laughter rang out. Kim Tae-ho turned his head and saw the Wan Clan Merchant Association's young master, Wan Shan, walking in with a smile. "Cousin?" "Wan Feng, Wan Clan Merchant Association, both surnamed Wan." Kim Tae-ho suddenly understood something. He said angrily, "You two bastards. How dare you gang up on me? Return my Azure Luan Spirit Core to me." "Did you not hear me? I already told you to scram." Wan Feng snorted coldly and sent out a strand of quintessence with a flick of his finger. A pitch-black crack appeared in space as it flew towards Kim Tae-ho. Kim Tae-ho was startled. He quickly took out the coffin lid and placed it in front of him. Ding-dang. The huge force knocked Kim Tae-ho back by 10 steps. Seeing that the coffin lid was undamaged, Wan Feng's eyes lit up. He said, "There is actually an emperor's might spreading out." This time, Kim Tae-ho learned his lesson. He quickly put away the coffin lid and ran away as fast as he could. Then he said, "You two brats, this fat lord will remember you this time. There is no one else in this world who can take advantage of me, Kim Tae-ho." Wan Shan laughed loudly and said, "How delightful. I finally managed to mess with this fatso. He has snatched away a lot of our Wan clan's business in the Great Jin Nation." However, Wan Feng, who was seated, had an incredibly calm expression. He said indifferently, "He is just a minor character. There is no need to bother with him. However, this Azure Luan Spirit Core is really good stuff." After chatting with Yu Chenxi about some irrelevant matters, Xiao Chen prepared to take his leave. Yu Chenxi stood up to send Xiao Chen off. She smiled and said, "We will meet again in half a year. If you are willing, you can come with me to the Haotian sect now. With the spirit vein that the Haotian sect controls, it will be easier for you to break through to Martial Monarch." Xiao Chen understood what she meant. The Kunlun realm's Haotian sect definitely had its own geniuses. They would also absorb geniuses from other realms. At that time there would be competition. Once they reached Martial Monarch, they would be able to avoid some unnecessary trouble. They would also receive more resources. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion only controlled one spirit vein. Naturally, it could not compare to the Haotian sect. However, to Xiao Chen there was no difference between the two. The Purple Thunder divine incantation that Xiao Chen cultivated required a vast amount of essence, at least 10 times that of a regular genius cultivator. Be it the Haotian sect or the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chen would not be able to advance to Martial Monarch within half a year. The former would be faster than the latter, but it would still take at least a year. If Xiao Chen wanted to advance to Martial Monarch within half a year, he could only think of other methods. Xiao Chen thanked him politely and rejected the other party's invitation. After 15 minutes, Xiao Chen returned to the courtyard of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and opened the letter that Old Feng gave him. The contents of the letter gave a rough introduction of the Haotian sect's situation in the Kunlun realm. Xiaochen explained it to Ao Jiao and left it for her to decide. Ao Jiao muttered, "Your choice was not wrong. I did not expect that after 5,000 years, the Haotian sect's sect master would advance to the greater heavenly Emperor Wu. In that case, the Haotian sect's position in the 9 ranks of the great families will definitely rise." That was good. At least when Xiaochen went to the Haotian sect, he would not have to worry about the resources the sect controlled. There was a black spatial ring in the letter. Xiaochen scanned it with his spiritual sense and saw all the treasures in the spatial ring. There were more than 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones. This was very shocking. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was unable to do this. Chapter 6:11. Back then, when Xiaochen agreed to fight for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Jiang Qi had taken out nearly half of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's savings and only managed to gather 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones. However, the Haotian sect casually gave out 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones. Aside from that, there were all sorts of natural treasures and 1,000-year-old spirit herbs for nourishing qi. There were at least 100 of them, each of them more than 2,000 years old. There was also a faint blue inner vest at the back. Based on the flickering light and spiritual energy, it should be a defensive superior-grade secret treasure. It would probably increase Xiaochen's defense by at least 20%. Haha. Brother Xiaochen, these are just a small greeting gift. 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones should be enough for you to use for half a year. If you go to the upper realm, there will be even more generous gifts waiting for you. This was the last line of Old Feng's introduction letter, showing the strong accumulations of the Haotian sect. Early the next morning, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's group made their preparations and prepared to return. Everyone was in a good mood. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion could be said to have a bountiful harvest in this 5-nation youth competition. They achieved an unimaginable goal. Not only did Murong Chong and Yun Kersen enter the True Dragon ranking, but Xiaochen also obtained the first rank for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, Xiaochen obtained the first rank for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. With the King Grade True Dragon luck, there was no doubt that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would rise in the future. After the group left the city, they boarded Jade Maiden Peak's golden jade glazed ship and soared into the air, heading back to the Great Qin Nation. When the group looked around, the sky was filled with warships and crowds. As these people left, the grand occasion of this True Dragon ranking would spread to every corner of the continent. The names of the geniuses on the 5-nation youth competition would spread far and wide. Many years later, when people recalled this 5-nation youth competition, it would be a legend. On the bow of the warship, Xiaochen explained his promise to the Haotian sect to the first elder, Jiang Qi, in detail. Jiang Qi was not surprised. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not have a faction in the Kunlun realm. They would not be able to trap a true dragon like Xiaochen. Being able to help the Heavenly Saber Pavilion obtain the first rank was already a pleasant surprise for Jiang Qi. How could he ask for more? A gentle breeze blew as the golden jade glazed ship moved through the clouds. Although it looked slow, it was actually moving at an incredible speed. 5 days later, in the sky above a mountain range at the border of the Jin state and the Qin state, a group of rank 8 spirit beasts, demonic flame eagles, 3,000 meters in front of them blocked their way. A rank 8 spirit beast was as strong as a great perfection half-step martial monarch. Furthermore, it was much faster than a regular cultivator. When fighting a rank 8 spirit beast in the air, a cultivator of the same rank would find it hard to defeat it. Jiang Qi frowned slightly and counted carefully. There were a total of 8 demonic raging flame eagles. The one in the middle was the largest and its aura was much denser. This is problematic. There is actually a demonic raging flame eagle leader here. Even a peak consummation half-step martial monarch would not be a match for it. Jiang Qi said to Lu Suifeng, who was behind him, "Suifeng, go and ask Martial Uncle Shen to come out. If we take a detour, it will take us another half a day." Xiaochen walked over and looked at the demonic raging flame eagles in front. He said, "Wait, let me give it a try first." Right after Xiaochen spoke, the others looked over in shock. There were 8 spirit beasts in front that were even stronger than a great perfection half-step martial monarch. Among them, the leader of the demonic raging flame eagles was a peak consummation half-step martial monarch. A regular inferior grade martial monarch would find it hard to subdue it. Jiang Qi said worriedly, "Xiaochen, it is better to let Martial Uncle Shen make a move. Don't be too rash." Xiaochen wanted to test his strength after the true dragon merged with him. He smiled and said, "First Elder, don't worry. I know what I am doing. If I cannot defeat them, I will immediately retreat. I will not be rash." Seeing Xiaochen so insistent, Jiang Qi could not say anything more. He said, "In that case be careful. Second elder, bring some people and follow behind. If anything happens you can rush over immediately." Xiao Chen gently pushed off the bow of the warship, and his figure drifted, kicking up a strong wind in the air. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen arrived within 500 meters of the demonic raging flame eagles. Black flames burned on the broad wings of the demonic raging flame eagles. Their hook-like beaks flickered with a cold light. When their cold eyes discovered Xiao Chen, they immediately flapped their wings and let out a shrill cry, sending out a surging heat wave. Xiao Chen placed his right hand on the saber hilt and quickly scanned the 8 demonic raging flame eagles. After he clearly saw their flight trajectory, he attacked with lightning speed. Thunder Shadow Chop. Because Xiao Chen was worried that he would cause too much damage, he did not use his full essence to execute this move. At this moment there were no more worries in the air. The surging crystalline essence surged towards the lunar shadow saber like a river. In that instant it gave off a dazzling purple electric light. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Xiao Chen took 7 steps, leaving behind 7 realistic afterimages in the air. Each afterimage sent out a saber strike. With the true dragon, Xiao Chen's cultivation instantly rose from small perfection half-step martial monarch to great perfection. When he unleashed his essence at full power, its might was startling. Boom, boom, boom. 7 miserable cries resounded. The saber lights that Xiao Chen sent out from the afterimages split the 7 demonic raging flame eagles in half. The elders behind, who were preparing to make a move, were all dumbfounded. Merge. The 7 afterimages merged and electric light burst out from Xiao Chen's body. His aura surged, making him look like a thunder god descending from the sky. Saber chi surged out and tore a long crack in space. The leader of the demonic raging flame eagles was startled. It flapped its wings anxiously and tried to flee. It did not dare to face the might of this saber strike head-on. Pu ci. However, the crack extended too quickly. Even though the demonic raging flame eagle did its best to dodge, the crack still tore its right wing in half. The strong defense of the demonic raging flame eagle became mere decoration. It cried out miserably and fell to the ground. Xiao Chen killed 8 demonic raging flame eagles in the blink of an eye with 1 thunder shadow chop. This stunned Jiang Qi and the others on the warship. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. However, he was not satisfied. This was because his final attack had not instantly chopped the leader of the demonic raging flame eagles in half. This proved that this thunder shadow chop still had many improvements. When the group landed back on the deck, Jiang Qi and the others exchanged glances. They discovered that they could not see through Xiao Chen at all. With such strength, even a regular inferior grade martial monarch would not be able to match him. Suddenly Xiao Chen said, "There is a warship behind us. It is heading in our direction at Mach 5. Jiang Qi and the others were slightly stunned. They soared into the air and quickly looked back. Indeed, a huge black warship tore through the air and headed in their direction. Its target was very clear. It wanted to stop Xiao Chen and the others before they could leave the Great Jin Nation. After the group landed, Jiang Qi said with an unsightly expression, "They are coming with ill intentions. It is the Bai clan's warship." Xiao. Just as the group was about to cross the border, the huge black warship of the Bai clan overtook them. The warship swept through the air and tyrannically blocked the path of Xiao Chen and the others. Shen Manjun walked out of the warship's hold and looked at the Bai clan's warship. She asked doubtfully, "Jiang Qi, what's going on?" "I'm not sure. The Bai clan's people did not say anything and just stopped us." When Jiang Qi saw Shen Manjun walk out, he calmed down. After all, the other party was a half-sage. As long as the Bai clan's clan head did not come, it would not be easy for the others to stop them. "Everyone, there is no need to be anxious. I am Bai Feng, the current Bai clan's clan head. I just want to meet the white-robed bladesman you all speak of." A middle-aged man wearing light blue robes appeared on the warship's bow. He was like a treasured saber drawn from its scabbard, radiating a sharp light. The moment he appeared, everyone in the heavenly saber pavilion felt a huge pressure. When the other party looked down, it was like a sharp saber hanging above everyone's heads. Saber sage. A sage of the saber. Only a martial sage who had comprehended saber intent to the limit could be called a saber sage. Regular martial sages would not be a match for them. A saber sage could easily deal with 10 martial sages of the same cultivation. This Bai clan's clan head, Bai Feng, was such a person. Bai Feng smiled faintly and said, "I remember handing over my name card. However, it seems like little brother does not think highly of me, so I can only use such a presumptuous method." As Xiao Chen looked at the other party, a yearning appeared in his heart. A sage of the saber. Xiao Chen wondered when he would be able to reach such a level. After calming himself, Xiao Chen took a step forward and asked, "I wonder why Senior is looking for me?" Bai Feng smiled and said, "Come up and speak. It is not convenient to be down there." "Senior brother Xiao Chen, don't go up. They are definitely up to no good," Yun Kersen said from behind. Yun Kersen said from behind. Lu Suifeng and the others did not say anything, but the meaning in their eyes was the same. Xiao Chen said softly, "It's fine. Given his status, he will not go so far as to make a move against a junior like me. Everyone will laugh at him." Xiao. After Xiao Chen spoke, he pushed off the ground and boarded the Bai clan's black warship. He stood across from Bai Feng and looked straight at him without any fear. Bai Feng smiled gently and said, "Young man, you are rather courageous. I'll get straight to the point. Where did you learn the four-season saber technique? This concerns the foundation of my Bai clan. I have to figure it out." Xiao Chen had expected the other party to say this long ago. He replied, "I once met Senior Bai Shueha in the ancient desolate tower. He was the one who taught me the four-season saber technique. However, don't worry. I already swore on my heart demon that the four-season saber technique will not leak out." Bai Feng revealed an expression of, "as I expected." He said, "It is as I expected. I have a presumptuous request. Little brother, can you write down your comprehension of the four-season saber technique that you comprehended and give me a copy?" Xiao Chen said straightforwardly, "Sure." Bai Feng was slightly stunned. He had not expected Xiao Chen to agree to his request so easily, not bargaining at all. After all, the secret manual that Xiao Chen wanted to write down was priceless. The four-season saber technique had been studied by the Bai clan for thousands of years. With this, the number of Bai clan juniors who could learn the four-season saber technique would increase significantly. Given this, Bai Feng felt somewhat embarrassed. He asked, "Little brother, do you have any requests?" "There is no need. The four-season saber technique belongs to your Bai clan in the first place. Since you have requested it, I will return it." Xiao Chen maintained a calm expression and did not say much. The white paper floated in front of him as he focused on writing down the four-season saber technique he comprehended. Chapter 6:12. Xiao Chen was not afraid that the Bai clan would learn his four-season saber technique and threaten him. The four-season saber technique could only bring out its strongest might when it was compatible with the cultivator's state. Xiao Chen was able to bring out the might of the four-season saber technique. If others followed his method, they would be able to bring out a tenth of his might. The Bai clan had taken the wrong path. Since that was the case, there was no harm in giving it to him. Before a saber sage, he did not have much of a choice. Thousands of meters above the Bai clan's warship, a small warship was hidden in the clouds. A few elders of the Sima clan stood on the bow of the warship, looking suspiciously at Xiao Chen and Bai Qi's actions. First elder, the Bai clan and Xiao Chen seemed to have reached some sort of agreement. "I'm afraid we no longer have a chance to make a move," a gray-robed old man said sullenly. "If they enter the Great Qin nation's borders and we make a move, we will attract some unnecessary trouble," another person said. The Sima clan's first elder muttered to himself for a while before saying, "In that case, let's return first. I did not expect this Bai Feng to spoil our plans at such a crucial moment. However, there is still half a year. There will be plenty of opportunities." Without anyone noticing, the Sima clan's small warship quietly turned around and returned to where it came from. 15 minutes later, Bai Qi put away the secret manual that Xiao Chen handed him. He felt many emotions in his heart. It was hard to imagine that there could be such a talented person. Before the age of 22, Bai Qi had already created such a powerful martial technique. Compared to the ancient sages, he was not inferior. Little brother's talent and bearing are truly admirable. If you need this Bai's help in the future, just a word from me will do. The Bai clan owes you a favor. Bai Feng used his status as the Bai clan's clan head to make a promise to Xiao Chen. This surprised Xiao Chen somewhat. Without the Bai clan obstructing them, their journey was smooth sailing. 3 days later, Xiao Chen's group returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When the news of Xiao Chen obtaining the first rank spread, the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion erupted with excitement. The 5,000-odd inner disciples were all extremely excited. Many disciples would be attracted to the foot of Qingyun Peak every day. Without exception, all of them hoped to join Qingyun Peak. The only reason was that Xiao Chen had the luck of a king-grade true dragon. Of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen would definitely obtain the most luck. Luck was ethereal but comprehension ability. However, its usefulness to cultivators was sometimes even more important than talent. Everyone wanted to benefit from it and obtain more luck. Xiao Qin handed all these trifling matters to Lu Suifeng to handle. As for himself, he and Lu Ryue stayed in the back mountains, living a simple world of the two of them, enjoying the rare leisure time. 1 week later, as more and more cultivators returned from Dragon Sealing City, the true dragon ranking became popular in every corner of the Great Qin Nation. The news of the Great Qin Nation's bladesman Xiao Qin becoming the champion of this 5-nation youth competition spread like wildfire. The reputation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion soared. There was an endless stream of people coming to learn from them. There were even people who did not practice the saber in the first place who started practicing the saber all over again. They only wanted to join the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The first elder, Jiang Qi, was extremely busy every day. However, the smile on his face never faded. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's accumulations were not bad. However, they lacked an opportunity. Now that they were using Xiao Qian's reputation to recruit disciples, their foundation would be even firmer. The luck that Xiao Qian brought would affect the Heavenly Saber Pavilion invisibly. For the next 500 years, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would continue to prosper, gaining a place in the Great Age. The bustling outside did not affect Xiao Qian's mental state. After spending half a month with Lu Ryue, he resumed his bitter cultivation. The road was still very long. This was only the beginning of the great path of cultivation. He had to work even harder, he could not relax at all. This was especially so after Xiao Qin met Bai Feng. This feeling in his heart became even stronger. Only when he became truly strong could he firmly grasp his fate in his own hands. If Xiao Qin had a choice, why would he hand over the saber technique he comprehended? However, before absolute strength, even if he was extremely intelligent, it would be useless. Pu Si. The 4 superior grade spirit stones in his hand shattered. Xiao Qin recovered from his cultivation and looked at the exhausted spirit stones. He shook his head slightly and casually tossed them aside. After spending half a month, Xiao Qin thoroughly summarized the insights he gained from the 5-nation youth competition. Then he spent all his time on cultivation. Even though Xiao Qin consumed 10 superior grade spirit stones every day, his progress was still very slow. He was still a long way from reaching the bottleneck of half-step martial monarch. Xiao Qin felt somewhat vexed. He asked Ao Jiao, is there any way for me to reach the bottleneck of half-step martial monarch within half a year? Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, I've been waiting for you to ask. There is definitely a way. It just depends on whether you dare to take this risk or not. Everything in the world had its risks. It was impossible to reap without sowing and easily achieve success. Naturally, Xiao Qin understood this principle. He asked, what is the method? Ao Jiao did not answer him directly. Instead, she said, you know about the spirit vein's origin under the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, right? Back then, even the Heavenly Wolf race's Fiend King wanted that. The spirit vein's origin was the foundation of a spirit vein. It contained an immeasurable amount of spiritual energy. Naturally, Xiao Qin knew about the spirit vein's origin in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Back then, he had personally experienced it in the underground world of the Spirit Stone Mine. However, the energy contained in the spirit vein's origin was simply too vast. It was not something that Xiao Qin could do anything to. If he tried to swallow it forcefully, he might explode from the energy if he was not careful. Lung Liusu could cultivate on it because the founder of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had placed restrictions on it, limiting the amount of energy she could absorb from it. Otherwise, with Lung Liusu's cultivation back then, she would not have been able to cultivate on it. Thinking of this, Xiao Qin shook his head slightly and said, could this be the method you are talking about? The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's spirit vein's origin has restrictions placed on it, limiting the amount of energy it can absorb. Furthermore, only the descendants of the founder can use that spirit vein. Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, naturally not. I'm just giving an example. There is more than one spirit vein in this world. Xiao Qin reacted and said, are you saying that there are other spirit veins that have not been discovered by anyone? That is impossible. The existing spirit veins have already been divided up by the various sections. There was no way to hide a spirit vein. The spiritual energy that it gave off could be felt from 5 kilometers away. Its value was immeasurable. There would always be spirit stone mines around spirit veins. Spirit stones were the currency of cultivators. One could easily imagine the wealth that came from controlling a spirit vein. Sometimes, the number of spirit veins described a sect. It was a sign of how strong it was. It was the foundation of a sect. Without a spirit vein, the sect would automatically disband. The 3 great sects of the Great Qin Nation were able to exist for 10,000 years because they each controlled a spirit vein. The various powers had already divided up the spirit veins many years ago. Any sect that possessed a spirit vein was not something that Xiao Qin could afford to offend. Ao Jiao scolded jokingly, "Idiot, since I said there is definitely. There is no need for you to doubt it. However, with your current cultivation, there is a 70% chance that you will fail to absorb the spirit vein's origin. Once you fail, your body will explode and you will die." A 70% chance of failure? The risk was too high. Xiao Qin thought for a while and made a decision after a while. He said, "I can take a gamble if I have a 50% chance. 70% is too high, it is not worth it." Xiao Qin had already opened his sea of consciousness long ago. Once his cultivation reached that level, he would advance to martial monarch. There was no need to risk his life for the sake of advancing to martial monarch within half a year. Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, "I have not finished speaking yet. If you can cultivate the firmament body tempering art to the 6th layer, your success rate will increase to 50%. "I'll take the gamble," Xiao Qin said without hesitation, revealing a decisive look in his eyes. In Dragon Sealing City, the instant the true dragon appeared, Xiao Qin's firmament body tempering art reached peak consummation of the 5th layer. If he focused, he would be able to break through to the 6th layer in less than half a month. After Xiao Qin made up his mind, it was time to take action. After saying goodbye to Lu Riyue, Xiao Qin prepared to embark on a new journey. The spirit vein that Ao Jiao spoke of was in the ancient desolate land's Heavenly Extermination Lake's mountain range at the bottom of the Heavenly Extermination Lake. The environment there was very dangerous and demonic beasts roamed about. Entering it would be very difficult. The spirit vein was discovered by the Thunder King in the past. Because no one cared for it, its spiritual energy had been leaking out for thousands of years. It was hard to say how much energy the spirit vein's origin still had. It had already been 5,000 years. It was possible that the spirit vein had already been abandoned. For the sake of not wasting time, Xiao Qin only made 3 days of preparations. The entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion was still in an excited and bustling state. Xiao Qin left silently. Aside from Lu Riyue, no one knew where he went. 10,000 meters above the Great Qin Nation, there was an insignificant scarlet cloud compared to the vast sky. It turned into a scarlet line as it moved forward quickly. Underground, even a cultivator with good eyesight would not be able to discover the existence of that scarlet cloud. When the strong spirit beasts in the sky felt the surging killing chi from the scarlet cloud, they could not avoid it in time, not daring to clash with it. There was a scarlet throne above the scarlet cloud. Xiao Qin sat on it, cultivating the firmament body tempering art with his eyes closed. Xiao Qin's long hair fluttered in the wind. The tyrannical air of a king appeared indistinctly. Due to the scarlet throne, even though Xiao Qin withdrew his aura, that might still spread out, unable to leak out. In reality, from the moment the true dragon appeared, Xiao Qin discovered that his mentality had changed at some point in time. In the past, peak martial monarchs like the half-sage Shin Manjun could give him a lot of pressure. However, Xiao Qin could remain indifferent to them. He even felt that they were nothing much. The king-grade true dragon silently broadened Xiao Qin's horizons, allowing him to slowly recognize his identity as a future king. The silence did not allow Xiao Qin to reject it. Whether he was willing or not, his future path would be filled with thorns, blood and wind. It would not be peaceful. A king would not settle for second place. If Xiao Qin advanced to martial monarch, he had to be the strongest among martial monarchs. If he advanced to martial sage, he had to be the strongest martial sage. If he advanced to Emperor Wu, he had to be the king of emperors. Chapter 613. The people who originally occupied the first rank would definitely be dissatisfied. There would also be the king-grade true dragons of the other great thousand realms. Gee! A sharp bird cry resounded. A black demonic beast with a leopard's head and eagle's body appeared in front of the throne. A berserk aura spread out as it sized up Xiao Qin with malicious intent. It was a demonic beast, not a spirit beast. It was not frightened by the killing intent coming from the throne. Instead, it was eager to try, wondering if eating Xiao Qin would increase its strength. Xiao Qin opened his eyes and punched calmly. An azure dragon head formed on his fist as he executed the berserk dragon stance of the dragon claw fist. Bang! The fist exploded and the berserk dragon roared. The leopard-headed eagle did not even have a chance to dodge before the punch blasted it into a bloody mist. You overestimate yourself. You are just a mere peak rank 7 demonic beast and you dare to block my path? Xiao Qin closed his eyes again. The scarlet throne did not stop at all. It broke through the bloody mist and continued flying forward. Half a month later, Xiao Qin successfully broke through the bottleneck of the firmament body tempering art's 5th layer, reaching the 6th layer. Now he could deliver 500 tons of force with a casual punch. With just the strength of his physical body, Xiao Chen was able to secure a spot among half-steppe martial monarchs. Xiao Chen could already see the vast and boundless heavenly extermination lake below. The islands on the lake looked like they were dotted with stars. The number of people in the sky slowly increased. Not wanting to attract too much attention, Xiao Chen put away the throne long ago. Then he used his essence to fly in the air. From time to time, the martial kings that passed by him would feel a huge pressure and subconsciously move away. What a strong aura! When did such a strong youth come to the ancient desolate land? Everyone's gazes filled with doubt. They could not understand what was going on. Right now, Xiao Chen's aura was so strong that even some of the older generation experts sighed. He was truly an unrivaled existence among half-steppe martial monarchs. 1,000 meters northeast of the island in front, then dive straight down and you will reach the place I said. Ao Jiao's voice sounded in his mind. Xiao Chen glanced around and sped up. He turned into a purple line and landed on the surface of the water in a few breaths, splashing into the water with a splash. Gulp gulp. Circulating his vital qi, Xiao Chen continuously increased the gravity around him. His entire body was like a lead ball that had fallen into the water. He dove down at an extremely fast speed and bubbles kept appearing around him. At first he could still see some light, but after a kilometer the bottom of the lake became dark. Even with Xiao Chen's eyesight, he couldn't see beyond 100 meters. Due to the refraction of the water, what Xiao Chen saw with his spiritual sense was hazy. He could only make out a rough idea. At this moment, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and let out a soft cry of surprise. There was a large patch of blood floating in the lake in front of him, giving off a pungent smell. As he continued to dive deeper, there was more and more blood. However, he did not see any of the beasts that Ao Jiao mentioned. It seemed like this place had been swept by someone in advance. Bang! Xiao Chen's body trembled slightly. He finally reached the bottom of this heavenly extermination lake, and his feet touched solid ground. When he scanned the area with his spiritual sense, he could roughly tell that there was a majestic mountain range at the bottom of the lake about 500 meters in front of him. It was 1,000 meters tall and looked very vast. The mountain range at the bottom of the lake was actually several times wider than the Lingyun mountain range where the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was. The blood was also the densest in this place. When Xiao Chen looked around, all he could see was dark red blood. It was viscous and did not melt for a long time. It gave off an extremely disgusting stench. Occasionally he could see the remains of some wandering demonic beasts. It was easy to tell that these were the worthless parts of the demonic beast. Seeing this, Xiao Chen was certain that someone had swept through this place before Xiao Chen. Ao Jiao, does anyone else know about this place? Xiao Chen asked somewhat worriedly. If someone had gotten here before him, then he would have wasted a lot of time. Ao Jiao shook her head slightly and said, "There is no need to worry. Those people should have some other purpose. This place is the birthplace of the extreme Yin underworld flame. 5,000 years ago, the Thunder King discovered the spirit vein by chance when he was retrieving the flame seed. He laid down some restrictions, making it very difficult for others to discover the spirit vein." Firmament flame? Xiao Chen entered deep thought. His lunar true flame had already formed an origin flame. However, it had not absorbed any Yin-attributed flames. Compared to the purple thunder true fire, its might was much weaker. If he had an opportunity to strengthen the lunar true flame, he might be able to execute the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram that he used in the Trial of Desire. However, the purpose of this trip was still the spirit vein's origin. There was no need to think too much about the lunar true flame. He would act according to the situation. Xiao Chen stretched out his right hand and a surging essence formed a suction force on his palm. The black blood mixed with the lake water quickly gathered in his hand. Uchi, uchi. A scarlet whirlpool formed on Xiao Chen's palm. The surrounding lake water slowly turned clear. After a while, all the blood condensed into a ball of blood that had been compressed countless times. Xiao Chen casually waved his hand, and the ball of blood flew up at an extremely fast speed. After a long time, it formed a pillar of water on the surface of the heavenly extermination lake. The ball of blood exploded and turned into a rain of blood. As it fell, the cultivators passing by were astonished. While in the clear lake water, Xiao Chen used his vision and discovered a crack in the mountain range in front. That was the entrance that Ao Jiao mentioned. Xiao Chen pushed off the bottom of the lake and moved like lightning. He entered that crack with a shio sound. At first, the crack was very narrow. After walking for 10 minutes, it widened. Clear footprints could be seen on the ground. Based on the shape and number of footprints, there were quite a lot of people, at least 100 of them. Xiaochen did not know which faction of the ancient desolate land did this. 10 minutes later, the lake water in the crack had completely receded. The area in front suddenly opened up, and a vast world appeared in Xiaochen's vision. Stone pillars of all shapes and sizes hung upside down a kilometer above him. Cracks extended for 500 kilometers on the ground. Occasionally, strands of inattributed flames wafted out of the cracks. Xiaochen revealed a shocked expression. It was hard to imagine that there was such a miraculous scene in the mountain range at the bottom of the lake. Halt. The Holy Fire Manor is conducting business here. Would you please leave for now? Suddenly, two middle-aged cultivators leaped out from above. They wore the same clothes and held sharp sabers in their hands. They looked at Xiaochen cautiously. Because spiritual sense was not very useful in the heavenly extermination lake, Xiaochen had not released it at all times. He only discovered these two people after they jumped out. When Xiaochen looked around, he immediately made out the cultivation of these two people. They were peak superior grade martial kings. Their auras were not weak and their cultivation techniques would not be weak either. They would be considered experts in the ancient desolate land. However, in Xiaochen's eyes they were far from sufficient. The Holy Fire Manor. Xiaochen had a good impression of this sect. Back then he and Bai Lishi had uprooted their branch in Desolate City. The two of them had also killed their young manor lord and an inner sect elder. Xiaochen had not expected to meet them here today. In order to obtain the Netherworld Flame, we need a martial monarch expert to hold the line. Xiaochen needs to deal with these two people quickly. We cannot drag this out. Ao Jiao reminded him. Don't be unable to tell good from bad. Our first manor lord and second manor lord are here. With your half-step martial monarch cultivation, they can destroy you with one finger. Be smart and scram. When the person on the right saw that Xiaochen did not move, he pointed at Xiaochen and shouted. The Holy Fire Manor had two martial monarch experts. Xiaochen had heard about them long ago. It looked like they were both here. Regardless of the cultivation of these two martial monarchs, if they worked together, Xiaochen would not be a match for them. However, since he was already here, there was no reason for him to retreat. Xiaochen squinted and suddenly made a move. He stomped heavily on the ground, leaving a 3-inch deep footprint. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. A resonant dragon roar came from behind him. The person who spoke felt like a blue dragon was flying at him. Breaking armor. When Xiaochen punched, a sharp shockwave formed above his fist. It tore through this person's defense like it was made of paper and left a bloody hole the size of a bowl on his chest. Seizing the heart. Xiaochen's right hand turned into a claw, and in the time it took for a spark to fly, he pierced through the second person's chest. However, before this person died, he shot out a short arrow he had hidden in his sleeve. The arrow was coated with a special kind of fuel, and it quickly burned in the air. Xiaochen flicked his right finger and fired out a strand of purple flame. When the arrow was halfway up, he intercepted it. Chi. However, when the arrow exploded, it gave off a sharp, ear-piercing sound. The sound waves could be heard clearly within 5 kilometers. Let's go. Xiaochen had not expected the arrow to be so effective. His expression changed and he quickly fled in another direction. A kilometer away, the 100-man team of the Holy Fire Manor was currently fighting a large group of flame giants. These flame giants were fire spirits formed from flames lingering in the air for a long time. They did not have a physical body and did not feel pain. Furthermore, there were many of them, making them very difficult to deal with. 2 old men hovered quietly above the group. Extremely powerful auras radiated from their bodies. Every now and then, they would strike down a fire spirit that was blocking their way. When the 2 old men heard the ear-piercing sound, their expressions changed at the same time. The gray-robed old man on the right said, "Big brother, unexpectedly, aside from us, there is someone else who knows the location of the Netherworld Flame." The blue-robed old man on the left said sullenly, "I am very fast. I will go take a look first. I'll leave this place to you." Shoo, shoo, shoo. Right after the blue-robed old man spoke, he quickly flew over. He was simply too fast. It was to the extent that the space around him was unable to endure it, and numerous mottled fissures appeared on it. Xiaochen was unlucky. The Holy Fire Manor's team happened to be blocked by the fire spirits, so they did not manage to get far. To the blue-robed old man, he crossed the distance of 1 kilometer in a few breaths of time. After he arrived, he squinted and immediately saw Xiaochen flying. The blue-robed old man's expression relaxed, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He smiled coldly and said, "You are just a half-step martial monarch and you dare to come here to join in the fun? You are too bold." Gee. The blue-robed old man raised his speed to the limit, and a pitch-black crack appeared behind him. Then he chased after Xiaoqin. After executing the blue dragon cloud soaring art, Xiaoqin became like a flood dragon leaping about. He had already activated the blood flame shoes long ago, but he still could not shake off the blue-robed old man's pursuit. Chapter 6:14. The distance between them slowly decreased. After 15 minutes, the old man was less than 500 meters away from Xiaoqin. Die. The blue-robed old man's gaze turned cold as he used his palm as a saber. Vast quintessence gathered in his palm. His figure flashed and he arrived above Xiaoqin's head. Then he hacked down with his palm. The palm wind howled and tiny cracks appeared in space. If this palm strike landed, Xiaoqin would definitely suffer. The difference in speed was too great. One used quintessence while the other used essence. There was no way to compete. Since that was the case, there was no point in running. Thunder Shadow Chop. Xiaoqin drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. He turned around and retreated 7 steps, leaving behind 7 afterimages on the ground. Each afterimage had a saber sending out 7 dazzling saber lights. Merge. The afterimages merged and the saber lit up with a dazzling light. The peak saber technique that was infused with 7-fold might clashed with the blue-robed old man's horrifying palm saber. Bang! The 2 moves collided head-on without any fancy moves. Powerful energy ripples burst out and spread out in waves. The void was refracted layer by layer. Xiaoqin retreated 3 steps, but the blue-robed old man retreated 10 steps. After the blue-robed old man stabilized himself, his expression changed greatly. He had been too careless with this palm strike. He had used only a quarter of his quintessence. Even so, he should have been able to injure a half-step martial monarch easily. Even if he could not injure the other party severely, he should not have lost to him in a clash of strength and even suffered a small loss. The blue-robed old man looked up and saw Xiaoqin's face. He was slightly stunned and rage appeared in his eyes. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "It's you, white-robed bladesman Xiaoqin." Sparks of electricity leaped around the saber. Xiaoqin held his saber with one hand. He remained expressionless, not showing much fear. The other party had not reached peak inferior grade martial monarch. As long as 2 martial monarchs did not make a move, even if Xiaoqin could not defeat the other party, he would be able to leave easily. Xiaoqin said calmly, "I am not here for your netherworld flame. If you do not stop me, I will not interfere. How about we not interfere?" Ah! The blue-robed old man laughed loudly. "Not interfere? What qualifications do you have to say that? You were the one who destroyed the Holy Fire Manor's branch in Desolate City, right?" "Without evidence, old sir, please do not speak nonsense," Xiaoqin said unhurriedly. His calm eyes showed no fluctuations. The blue-robed old man's pupils constricted, and a murderous intent spread in his eyes. He snorted coldly. "This place is desolate and uninhabited. No one will know if I kill you." The Holy Fire Manor's Desolate City branch had been destroyed, and his son had been killed. The blue-robed old man had investigated for a long time, and Xiaoqin was the most suspicious. As long as there was this suspicion, Xiaoqin deserved to die. "It looks like you really think that you are unrivaled after becoming the champion of the 5-nation youth competition. Today I will show you the difference between you and a martial monarch." The blue-robed old man snored his cold frost. Vast quintessence gathered on Xiaoqin's right palm. He casually threw a palm strike and space trembled violently. It was like a mountain covered his head. Hu Qi. The essence in Xiaoqin's body instantly solidified. Thousands of purple lights shot out from all over his body. His pitch-black eyes turned deep purple as well, giving off a bright light in this dark underground. Clouds move everywhere, wind and lightning gather. Strong winds blew from all directions, and the clouds churned in the sky. Xiaoqin instantly executed the starting moves of the lightning tribulation saber technique. Dang! The saber and palm clashed and a surging shock wave exploded out. The charred ground instantly exploded. Countless black rocks flew up into the air, driven by the shock wave. Bang! 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 Amid the thousands of floating rocks, the 2 exchanged moves at lightning speed. Thunder roared and the killing intent surged. The palm wind infused with strong quintessence caused space to tremble. Countless cracks appeared. The shock waves from the fight between the 2 caused the huge rocks floating in the surroundings to scatter like snowflakes. Along with the strong wind, the rocks scattered into the air, filling the air with dust. Earthly lightning tribulation. Wind and lightning gathered, and his aura reached its peak. Xiao Qin completely unleashed the state of massacre from the throne. The berserk saber technique in his hand instantly gained an additional state of massacre. The might of the lightning tribulation immediately soared. Mountain pushing palm. The blue-robed old man was slightly startled. He circulated 70% of his quintessence, and a resplendent jade-like light surged on his right palm. When the blue-robed old man pushed his palm out, it was like a mountain moved, pushing all the wind over. Bang! A loud sound rang out, and a huge pit appeared under the two. The white inattributed flame hidden in it flew out like thousands of catkins. The blue-robed old man took a step back, moving 100 meters with each step. When he landed, he left a dent in the ground. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Xiao Qian's aura flourished. He did not take a single step back. He turned into the heavenly Tao and laid down a second lightning tribulation. The blue-robed old man's aura weakened, and he was knocked back another 100 meters. Divine lightning tribulation. When the final lightning tribulation descended, the blue-robed old man retreated 500 meters with a pale complexion. He had not expected that even after using 70% of his quintessence, he still could not block Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin looked up and discovered that the blue-robed old man's body was covered in burning quintessence at some point in time. In that instant, the blue-robed old man's aura soared wildly, reaching peak inferior grade martial monarch. A strong wind blew behind him, kicking up wind everywhere. Quickly run, Xiao Qin. He is burning his quintessence. Furthermore, he is using the extreme Yin flame to burn it. You are definitely not a match for him, Ao Jiao said quickly from the lunar shadow saber. Burning quintessence was a technique that only martial monarchs could grasp. It drained their quintessence several times faster to increase their strength. Martial monarchs would not burn their quintessence unless they had no other choice. Furthermore, if the other party used the extreme Yin flame to burn his quintessence, his strength would increase even more. Xiao Qin understood the severity of the situation. He sheathed his saber and quickly retreated. You are still thinking of running at this time? The blue-robed old man snorted coldly and his figure flashed. In the blink of an eye he caught up to Xiao Qin. Everywhere he passed, the quintessence flames on his body burned a large patch of empty space. The blue-robed old man's palm wind was like thunder, pressing towards Xiao Qin's back. A sense of extreme danger appeared in Xiao Qin's heart. His face sank and he quickly turned around. Then he crossed his arms and materialized the stance of a dragon and a tiger. A dragon in the left hand and a tiger in the right. The dragon roared and the tiger roared, crouching tiger hidden dragon. Bang! The palm strike landed on Xiao Qin's arms, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. He tumbled a few times in the air before landing firmly on the ground after twisting his body. Xiao Qin's chi and blood surged. The blue-robed old man's burning quintessence surged through his meridians. His internal organs were instantly damaged and he felt intense pain. After wiping off the blood from his lips, Xiao Qin knelt on one knee and smiled at the blue-robed old man. He said, "You truly are a martial monarch expert. You can injure me to such an extent with just one palm strike. I will exchange pointers with you in the future. I will definitely return this palm strike." The blue-robed old man knew Xiao Qin and mocked him for bullying the weak. He said in a cold voice, "Even at death's door, you still dare to be stubborn. Even if you are a king-grade true dragon, you will have to kneel here today." Boom. However, just at this moment, a blazing fire suddenly surged out from Xiao Qin's right eye. The purple thunder true fire covered the sky as it moved towards the old man. Its aura was very horrifying. Insignificant skill. This old man has played with fire all my life. A large clump of pale white flames appeared on the blue-robed old man's right hand. There was an origin flame the size of a chicken egg in that flame, looking as resplendent as a star. The blue-robed old man casually waved his hand, and this clump of flames blasted apart the purple flames that covered Xiao Qin. They turned into sparks drifting down. The blue-robed old man revealed a cocky expression. He had cultivated his extreme Yin flame for 50 years. His origin flame was even stronger. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin dared to play with fire with him. However, the instant the flames scattered, the blue-robed old man's complexion turned green. He saw 81 figures of Xiao Qin in front of him. It was hard to tell which one was the real one. All of them flew in 81 different directions. If the blue-robed old man had personally seen Xiao Qin execute the roaming dragon's 9 transformations, he might have been able to tell which one was the real one. However, now that he faced 81 figures, how could he tell which was the real one? Damn it! The rage on the Holy Fire Manor's first Manor Lord's face was indescribable. A bona fide martial monarch expert had used the extreme Een flame to burn his quintessence. Unexpectedly, a half-step martial monarch brat managed to escape. It was already embarrassing enough for the first manor lord to make a move against a junior. In the end, he failed to stop the other party, which was even more embarrassing. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here. Otherwise, if word of this spread, he would not be able to keep his old face. Bang! The blue-robed old man stomped heavily on the ground. He infused all his remaining quintessence and rage into this stomp. A long crack appeared in the ground. The energy in the crack was like a knife. As the crack extended, it even cut the air in half. "Big brother, what's going on?" A voice came from behind the blue-robed old man. It was the Holy Fire Manor's second manor lord rushing over. He had felt the blue-robed old man burn his quintessence and thought that the blue-robed old man had run into a strong opponent. The blue-robed old man calmed himself and said, "That person is Xiao Chen." The gray-robed old man suddenly understood. He said, "The first rank of the True Dragon ranking, the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen, is the prime suspect for killing the first young master? Isn't he only a half-step martial monarch?" Oh. Seeing the blue-robed old man's hostile expression, the gray-robed old man quickly shut up. He said, "He ran off just like that? Will he come and cause trouble when we are hunting the Netherworld fire spirit?" The first manor lord said coldly, "If he dares, it would be fine if he does not come. If he does, we can kill him as well. We will be able to obtain some of the king's luck he has. Send people to guard the exit. I don't believe that he will not come out. After we subdue the Netherworld flame seed, we will come and settle the score with him. Don't be so rash in the future. Those who can become martial monarchs are definitely not mediocre. I have never seen anyone use essence to clash with quintessence. That is suicide," Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, chided. Xiao Chen had just consumed a 1,000-year-old spirit herb for treating injuries. He refined it for a while, allowing the medicinal energy to seep into his internal organs even faster. After a while, he vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion looked much better. When Xiao Chen heard Ao Jiao's words, he stood up and smiled. "It's fine. I know what I'm doing. After exchanging moves with that person, I gained a better understanding of my own strength." After the five-nation youth competition, Xiao Chen's strength had soared. However, he had not found a suitable opponent. Among the half-step martial monarchs, no one could interest him. The blue-robed old man happened to be an inferior-grade martial monarch. By exchanging moves with him, Xiao Chen could gain a better understanding of his own strength. Chapter 6:15. With Xiao Chen's current combat prowess, a regular inferior-grade martial monarch would not be a match for him if he did not burn his quintessence. If Xiao Chen encountered an inferior-grade martial monarch like the blue-robed old man who could use the extreme Een flame to burn his quintessence, there would be a gap. If Xiao Chen could advance to martial monarch and refine his essence into quintessence, the blue-robed old man would not last more than 10 moves against him, even if he burned his quintessence. Compared to Xiao Chen, aside from having an advantage in quintessence, the blue-robed old man's martial techniques, cultivation techniques and combat techniques were inferior. If Xiao Chen used the purple thunder true fire to burn his quintessence, the blue-robed old man would not even be able to last 3 moves. A fervent look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he looked around. Then he said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Where is Ao Jiao's spirit vein's origin? I can't wait to see it. Head northeast. Walk 10 kilometers. You should be able to see a small hill. There is a restriction that the Thunder King left there. I'll help you open it." 10 kilometers was not too far. Xiao Chen looked around. Although he felt a strong urge to rush over, he was not that rash. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the ground again and continued to treat his injuries. He ensured that he would not sustain any injuries and rushed over in his best state. After 1 hour, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. He felt energized. He pushed off the ground and turned into a flood dragon rushing over. However, before Xiao Chen got far, he ran into some trouble. 10 odd ferocious fire spirits blocked his way. Xiao Chen had seen fire spirits in the Scarlet Blood Prison, so he did not panic. He knew how to deal with these inattributed fire spirits that did not feel pain. A clump of purple thunder true fire appeared with Xiao Chen's right hand. A purple light flickered in his eyes, and the flame on his palm glowed with a dazzling light. Xiao Chen had taken out his origin flame. The might of the purple thunder true fire, which contained the origin flame, was completely different from before. When Xiao Chen saw the fire spirits flying over, he shouted, "Life bestowal spell." The flames immediately took shape and eventually turned into 10 sharp short swords. Xiao Qin swung his right hand and the short sword shot out. Bang, bang, bang bang bang. The purple flame short swords of extreme yang stabbed into the hearts of these fire spirits and immediately exploded. The 10 troublesome fire spirits were instantly blown into countless sparks. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and a purple light flickered in his right eye. The short swords in the air turned into 10 beams of light and returned to his right eye. Relying on the short sword formed by the purple thunder true fire, Xiao Qin swept his way forward. After 15 minutes he arrived at the hill that Ao Jiao mentioned. The hill was not large, not more than 200 meters tall and stretching for 300 meters. It was black in color and looked extremely ordinary. There were countless similar hills in this underground world. The source of the spiritual vein is below here? Xiao Qin walked around the hill and did not feel anything special about the spirit chi here. No matter how he looked at it, it was just an ordinary hill. Ao Jiao nodded and said, "And this spiritual vein's origin isn't suppressed by a spiritual gathering array, so the spiritual energy is leaking all year round. The Thunder King took half of it back then. He was afraid that someone would discover this place, so he casually laid down a restriction. Wait for me for a while." Xiao. Right after Xiao Qin spoke, Ao Jiao flew out of the lunar shadow saber. The glow of the saber immediately dimmed significantly. It had been a long time since Xiao Qin had seen Ao Jiao in person. He sized her up carefully and discovered that she had not changed at all. She was a head shorter than Xiao Qin. She looked like a little girl and her sexy figure was the same as before. Looking at the mound in front of her, Ao Jiao revealed a nostalgic expression. She sighed and quickly formed hand seals with her hands. When she was done, she pointed with her dainty right hand and said, "Open." Before Xiao Qian's astonished gaze, the solid hill split in half. A surging spiritual energy surged out. "Don't just stand there. Quickly go in. If the 2 people from the Holy Fire Manor sense this spiritual energy, we will be in big trouble." Xiao Qin understood this principle. His figure flashed and he turned into a purple light. Then he instantly entered the tunnel at the foot of the hill. Ao Jiao entered after him. She formed hand seals again, and the hill closed up, returning to its ordinary state. The blue-robed old man and the gray-robed old man, who were heading for the netherworld flame seed in the distance, frowned at the same time. After advancing to martial monarch, cultivators would start cultivating mental energy. They were extremely sensitive to the changes in spiritual energy. At that moment, both of them sensed an abnormally powerful spirit chi gushing out abruptly. The gray-robed old man said, "Big brother, should we go and take a look? The Heavenly Extermination Lake is where the Tianwu dynasty's imperial capital used to be. A strange treasure might have appeared there. I'll go and take a look. Later, you can deal with the netherworld fire spirit," the blue-robed old man said after some thought. The tunnel was dark and gloomy. A dense spiritual fog lingered in the surroundings. The walls were covered in dew formed from spiritual energy. It looked like they had not dissipated even after thousands of years. There was no need to cultivate here. All one had to do was open their mouth and inhale, and their cultivation would increase instantly. However, Xiao Qin did not dare to inhale. The spiritual fog contained many impurities. The cave was not ventilated all year round. These impurities would cause significant harm to the physical body. Xiao Qin could only watch helplessly. As Xiao Qin walked forward, the spiritual fog dissipated at the end of the tunnel. An underground river appeared before his eyes. The water gushed and a fragrant spiritual energy assaulted his nose. The entire river was actually made of spiritual liquid. Xiao Qin sighed and said, "This is really an extraordinary waste. How much spiritual energy has been wasted after 5,000 years, allowing a spirit river to flow continuously?" Ao Jiao, who was following behind Xiao Qin, smiled slightly. She said, "How ignorant. It is just the lowest grade spirit vein. You will know when you go to the Kunlun realm. When you see the heavenly spring ancient river, you will know what a true spirit river is." After being looked down upon by Ao Jiao, Xiao Qin smiled embarrassedly. He could not refute her. He knew that spirit veins were divided into different grades. However, he was not clear on how they were divided. The end of the spirit river was where the spirit vein's origin was. The 2 of them walked forward. Along the way, Ao Jiao explained the different grades of spirit veins to Xiao Qin. Spirit veins were divided into 5 ranks, from lowest to highest. Rank 1 spirit veins were the most ordinary. There would not even be any spirit stone mines around them. Only rank 2 spirit veins would have spirit stones. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion had a rank 2 spirit vein. However, the spirit stones that a rank 2 spirit vein produced were mostly inferior grade spirit stones. Medial-grade spirit stones were rare. Only rank 4 spirit veins could produce large amounts of superior-grade spirit stones. Rank 4 spirit veins were also known as peak spirit veins. There were less than 5 peak spirit veins in the Tianwu continent. Furthermore, they were in a state of near exhaustion. They could no longer produce large amounts of superior-grade spirit stones. Rank 5 spirit veins were known as holy spirit veins. There was not a single one in the Tianwu continent. Even in the Kunlun realm they were extremely precious. As they spoke, the two of them reached the end of the spirit river. When Xiao Chen saw the spirit veins' origin floating in the air, he frowned slightly. As they spoke, the two of them reached the end of the spirit river. When Xiao Chen saw the spirit veins' origin floating in the air, he frowned slightly. Spiritual rain fell continuously in the spiritual fog, providing a sufficient source of water for the spirit river on the ground. In the middle of the spiritual fog, there was an azure ball of light floating quietly. Layers of comprehension spread out from the ball of light. An azure ball of light floated quietly in the center of the spiritual fog. Layers of comprehension spread out from the ball of light. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid we made a wasted trip this time. My impression of the heavenly saber pavilion spirit veins origin is boundless, like I'm in the middle of a vast sea." However, Ao Jiao smiled happily and said, "Hee hee. Idiot master, you picked up a treasure and you still don't know anything? You are even stupider than Master Blockhead." Xiao Chen felt suspicious and asked, "What do you mean?" "With one look, I can tell that you have not seen the heavenly saber pavilion spirit veins origin. Even the peak spirit veins origin is only 10 meters wide. How can it be boundless?" After thinking back, Xiao Chen remembered that he had indeed not seen the heavenly saber pavilion spirit veins origin. Back then he had only sat on the prayer mat for an instant. The boundless feeling was a scene that appeared in his mind. Ao Jiao continued, "No matter how well a spirit vein is maintained, as time passes, it will slowly weaken. I estimate the heavenly saber pavilion spirit veins origin is only 10 times larger than this spirit veins origin. You came at the right time. The spirit veins origin here is the limit of what your body can endure. This way the risk of your body exploding is greatly reduced." Xiao Chen looked at the spirit veins origin with a fiery gaze. He could not help but feel excited. After advancing to martial monarch, he had refined his essence into quintessence. Another door on the path of cultivation was about to open to him. Ao Jiao stretched out her hand and asked Xiao Chen for some superior grade spirit stones. She said with a calm expression, "Although the risk has been greatly reduced, it is not without risk. Remember this, don't be greedy. Don't let power cloud your rationality. When I am done laying the spirit sealing formation, you can go and swallow the spirit veins origin. Remember what I said, don't ever forget it." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Go ahead and lay the formation." Ao Jiao waved her right hand and a strong wind blew, clearing away the dense spiritual fog. Only the beautiful azure spirit veins origin could be seen floating quietly in the air. Shio, shio. Spirit stones flew out from Ao Jiao's hands. After she tossed out a total of 108 superior grade spirit stones, she started to form hand seals. Finally, she pointed at the spirit stones one by one. The spirit stones immediately gave off a faint glow. Lines shot out from them and linked all the spirit stones together. An extremely complicated formation immediately appeared above the spirit veins origin. Each of the 18 corners of the formation shone with a dazzling brilliance, sealing a part of the world inside. Ao Jiao said softly, "The spirit sealing formation is already laid. The spiritual energy in the spirit veins origin will not leak out. Go ahead." Success or failure depended on this. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and floated up. He flew to the center of the formation and sat down cross-legged. The spirit sealing formation formed a formless plane in the air. Xiao Chen did not need to move it, he could make it float. That palm-sized rank 1 spirit veins origin floated quietly above Xiao Chen's head. Boom! The instant he sat down, a surging river appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. The river was vast and mighty as though it could destroy everything in the world. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He finally understood that what Ao Jiao said was true. The spiritual energy contained in this palm-sized spirit vein was at least a tenth of the heavenly saber pavilion spirit veins. Chapter 6:16. Maintaining his calm, Xiao Chen circulated the purple thunder divine incantation's 6th layer calmly. He slowly absorbed the surging spiritual energy from the spirit origin. As the river flowed, the crystalline chi whirlpool above his dantian quickly filled up. A strong energy spread throughout his body. In the time it took to breathe, Xiao Chen's cultivation soared rapidly. Normally, cultivating for 10 days to half a month would not even compare to one breath of time. This kind of instant increase in strength caused all the muscles in Xiao Chen's body to swell and his blood to surge. As his strength swelled, it put a lot of pressure on Xiao Chen's flesh and bones. The benefits of the firmament body tempering art's sixth layer manifested itself. Xiao Chen's muscles swelled and his blood vessels surged. However, it was still within his control. His skin did not burst from the swelling blood vessels. Cultivators had an innate desire for strength. When their strength increased, they would unconsciously feel an intense sense of excitement and satisfaction. As long as one was human, they would not be able to avoid it. Having excitement and satisfaction was not a bad thing. It could motivate cultivators to work harder. However, there was a limit to everything. Once there was too much, it would become a bad thing. At this moment, this excitement and satisfaction surged into Xiao Chen's mind 100-fold, 1,000-fold. It made him feel like his entire body was filled with energy, like it could increase endlessly. Faster, faster, faster. Xiao Chen's heart roared loudly. His face flushed red, clearly excited. Kaxie. When Xiao Chen's spirit origin was drained by 2/3, the purple crystalline qi whirlpool in his body doubled in size. The bottleneck he had been waiting for finally arrived. However, that boundless energy continued to pour in endlessly. That sense of excitement filled Xiao Chen's mind. It seemed like he could still increase it slightly. It would be a pity to waste so much spiritual energy. Don't be greedy. Don't let power cloud your rationality. Just as this thought appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, Ao Jiao's words rang out in his mind. He immediately came to his senses and stopped circulating the purple thunder divine incantation. The spirit ceiling formation was filled with spiritual energy. The mist was extremely dense, but it was locked by the light curtain around the base of the formation. Not a single bit of it leaked out. Ao Jiao's gaze pierced through the light screen. When she saw the remaining spirit veins origin above Xiao Chen's head, she heaved a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, "Since you managed to overcome the stage of desire in the ancient desolate tower, I knew that my stupid master would not be blinded by strength." The situation just now was extremely thrilling. If Xiao Chen didn't stop, his body would have been instantly burst by the skyrocketing spiritual energy, and he would have died without any chance of survival. The crystalline cyclone above his dantian had already swelled to its limit. Its spinning speed gradually slowed down, and in the end it completely stopped moving. Shio. The instant the crystal cyclone came to a stop, the mental power within his sea of wisdom abruptly surged. It flowed through the Tianmen acupoint on the top of his head to the main meridian in his dantian, and a powerful mental power flowed forth like a waterfall. The mental power started to refine the essence into quintessence. This was a very difficult stage for ordinary people. However, it was very easy for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had already opened his sea of consciousness long ago. His vast mental power was much stronger than his essence. Refining quintessence was very easy. As the mental power entered the crystal cyclone, it slowly melted. Dida, dida. A melodious sound rang out in Xiao Chen's body. A purple liquid that was purer and stronger than the solidified essence appeared above Xiao Chen's dantian drop by drop. After that, it flowed through all the meridians in Xiao Chen's body. When Xiao Chen felt the purer and denser energy, he rejoiced. He muttered to himself, "Is this quintessence?" Originally, with Xiao Chen's vast essence, the process of refining quintessence would take at least 2 months. However, his mental power was more than 100 times stronger than others. This time was greatly reduced. After 1 hour, all the essence had been refined into quintessence. The purple quintessence circulated in the main meridians and minor meridians for a great cycle before returning to the dantian and forming 99 drops of purple liquid. Bang! Xiao Chen opened his eyes. The instant he stopped, the strong energy in his body spread out uncontrollably. The entire ground started to tremble. The blue-robed old man on the ground searched for a long time but could not find the source of the strange spiritual energy. Just as he was about to leave, the mound behind him suddenly trembled. The blue-robed old man soared into the air and cautiously sized up the unremarkable mound. Strong self-confidence flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. He circulated a drop of purple quintessence and casually sent out a strand of saber qi formed from quintessence. In that instant, a long pitch-black crack appeared in space. Sensing that the drop of quintessence was far from exhausted, Xiao Chen's right hand did not stop moving. He sent out 130 strands of saber qi in succession. The space in front of him was like a piece of cloth, shattering into pieces. Quintessence was quintessence. In the past, Xiao Qin had to use the Thunder Shadow Chop to shatter space. Now he could tear space with a casual strike. I finally advanced to Martial Monarch. Unable to contain the excitement in his heart, Xiao Qin landed beside Ao Jiao with a "so" sound. He smiled and said, "Ao Jiao, I advanced to Martial Monarch." Ao Jiao was happy for Xiao Qin in her heart. However, she maintained a calm expression and said, "Go back first and stabilize your cultivation. You still cannot control your quintessence perfectly." The two of them returned the way they came. When the mound above them opened up again, a ferocious palm wind pressed down. "After waiting for so long, it turns out that it is you, little bastard, who caused this commotion. Quickly take out the treasures that you obtained." The blue-robed old man had a ferocious expression. Quintessence covered his palm as he sent a ferocious palm wind at Xiao Qian's head. When faced with the sudden appearance of the blue-robed old man, Xiao Qian was startled at first. After all, anyone who was not mentally prepared would be shocked when suddenly attacked. After a while, Xiao Qian smiled gently. He had just advanced to Martial Monarch and had not had the time to test out his strength. The blue-robed old man had arrived at the right time. With a thought, the 3 drops of purple liquid in his dantian instantly poured into his meridians and turned into surging quintessence. Then Xiao Qian sent out a punch. Bang! When the fist and palm met, a strong shockwave exploded out. In that instant, the 2 halves of the mound were shattered by the quintessence from the 2, kicking up a cloud of dust. Uchi! Uchi! The energy from Xiao Qian's fist was boundless and shockingly pure. The blue-robed old man was knocked back several dozen steps in the air before he could stabilize himself. When the blue-robed old man saw the light flickering on Xiao Qian's fist, he said in astonishment, "This is quintessence. How did you advance to Martial Monarch in just half a day?" The blue-robed old man could not be blamed for being astonished. When a regular cultivator reached the bottleneck of half-step Martial Monarch, they would open their sea of consciousness. Then, they would cultivate their mental energy and refine their essence. Only when they finished refining their essence would they be considered Martial Monarchs. Cultivators with strong talent for mental energy would need at least 3 months to do this. Those with weak talent for mental energy would need at least 2 or 3 years. Very few people could be like Xiao Qin. From the very start, his cultivation technique tempered his mental energy. Furthermore, he managed to open his sea of consciousness when he was a martial king. Mental energy was much stronger than essence. Even though Xiao Qin had reached the bottleneck of half-step Martial Monarch, his mental energy was still stronger than his essence. Hence, the speed at which he refined quintessence was astonishingly fast. Xiao Qin said calmly, "There is no need for a person who is about to die to know so much. Earlier you gave me a palm strike. Now I will return the favor with a fist strike." However, the blue-robed old man laughed loudly. "So what if you advanced to Martial Monarch? I became a Martial Monarch 10 years ago. My control of quintessence is incomparable to yours. This place is where the imperial capital of the Tianwu dynasty used to be. You must have obtained some miraculous medicinal pill. Otherwise, you would not have advanced to Martial Monarch so quickly. You just consumed the medicinal pill. Your body will not be able to digest it completely. After I capture you, I will extract your blood, skin you, and refine you again. My cultivation will definitely reach peak inferior grade Martial Monarch." Right after the blue-robed old man spoke, a faint blue quintessence appeared on his body. As the extreme Yin flame burned, the quintessence turned into a pale white halo that surrounded him. His aura soared as he prepared to take down Xiao Qin in one move. Mountain-pushing palm. After the blue-robed old man burned his quintessence, he sent out a palm strike. The air flowed in reverse. The force of his palm strike seemed to push the entire space. A strong pressure pressed down on Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin felt a slight pain in his bones, flesh, and skin. A regular cultivator would have been crushed into a meat patty before the palm strike arrived. Xiao Qin circulated his vital qi and his strong physical body immediately became as hard as frost iron. He stood there like a mountain, allowing the wind to press down on him without moving. When the other party's palm strike was about 100 meters away, Xiao Qin circulated all 99 drops of purple liquid in his body. He finally made his move. He instantly drew the lunar shadow saber, giving off a dazzling light. Thunder Shadow Chop. Xiao Qin's aura flourished as he took 7 steps forward. With each step he swung his saber. The quintessence on the saber surged, and every saber strike easily tore a tear in space. When he finished taking 7 steps, his aura reached its peak. The 7 afterimages merged and Xiao Qin swung his saber. The immortal state of thunder made the electric light on the saber eternal and inextinguishable. Furthermore, it worked with his 60% comprehended saber intent. The might of this saber strike was unimaginably great. The electric light exploded and broke through the blue-robed old man's palm strike. Xiao Qin searched for an opening and pressed his saber forward. The other party's protective quintessence blocked for a while before it broke. Pusi. The quintessence contained in the saber light knocked the blue-robed old man back a kilometer. It left a bloody wound on his chest. It was so deep that bones could be seen. The purple quintessence was like a berserk bolt of lightning as it surged through the old man's body. It shattered the quintessence coming out of the other party's dantian. It was simply unblockable. The blue-robed old man vomited a mouthful of blood. He paled as he looked at Xiao Qin in horror. He muttered, "That's impossible. You just advanced to martial monarch. How is it that even after I burned my quintessence, I still cannot block your quintessence?" A heaven-ranked cultivation technique. He must be cultivating a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Otherwise he would not have such strong quintessence after advancing. When the blue-robed old man thought of this possibility, he no longer hesitated. He turned around and fled. The other party possessed a heaven-ranked cultivation technique and was an absolute genius. After he advanced to martial monarch, even inferior-grade martial monarchs would not be a match for him. The first rank of the true dragon ranking could not be judged with common sense. Xiao Qin continued flying. As Xiao Qin watched the blue-robed old man flee, he sheathed his saber and stood still. He was not in a rush to give chase. The quintessence in his body surged and dragon roars came from his abdomen. A strong wind howled and boundless shock waves spread out. Chapter 617. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Xiao Qin shouted, and an ancient blue dragon appeared under his feet. The blue dragon tail swung gently, and an overwhelming force surged out. The blue dragon tail whip sent Xiao Qin's body flying in a long arc in the air, disappearing in an instant. Xiao Qin had cultivated the blue dragon cloud soaring art to small perfection long ago. However, he had always been limited by his cultivation, unable to bring out the true might of this heaven-ranked movement technique. Now that Xiao Qin had advanced to martial monarch, his quintessence surged. When the blue dragon tail whip was executed, its aura was extremely horrifying. A strong wind blew, and it arrived at the blue-robed old man's side. Spring Thunder Chop Die. Accompanying the strong wind was the first move of Xiao Qin's four-season saber technique. Spring thunder roared in the sky. Xiao Qin used his quintessence to drive the cycle of seasons. When the saber chopped down, it gave off an unparalleled sharpness. The blue-robed old man felt a chill in his heart. Extreme flame explode. The blue-robed old man knew he was no match for this unparalleled saber light. A pale white flame appeared in his palm. A white light as resplendent and dazzling as a star appeared in the center of the flame. This was the origin flame that the blue-robed old man had refined for decades. At the moment of life and death, he planned to explode this origin flame to buy time to escape. Oh! The star-like origin flame flickered with light continuously. A horrifying energy spread out from it. Xiao Qin's face sank. That origin heart was already the size of a chicken egg. If it exploded, the power it would create would be terrifying. At such a close distance, Xiao Qin would definitely be injured. However, if he retreated, it would be difficult for him to catch up to the blue-robed old man. This person was a martial monarch. Furthermore, he was certain that Xiao Qin killed his son. Even if Xiao Qin was not afraid, he would still hurt his friends and family. If the other party became ruthless and hurt his friends and family, then it would be too late for regrets. This person must not be allowed to live. He had to stabilize this extreme flame first. After making up his mind, Xiao Qin quickly sheathed his saber and dissipated the force of this spring thunder chop. However, because he had just advanced to martial monarch, he had not reached the level where he could control his quintessence as he pleased. Some of his quintessence leaked out unavoidably, digging deep holes in the ground. Extreme flames go. He casually tore off the blue strip of cloth in front of his forehead, and an even paler flame floated out from between his eyebrows. In the center of the flame, there was also a speck of white light that was as bright as a star. It was the lunar flame's origin core. It was only the size of a grain of rice, but when it flew out and collided with the egg-sized origin core, the extreme flame, which had been extremely restless and violent and was about to explode at any moment, instantly calmed down. The rice grain-sized origin flame ignored the origin flame, which was countless times larger than it, and climbed up to devour it greedily. The lunar flame was the flame of the highest grade among the yin-attributed flames. No matter how much the extreme yin flame resisted, it would only be swallowed up. Xiaoqin didn't even look at them. He leaped over the two tangled flames and continued chasing after the blue-robed old man. Damn it! How did he catch up to us again? The blue-robed old man's face was ashen and he sped up once more. Blue dragon tail whip. No matter how fast he was, it was impossible for him to escape from Xiaoqin, who had unleashed the true might of the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Spring thunder chop. Burning to desolation. Xiaoqin caught up to the blue-robed old man. This time he did not give the blue-robed old man a chance to use his trump card. He executed both the spring and summer sabers consecutively. He used his quintessence to drive the power of the cycle of seasons. Heaven and earth trembled violently. Xiaoqin sheathed his saber. With these two sabers, the blue-robed old man's body turned into a pool of blood, his bones shattered. Amid the blood rain, a spatial ring flickering with a dim light appeared. Xiaoqin casually waved his hand, and the spatial ring flew over. Then he tossed it into his universe ring and ignored it. Xiaoqin looked around and saw saber chi made of purple quintessence filling the air. They pierced thousands of holes in space, leaving pitch-black holes in it. Xiaoqin frowned slightly and said, I just advanced to inferior grade martial monarch. I need to spend more time to control my quintessence. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome to fight a medial grade martial monarch like this. Xiaoqin calmly summarized the earlier battle. He did not feel any pride from defeating an inferior grade martial monarch. He was a king grade true dragon. He would not be inferior to anyone of the same cultivation. After cultivating a heaven-ranked cultivation technique and advancing to martial monarch by swallowing a spirit vein's origin, it would be strange if he could not deal with an ordinary inferior grade martial monarch. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, an intense battle took place in the lava in the distance. All sorts of explosions resounded without end. The lava did not have surging heat waves or boundless smoke. On the contrary, it was dark and gloomy, filled with a cold chi. It was incredibly gloomy, looking very strange. A green flower bloomed in the center of the lava. Its petals were jade green and crystalline. A gloomy green flame in the center of the flower gave off a dazzling light and a boundless chill. Needless to say, this green flame was the netherworld flame seed. There were two 10-meter-tall black fire spirits in front of the petals. The black fire spirits were different from regular fire spirits. They already had eyes, a mouth and a nose on their faces. Their eyes flickered with light. Clearly they had some intelligence. There was also a layer of black cuticle on the surface of their bodies, looking like solid, natural armor. The people of the Holy Fire Manor fought the two netherworld fire spirits intensely. The gray-robed old man faced one netherworld fire spirit alone. The remaining half-step martial monarchs and peak martial kings of the Holy Fire Manor worked together to deal with the other. Based on the situation of the two sides, one could easily see the huge difference between a half-step martial monarch and a martial monarch. The gray-robed old man faced the netherworld fire spirit alone. Not only did he not lose, but he even held the upper hand. After another few hundred moves, the netherworld fire spirit would definitely lose. On the other hand, the group of 100 people with 10 half-step martial monarchs could only barely block the attacks of the netherworld fire spirit. They could only wait for the gray-robed old man to finish and come over to help. I wonder how long Big Brother will be gone for. If he were here, we would have been able to take away the netherworld flame seed long ago, the gray-robed old man thought to himself. However, he was not worried about the blue-robed old man's safety. Given his understanding of the blue-robed old man's strength, even if the blue-robed old man met a troublesome demonic beast, he should be able to escape easily. After Xiaoqin dealt with his opponent, he returned to where the Extreme Yin Flame and the Lunar True Flame were fighting. As the Lunar True Flame swallowed the Extreme Yin Flame's origin flame, it had shrunk significantly. However, it continued to resist tenaciously. The Lunar True Flame's origin flame was still too weak. If the blue-robed old man were still here, the Extreme Yin Flame might have been able to devour the Lunar True Flame under his control. However, the blue-robed old man was already dead and Xiaoqin had rushed back. No matter how the Extreme Yin Flame resisted, it could not avoid its fate of being devoured. Xiaoqin's gaze sank slightly. He extended out his spiritual sense and took the initiative to control the Lunar True Flame. Chi. One had a master and the other had no master. The Lunar True Flame swallowed the Lunar True Flame at a much faster rate. Time slowly went by. After 1 hour, the last strand of light of the Extreme Yin Flame faded away. Xiaoqin's Lunar True Flame finally swallowed it all. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xiaoqin said softly, actively swallowing it like this really exhausted a lot of mental energy. However, the result is still satisfactory. The lunar true flame's origin flame in the air in front of Xiao Chen had already expanded from its original size of a grain of rice to the size of a pearl. Xiao Chen pointed casually, and the palm-sized lunar true flame crashed into a stone pillar. Wuxia. The stone pillar silently burned into a pile of rubble. The destructive power of the lunar true flame was a stark contrast to the berserk purple thunder true fire. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Now that the lunar true flame already possessed some combat prowess, it would be very inconvenient to fight with it in the sea of consciousness. I already have the purple thunder true fire in my right eye. I'll put this lunar true flame in my left eye then. Shio. A light flashed, and the lunar true flame, together with the lunar true flame's origin flame, entered his left eye. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and familiarized himself with the lunar true flame in his left eye. After a while, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. A purple light spread out from his right eye, and a fierce flame burned endlessly. His left eye flickered with a white light and a cold chi spread out. It looked much weaker than his right eye. With a thought, the mysterious phenomenon in his eyes disappeared. Xiao Chen muttered, "If I want to execute the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram in the stage of desire, I need to achieve a balance between yin and yang. The lunar true flame is still too weak. Even if the might of the purple thunder true fire is reduced by half, it will not achieve a balance between yin and yang." Boom. At this moment, a muffled explosion resounded at the end of their line of sight. At the end of their line of sight, a cold flame soared into the sky, illuminating the dark underground space with a deathly white light. It should be another martial monarch of the Holy Fire Manor preparing to retrieve the Netherworld Flame Seed. Let's go and take a look. Circulating the blue dragon cloud soaring art, Xiao Chen immediately soared into the air. Quintessence circulated in his body, and dragon roars came from his body. An indistinct blue dragon appeared under Xiao Chen's feet. Carrying Xiao Chen's feet did not touch the ground as he moved up and down. His speed reached Mach 5. Xiao Chen's body tore through space, creating a long shock wave behind him. It was like two formless waves moving up and down. In less than 10 minutes, Xiao Chen arrived at the scene of the commotion. A vast expanse of lava filled his vision. Under the gray-robed old man's lead, the Holy Fire Manor's people attacked the final Netherworld Fire Spirit in an orderly fashion. Under the gray-robed old man's strong attacks, the Netherworld Fire Spirit was forced back. The morale of the Holy Fire Manor's people soared, and they were filled with vigor. On a mound, Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered as he looked at everything in front of him. Looking up, Xiao Chen saw the green flower petals behind the Netherworld Fire Spirit. There was a clump of green flame in the flower petals, giving off a boundless cold light. That is the Netherworld flower. However, the Netherworld flame seed does not seem to have matured yet. The Holy Fire Manor's people were too anxious. Back then, the mature flame seed that the Thunder King took away was orange, Ao Jiao said softly from the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chen felt somewhat disappointed. An immature flame seed was like an unripe fruit. No matter how precious it was, its value would be greatly reduced. Let's go. There is no need to remain here. The flame seed had not matured yet, so Xiao Chen lost interest in fighting for it. He gave the blooming Netherworld flower one last glance before turning to leave. Wait a moment. If the immature flame seed is taken away, the Netherworld flower will immediately wither. From then on, there will no longer be a Netherworld flame. Rather than letting these people waste it, you might as well uproot the Netherworld flower and preserve the flame seed temporarily. Chapter 6:18. Xiao Chen stopped and muttered, "However, without the nourishment of yin energy, even if I uproot it, this Netherworld flower will wither soon." Ao Jiao smiled and said, "It's fine. Just store all the land in the universe ring. This Netherworld flower should be able to survive for about a year. When you go to the Kunlun realm, there is an immortal spirit ring for storing natural treasures. If you place this Netherworld flower in there, it will continue to grow. Furthermore, it looks like the Netherworld flower will mature soon. The Holy Fire Manor's people probably do not know much about the Netherworld flower. That's why they were so rash." Xiao Chen had always done things in a straightforward manner, swift and decisive. If there was no value, he would leave immediately. If there was value in preserving it, the moment Ao Jiao spoke, he took action. A dragon roar came from Xiao Chen's body, and an indistinct blue dragon appeared under his feet. In that instant, he leaped over everyone's heads and landed beside the Netherworld flower. Boom. When the Holy Fire Manor's people, who had just defeated the last Netherworld Fire Spirit, saw Xiao Chen suddenly appear, they were all startled. Their faces filled with rage. The gray-robed old man looked at Xiao Chen, who had his back to them. His heart immediately sank as he stared at Xiao Chen. The quintessence in his body surged, causing the gray-robed old man's clothes to flutter. The surrounding people all felt a significant pressure. Who are you? Why are you snatching my holy fire manor's netherworld flame seed? The gray-robed old man's aura pressed down on Xiao Chen like a strong wind. His pupils constricted and a murderous intent spread out. He clenched his right fist tightly, preparing to attack at any moment. Xiao Chen's back faced the crowd. Under the pressure of the gray-robed old man's aura, he remained calm and collected. He said softly, "The netherworld flower is nurtured by nature. How can it be your holy fire manors? I want the flame seed. You all can go." Ah, what a nurtured by nature. What my holy fire manor saw naturally belongs to my holy fire manor. How is it your holy fire manor's turn to speak? You can stay as well. The gray-robed old man sneered. The aura that he had been accumulating for a long time suddenly erupted, and the shockwave caused dust to fill the sky. Stomping heavily on the ground, the gray-robed old man soared into the sky like a ferocious tiger, throwing a punch at Xiao Chen. The wind howled and quintessence covered his fist, giving off a faint glow. Hearing the sound of the wind, Xiao Chen turned around and faced the ferocious punch. Unfazed, Zhang Xian clenched his fist and drove half of the Jinqi in his body before sending a punch of his own. Bang! When the two fists collided, Xiao Chen did not move at all. On the other hand, the gray-robed old man, who rushed over like a ferocious tiger, flew back. The aura in his body turned chaotic, and he felt his arm go slightly numb. He looked at Xiao Chen with a strange expression. He clearly felt that Xiao Chen had just advanced to martial monarch. However, the surging quintessence far surpassed his. "It's you. White-robed bladesman Xiao Chen. I have seen the True Dragon rankings name list before. It really is him, the first rank of this True Dragon ranking. Furthermore, he is a king-grade True Dragon genius. Even the geniuses of the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans lost to him. Isn't he only a half-step martial monarch? How did he advance to martial monarch in less than a month?" When the gray-robed old man saw Xiao Chen's appearance, his expression changed drastically. The Holy Fire Manor's people behind him also started discussing this matter. The gray-robed old man's expression sank completely. He said, "I only used 60% of my strength earlier. If you think you can defeat me with that, you are too naive." The gray-robed old man shouted and circulated all the quintessence in his body. Then he instantly burned it with an extreme flame. A blazing quintessence flame appeared on his body. The gray-robed old man's aura rose to peak inferior-grade martial monarch, forcing the surrounding cultivators to take a few steps back. That oppressive aura was not something they could endure. Tiger roaring mountains and rivers. A huge ferocious tiger image materialized behind the gray-robed old man as he charged over again. He circulated all 99 drops of quintessence in his body and circulated his vital chi as well. Quintessence and vital chi merged as Xiao Chen executed the first move of the Dragon Claw Fist, Berserk Dragon. A realistic dragon head appeared on Xiao Chen's fist. The Berserk Dragon roared ferociously as it punched. Boom! The tiger and dragon clashed, roaring continuously. The instant the fists clashed, the tiger image behind the gray-robed old man crumbled. He vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. "I never said that I would use my full power." Xiao Chen leaped forward and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. A blue dragon image flickered under his feet. In a breath, he caught up to the gray-robed old man. Berserk Dragon Claw. Xiao Chen formed his left hand into a claw and swung it back. 5 azure-colored claw marks appeared and knocked the gray-robed old man back again. A dragon roar resounded in Xiao Chen's chest. He brought out his small perfection blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. Xiao Chen stood on the blue dragon image and moved up and down in midair, alternating between punches and claws. Bang, bang, bang. At first, the gray-robed old man could still keep up with Xiao Chen's rhythm. After exchanging a few moves, he slowly fell into a passive state, getting beaten up. Quintessence exploded on the gray-robed old man's body. The sound of bones breaking rang out continuously. The fists and claws did not stop. In midair, Xiao Chen sent the old man flying like a sandbag. He only stopped after flying for 1,000 meters. The group of Holy Fire Manor's elders and elite members were all dumbfounded. They could not believe what they saw. Normally, the second Manor Lord was an undefeatable existence in their eyes. Unexpectedly, he was beaten up by a youth to the point where he could not retaliate. It was extremely tragic. A king-grade true dragon genius is not something we can imagine. He is already so powerful when he just advanced to martial monarch. Indeed, the second Manor Lord has already advanced to martial monarch for almost 5 years. However, he could not retaliate at all. This operation is probably going to fail. Even if the first Manor Lord comes, he will not be a match for him. Berserk Dragon Break. Shao Qin roared ferociously. The azure dragon head on his right hand and the dragon claw on his left merged, forming a complete blue dragon. Then it soared towards the gray-robed old man. Bang! The gray-robed old man, who had just gotten up, vomited a large mouthful of blood. He could no longer get up. The surrounding Holy Fire Manor cultivators were all frightened. No one dared to make a sound. No one dared to go over and help. The strength that Shao Qin displayed was not something that people of their level could interfere with. The gray-robed old man was severely injured. When he saw Shao Qin walking over, he said hatefully, "The first Manor Lord will be rushing over soon. White-robed brat, you will not be able to escape death in the end." Shao Qin said softly, "Sorry to disappoint you. You will never be coming." "You killed him." The gray-robed old man exclaimed in extreme shock, his final hope dashed. Shao Qin did not answer the gray-robed old man's question. He casually flicked a strand of purple flame through the gray-robed old man's forehead and took away his spatial ring. Just as Shao Qin was about to leave, he discovered a pale white flame coming out of the gray-robed old man's corpse. There was an origin flame the size of half a chicken egg in the flame. Shao Qin was slightly stunned. He said, "This is a pleasant surprise." The lunar true flame surged out from Shao Qin's left eye. After it swallowed up the origin flame, the lunar true flame's origin flame expanded once again. The lunar flame, which had been extremely weak all this while, finally had some killing power. After Shao Qin finished doing all this, he turned around and discovered that the other elders of the Holy Fire Manor and the many martial king elites had all scattered, disappearing without a trace. Shao Qin could not be bothered with you. He gently waved his right hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his grasp. Then he slowly floated above the netherworld flower. Shao Qin lowered his head and looked at the lava below. Then he looked around and felt confident. Shao Qin drew the lunar shadow saber and swung it at the ground 4 times. 4 strands of purple saber chi shot out from the saber's edge. Ka-cha, ka-cha. 4 cracks connected to each other appeared on the ground. It was like a piece of tofu. Shao Qin's saber chi carved out a perfect square. The netherworld flower bloomed quietly in the center. Rise. Shao Qin leaped down and smacked the ground heavily with his palm. The ground trembled violently. The square piece of land separated by the crack slowly rose up under the force of this palm. After it rose to a height of 100 meters, Shao Qin circulated all the quintessence in his body and chopped it in half. Shao Qin separated the huge piece of lava, which contained the netherworld flower, just like that. A dim light flashed in the universe ring. Shao Qin moved the piece of lava into the universe ring. "I'll leave from above. I just advanced to martial monarch. I have to find a place to familiarize myself with my current strength." After Shao Qin did all this, he looked up at the rock a kilometer above him. He could feel that the rock was not particularly hard. Shao Qin pushed off the ground and leaped up. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched upwards. A hole immediately appeared in the rock. Boom. After an unknown period of time, Shao Qin punched a hole in the mountain range at the bottom of the lake. Then he reappeared in the lake. After a while, he was like a flood dragon coming out of the water. He kicked up huge waves and the fresh air that he had not experienced in a long time blew over. After flying around, Shao Qin found an uninhabited island. He immediately landed and took out the spatial rings of the 2 martial monarchs. There was some anticipation in his eyes as he smiled faintly. The spatial rings of martial monarchs should not be too poor. I hope there will be some gains. First, Shao Qin opened the spatial ring of the gray-robed old man. Then he looked around and immediately discovered more than 5,000 superior-grade spirit stones filled with spiritual energy. What Shao Qin lacked now were superior-grade spirit stones. Naturally, he accepted them without standing on ceremony. There were very few superior-grade spirit stones. However, there were a frightening number of medial-grade spirit stones, a total of 3 million. However, when Shao Qin thought about it, it made sense. There were only a few rank 4 spirit veins that could produce superior-grade spirit stones in the Tianwu continent. It was easy to imagine how many superior-grade spirit stones they produced every year. On the other hand, there were many rank 3 spirit veins that produced medial-grade spirit stones in the Tianwu continent. Given the gray-robed old man's status, it was not strange for him to obtain such a large number of medial-grade spirit stones. As for the miscellaneous items such as a few inferior-grade secret treasures and some earth-ranked spirit weapons, Xiaoqin did not have much interest in them. He casually tossed them aside. After that, Xiaoqin opened the spatial ring of the blue-robed old man. As the first manor lord of the Holy Fire Manor, he should have more wealth than the gray-robed old man. Indeed, after Xiaoqin opened the spatial ring, he counted the number of superior-grade spirit stones. There were more than 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones. There were even more medial-grade spirit stones, a total of 5 million. In total, Xiaoqin had a total of 8 million medial-grade spirit stones.